So Das was excellent yesterday, was he?
Well, I didn't do yesterday, but although I think he got out annoyingly when right. In half an hour we'll be joined by David Brett, welcoming you to day 2 of Essex v Ireland. There goes the bell, the bells have it, and that will tell you that not only are we ready to go with 5 minutes before the start, but the even better news is so are the umpires and players of both teams. And I didn't see yesterday, but Guy Swindle's with me, and we're delighted to have Guy with us, did. And what a day's cricket, Guy, really. 343 plus 38 is 381 runs in the day. 12 wickets fell. For individual brilliance, Robin Das 132, I imagine very enjoyable.
It really was, and this was after a slowish start. I think it was 100 for 3 at lunch, and then Robin Das decided to attack, and 132 off, I think, 118 deliveries, something like that.
It was, yeah.
Absolutely superb. Slight shock, I think, for the Irish bowlers to see this young man making his first-class debut score all around the wicket so briskly, but they did get their way back into the match. Mays with 4 for 68 bowled pretty nicely. Hume and Hand were probably the pick of the attack as far as Ireland were concerned. But Ireland enjoyed more its success playing for Essex, with the 2 half-centuries from Dockrell and Adair, both of which were most entertaining. But I think the other big thing for Essex and for the future of Essex was Jamal Richards' spell in the evening as well, when he took the 2 Irish wickets to fall, including captain Andrew Balbirnie for nothing.
Well, I'm a bit of a fan already of Jamal Richards, even though, as I say, I wasn't here yesterday, but I saw him on several occasions in the 50-over competition. Not only did I think, even though he didn't get many wickets last year in that tournament, but I liked his action. I thought he had scope for becoming quicker without wanting to sort of jump on the ECB bandwagon of making people bowl too quickly for their own good. But it's worth just pointing out that coming in at number 10, he got a thoroughly impressive 47 on debut, and at one point, for a number 10 batsman, he was actually averaging over 100 in the tournament.
He scored 17 off 17 yesterday, not out, and batted very nicely.
He knows how to bat.
First ball, he hit back past the bowler for 4.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Players taking the field, by the way. We'll be going into the BBC Essex 11 o'clock news just for a brief update in a few moments' time. But the players are now out in the middle, and we've got Peter Moore on 20 not out overnight, and night watchman Graham Hume on 9 not out. But as We were just hearing it was Jamal Richards who got both the wickets, and he is preparing to get us off to the day, and we've got another lovely day here, Guy.
Yeah, no, a beautiful sunny day overhead. Interesting that Jamal Richards got his 2 wickets bowling from the other end and is now starting at the river end this morning, so it'd be interesting to see how he gets on from t'other end running up the hill, but he certainly bowled well last night. But also Graham Hume in as the night watchman, and PJ Moore were in pretty good shape by the time the innings finished. It was impressive that Hume came in after Balbirnie's wicket fell and kept Essex at bay pretty straightforwardly.
Well, with the number 87 on his back, Jamal Richards had started his run-up. The umpire just asked him to wait one moment, but now he's on his way to bowl to Moore. 4 slips. Has he got a wicket first ball? Not quite, but I don't think Moore knew much about that one. And there was an appeal that came only from behind the wicket, let it be said. But a good start, bang on the mark straight away, and he's got a fine physique, Peter Moore. There's a little bit of the Keith Boyce in his appearance. You know, he's muscly. He looks as if he's a pretty strong guy, which I'm sure he is, and he can bat as well.
Well, the replay showed possibly hitting outside the line, but it was a decent LBW shout.
Bowls again. A little bit short of the length, but otherwise well directed, and the ball is played up to short mid-wicket for no run, and Ireland continue to be 38 for 2. But although I think it was a perfectly fair decision by the umpire to, I won't say quite ignore the appeal, but I think the fact the bowler wasn't all that keen on the appeal meant that he could see that perhaps he was going to be fortunate to get that one. But certainly he's a very impressive young man. From all sorts of points of view, Jamal Richards, who comes in, bowls, and this ball's nudged into the offside. Good cricket from Peter Moore, because he saw that there was time for a quick single, and they're safely through for the first run of the day, and that is 21 now to Moore, and 39 for 2, replying to 343 all out.
Hume bowled very nicely last night as well. He bowled without much luck, it must be said. He opened the attack for Ireland yesterday, but then batted very sensibly, taking the strike just as the traditional night watchman should, rather than the nighthawk approach by England.
Faces Jamal Richards coming in now, bowls, places a shade uncomfortably up to short mid-wicket. There is no run. And good attacking field set by Nick Brown, the captain and only really experienced player in the Essex side. Sure, he enjoys the chance to guide these youngsters along. He's a really nice man, actually, and Nick Brown. I'm sure they appreciate his approach, perhaps an avuncular approach he will have with the young lads of the Essex Academy here. And we'll be going into the BBC Essex News in just a moment or two, but here's Jamal Richards up from the river end. Bowls, that's better pitched up, it goes to backward point, but the left-handed night watchman, Hume, not entirely over that one, but played it safely enough to backward point there, but a decent delivery, and I think right to pitch the ball up like that.
We also saw that runs became slightly easier when the ball had softened up a little, and really it was much harder.
So, just about to update BBC Essex listeners. Good very morning to you, Nick, and there's an appeal for a strangle, and Essex have their wicket. It's 39 for 3, and it is the night watchman Graham Hume who just tried to tuck a ball that was dug in a little bit short. A previous ball had been right up in the block hole, and he's just feathered it through for a good catch behind there, and that means now that Ireland are 39 for 3, still 304 runs behind. Terrific day's cricket yesterday with a wonderful 132 off 118 balls. bowls by Robin Dass, and 90 of his runs came in those boundaries, 21 fours and 1 6. And it's good to see the young talents of Essex here looking bang on the game. And this lad, Jamal Richards, who's got all 3 wickets to fall so far, looks a really exciting prospect, as he suggested he would be when we saw him last year in the 50 over competition, in which at one point he actually averaged over 100, coming in at number 10. 39 for 3, replying to 343 all out.
And commentary continues.
So
the ball and the team right now via the
heard there the fall of the 3rd wicket, and well, I think the batsman, he didn't hang about. He knew perfectly well that he just nicked it through to the keeper, strangled down leg side, and Richards, that was the last ball of his over.
Yeah, no, there was a good replay that showed that the ball had definitely flicked off the underside of the glove of the night watchman Graham Hume and had carried through. Will Buttleman still had a lot to do, diving to his right to ensure that he could snaffle the catch, making his, of course, a step up a bit for Will Buttleman. He has played for Essex on a couple of occasions, I think, but this was his, this is his chance to really steal the show. And he started very well this morning with that fine catch to remove the night watchman, and a 3rd wicket for Richards.
Yeah.
But it will be Adair who will be opening the bowling from the other end, one of the Irish contingent playing for Essex in this match. 4 of the Irish team who make up the 15-man squad. Ireland asked Essex if all of their players could be involved in case any or all of them were needed for the test match, and Essex said yes. So this is Adair, who bowled very nicely with very little luck. In fact, he bowled just as well as many of his colleagues actually bowling for Ireland, Mark Adair.
Yeah, made a good 60 odd with the bat, so
yep.
Clearly very talented player.
Now just waiting for Harry Tector, of whom great things are hoped as far as Ireland are concerned, to be ready to face his first delivery. Oh, and he is beaten outside the off stump. What an absolute beauty. I'll give Tector the slight benefit of the doubt. The bat certainly was taken out of the way, but quite when that happened, let's watch on the replay. And yes, he was beaten. Lovely delivery first up from Adair.
Yes, he's got a good action Adair, actually, and I think this is going to enable him not only with the natural movement in, but I think he can move the ball away, as he just demonstrated.
Absolutely. And Harry Tector will certainly be on his mettle now. He must have faced him regularly in the nets over the last year or two, but this time he plays sensibly and defensively, just places the ball down onto the offside. There is no run.
Yeah, several things to like about Adair. His action is very good, and he gets very close to the stumps as he bowls, which will also help him on occasion to move the ball away. And he has just about what I'd call the right length of run up. It's not overly long because he's not overly quick, but it's long enough for him to hurry batsmen. Indeed,
we've seen that so far in this match. This, however, is slightly over pitched on or around middle and leg, and Harry Tector is onto that very, very quickly and just flicks it away through the vacant mid-wicket area, and they can go through for an easy 3. But good timing from Tector, even if Adair had slightly lost the radar with that delivery. The other thing I like about Harry Tector is he's obviously not worried about luck, because he wears the number 13 shirt with a certain amount of pride.
Yes, I'm with you all the way there. I don't really understand why anyone thinks 13 is a big deal.
Well, Harry Tector certainly doesn't, as Adair now is bowling to PJ Moore, and Moore sees the ball move away from him outside off stump. He started to push towards the delivery and then thought better of it.
That was nearly a beautiful piece of bowling from Mark Adair. It was just a little too wide of off stump to trap the batsman, but having just gone for the 3 runs from the previous delivery, here he bowled a slower delivery that went like a fast leg break, and if it had been pitched, 2 or 3 inches nearer the stumps, would probably have taken the edge.
Absolutely. And Moore is now ready to face again, and this time expecting it. He thrusts his front leg forward, plays the ball out nicely into the covers, plays tip and run. They go through for a very quick single. That is the end of Adair's over. One more run to PJ Moore, who of course played international cricket for Zimbabwe before he switched allegiance to Ireland last year. And here in the commentary box, the Ireland skipper Andrew Burney has just walked past us, so morning to him.
Indeed. And Jamal Richards, all 3 wickets that have fallen have gone to Jamal. Made an even 17 not out last night, and it certainly impressed me last season. He's far too good to be malingering at number 10. And a thoroughly exciting cricketer for Essex to look forward to over the coming years as Richards runs away from us at the river end, bowls, and Moore stabs this ball a shade uncomfortably but perfectly safely back down the pitch to the bowler. And the score remains at 44 for 3. The wicket to go this morning. Graham Hume, the night watchman, caught by Buttleman off Richards' final delivery of the first over of the day without adding to his overnight 9. That was then 39 for 3. It's now 44 for 3, and for the first time Essex's advantage comes under 300 at 299. Next delivery is played again back to the bowler. Slight adjustment to the field. We started with 4 slips. We now have 3, but the 4th slip has now gone at a wideish leg slip. And of course the wicket that has gone down this morning was a strangled down leg side from the bowling of this man Jamal Richards, and that may be part of the reason why Nick Brown has adjusted his field.
Yeah, the other thing I like about Jamal Richards is he's obviously an athlete. The speed at which he approaches the in his run-up is remarkable.
Bowls again. Ooh, and although that was a little bit too short, it got up, and the batsman in the end has played underneath that, didn't really move the feet at all, and is a little bit fortunate. Admitted if he had got the edge, it was a quick delivery and might well have flown over slips, but equally it might not have done. And well bowled.
Yes, a wake-up call from Jamal Richards, wasn't that, to
Yeah.
PJ Moore? Morning. Here we go.
Tends to show that Richards thinks about what he's bowling as well, and he's on his way again. Again, his run-up is pretty much perfect, not overly long. This ball's jabbed for a quick single into the offside, fielded on the tumble at just in front of point by Robin Dass, yesterday's Centurion. And so the score goes along to 45 for 3, and Moore moves up to 24.
Yeah, it was. He looked fairly relieved to get off strike on that occasion, PJ Moore, and with a head of steam being built up nicely now by Jamal Richards, you can see why. But it's going to be an interesting battle between him and Tector, for whom, as I say, the Ireland team and squad and staff have hopes that he could turn out to be something really special. He's got a decent record early on in his career, but certainly seems to have the right stuff about him.
Richards again, in and bowls to Tector, and takes him on the pad and bowls a few yards up to short mid-wicket. There's no run there. It's 45 for 3, and I'm minded here a little bit, Guy. Paul Newton here with Guy Swindles, and we'll be joined by David Brett in 20 minutes. I'm slightly minded of seeing a wonderful young Essex prospect I'd never heard of before in a friendly in a tour match against India here 5 or 6 years ago now. Name of Sam Cook. As Richards is in, bowls, and that's not a good delivery. It's his first really poor delivery of the day. Kept low as well, long way outside off stump. There's no run. It goes through to Buttleman. It's 45 for 3, but we were all in the box gasping, who is this bloke, Sam Cook? And we all know that he's gone on to have a great career with the county. And Jamal Richards, to me, carries that same thought I had of Sam Cook, that Essex could put him in the side straight away, and he's already good enough to more than hold his own in the county championship game. And I'd say that about him now.
Yes, this is the first time I've really seen him, and I've been deeply impressed with his attitude and his skills, and it's not a bad combination. If your head's right and your skills are right, you're knocking on the door very loudly, which I imagine he is currently. But there are quite a few good seamers ahead of him in the Essex squad. But it's Adair in again, and just pushing away slightly from his body on this occasion is PJ Moore, but he plays it nicely up to extra cover.
But there will be times, you're right to point out that the competition is there, and but there will be times Sam Cook is away with one or other of England's squads, and you know, I certainly would not hesitate myself, or not so much not hesitate, but I'd not be afraid to to put Richards in there and expect him to do well.
Adair in once again, and he beats PJ Moore for fun outside off stump, again getting that lovely movement away from the bat, slightly shorter of a length this time, but Moore certainly had to play at that. But on this occasion he survives, and it goes through to Buttleman.
Yeah, I mean, I think Adair more than capable of giving you know, some decent batsmen a need to concentrate hard, because he doesn't bowl the same ball every ball, and he can certainly move that ball around.
He's in once again. This time he's down the leg side, and he looks slightly miffed with himself for delivering that particular ball, as it just breaks the pressure a little. It was easy for Moore to see round the corner.
Yeah, and good to see him look miffed with himself, because you know, he just created danger from the previous delivery, really fine delivery, and you want to keep that pressure on, and he would have been annoyed with himself because he thought, oh, I've wasted that.
Set again. Running towards us in the commentary box, and that is played out nicely into the covers. Defensively, but on top of the ball, and ensuring it was played with a great deal of respect. Glorious morning again here in Chelmsford. Struggling to see much by the way of cloud in the sky at the moment, and the crowd building up nicely.
We've waited a long time for a day like this, and of course yesterday was lovely as well. Finally arrived at the end of May.
After a slight gap, as Adair steadied himself once again, he bowls and tucks up Moore on this occasion. Moore, having seen a couple of balls in this over move away from his bat, suddenly sees one jagging back towards him. It was just short of a length, but caught him around probably the stomach area. It was a lovely delivery again, and Adair is certainly giving PJ Moore quite a lot to think about currently.
Well, that's the classic delivery, really. You've got to be able to move it both ways, and also just not move it at all, and then you've really got the batsman guessing.
See which one Adair goes for this time, and a big LBW shout, slightly belatedly from the bowler, it must be said. Wicket keeper and slips went up earlier. No one looks terribly disappointed that the decision didn't go their way, probably going down leg side.
Or did it just nick an inside edge, because it looked pretty adjacent to me? If anything, it kept a bit low.
I think you're right, and it was also possibly outside the line of off stump, but I think you could well be right with that little inside edge.
Terrific delivery, and with the exception of the one poor delivery, a thoroughly good over. Two that beat the batsman moving away from him, another that nipped back and caught him amidships, and then that last delivery, we've seen them given, but I think it may just have taken an inside edge. Here's Richards up from the River End bowls, a nice delivery, but safely played down to mid-on by Harry Tector, and there is no run. 45 for 3. Paul Newton here with Guy Swindles, and David Brett will join us in a quarter of an hour or so. The wicket to go down in the last ball of the first over of the morning was strangled down leg side, seeing the back of the night watchman Graham Hume caught by Buttleman, not adding to his overnight nines. At the time it was 39 for 3, now it's 45 for 3. Another good delivery from Richards is played with the respect it commanded, and Tector plays it back to the bowler, and once again we have an absolutely gorgeous day here at Chelmsford, in marked contrast to most of the weather in which cricket has been played up to this point.
Absolutely right. The second and third jumpers have been dispatched. In fact, there are sleeveless shirts even. It's that warm.
Richards balls to Tector, and Tector has pulled this ball into the onside. It's
Dropped.
at backward square leg. It was a decent attempt to get there. Can't quite see who that is in the distance there at the moment.
It's Ishan Kali,
Ah, thank you.
who was round the corner, and you can see how disappointed Jamal Richards was. That would have been a big wicket if they had managed to get rid of Harry Tector this early on. Took on the short ball and just couldn't cling on to it. Diving to his left, managed to get both hands on the ball, but just couldn't cling on as his body hit the ground.
So Richards unlucky not to have a fourth wicket. Now bowls again, and that's a wayward delivery down leg side. And the batsman pulls at the ball but doesn't make contact. So more it is his own strikers, the batsman having taken a single from the previous delivery. 46 for 3, replying to 343 all out. But Richards, he will have deliberately have been saving the ball that was dropped, the delivery from which the ball was dropped, hoping to tempt Tector into an indiscretion. And the plan worked perfectly, but sadly the execution in terms of the fieldsman didn't. Next ball is played up to short mid-wicket, and there is no run, so 46 for 3.
That was impressive. There was that wild ball previously down the leg side. That was obviously the angry ball after seeing the catch dropped, but the last delivery we have seen, he's put it behind him and he's right back on the money again, which is always a good thing to see in a bowler. Get over it and carry on.
Absolutely. Here he is now. Bowls to Moore. Stabbed into the offside, but straight to mid-off, so no question of a run there. Another useful over from the impressive Jamal Richards, and Ireland, they've added 7 runs so far this morning, lost 1 wicket, should have lost 2, should have had 1 run fewer therefore as well, because a run ensued from the drop catch, and impressive start from both of these bowlers. Actually, they've both given the batsmen plenty to think about, and Ireland still 297 behind with a lot to do. Absolutely
right. You feel for Richards on that in that last over. He should have had a wicket maiden. As it is, only 1 is added. He's still got fabulous figures, and that is a thickish outside edge from Tector, but perfectly safely played out into the point region. There is no run. It intrigued the slips, all of whom made the ooh sound as they realised that the edge was possibly in play.
Have you got a spare scorecard under the
I
one?
do.
Oh, that'd be lovely. Thank you very much. Not having been here yesterday, I didn't get one. Thank you.
I should have passed it over earlier. I apologise.
Not to worry, not at all.
Adair is in once again, and that is wide and going wider. Certainly the ball is still moving a little for Adair, but that almost moved beyond the white line that signifies a possible wide. But on this occasion, because it is red ball cricket, it won't be called as such by the umpire.
It was literally going straight into Nick Brown's hands at first slip had Buttleman not intervened. It was that wide.
It really was. It was a Harmison in the Ashes. As in again, this is a much better ball. And has it been held? I think it has. I think it's a brilliant catch. And Harry Tector, who survived the last over, has not survived this one. It's been snaffled by Rymel in the slip cordon. A brilliant, brilliant reaction catch, because the ball came very fast off the Tector bat from that delivery from Adair. But Tector doesn't make the most of his good luck being dropped on 3, because he hasn't been dropped on 4, and the score is now 46 for 4. Adair has his first wicket. It was a lovely delivery once again, squaring up the batter, and I think via a second a juggle, Rymel eventually held on to it. We'll just have a little look now. Oh, it's a staggering catch. Literally, second slip was diving almost in front of him. He put down the left hand as cool as you like and just plucked the ball out of the air. Superb catch. No wonder he's being congratulated by everybody still. that's one of those magic ones that if it sticks, boy does it look good.
Brilliantly described by yourself, Guy. That really was, just as you say. I suppose the modern expression, a vulgar one, is a worldie. But it really was quite exceptional, and there probably aren't many first team slip fielders who would have managed to hold on to that. He's a young lad with terrific reactions, and as you say, he did it with such nonchalance, and the batsman, no argument, just walked straight off. Saw exactly what had happened, but it was a good delivery, let it be said. I mean, he really got the better of the batsman and leaving him and taking the edge. As we see it, I think a chance to see it yet again, but it's great to see such good cricket here, and yeah, I mean, it's you can see the slip fielder next to Rymel thinking he's going to have to take it or make a last-ditch attempt to dive behind Rymel, who sort of almost nonchalantly says, "Oh, no sweat, mate. I can take that." Great to see, fabulous bit of slip catching.
And a fourth wicket down for Ireland as Adair is in again, and now we have, I think is it Paul Stirling? It is Paul Stirling,
yeah,
who played in a magnificent win for his side, Warwickshire against Leicestershire in the T20 last night, but I think he got 5 from 7 deliveries in that magnificent victory, so he shouldn't be overtired this morning.
No, Ireland couldn't half do with him to make some runs here now. They've got so bogged down, they need his aggression.
Adair is in to Stirling, who lets that one go outside off stump. He is such a wonderful bat to watch when he gets going, Paul Stirling. So while the crowd will be thinking, yes, we'd like an Essex win, I think a brisk 50 from Paul Stirling would also entertain the troops who are in the ground today.
Very much so, for the good of the game. And there's no reason, bearing in mind how the ball will have come onto the bat for Robin Dash yesterday, there's no reason why he shouldn't be in his element once he's played himself in.
Adair in once again, and that again squares up the batter, on this case Paul Stirling. He has to wear that one, but he gets away with it, and a superb over on this occasion by Mark Adair. He's finally made the breakthrough that he was looking for, a wicket, taking a wicket of one of his regular teammates, and a big one as well, because Harry Tector, if he gets in, can be a very dangerous batsman indeed. But Ireland struggling a little bit on 46 for 4, and remember, Essex made 343. I suppose the lead is now under 300, but that's about all you can say for it.
Yeah, quite right, Guy. Let it be said, the reason Ireland, I described them as being bogged down, is absolutely outstanding bowling from both Jamal Richards and Mark Adair. Mark Adair, Irishman, of course. The other 4 members of the Irish squad of 15, not in their chosen 11, are playing for Essex here. And it's Jamal Richards, who is authentic Essex, bowls, and the ball is played down to mid-on for no run, 46 for 4, but there's hardly been anything for the batsman to hit so far today. Really has been excellent bowling from these 2 bowlers, and backed up by one absolutely sensational catch. Richards, 3 slips and a leg slip, plus a shortish mid-wicket, bowls. This ball's nicely played. That was a poorer delivery, not a rank bad one, but it was short outside off stump and just about to disappear over the cover boundary. Nicely played there by Peter Moore, who moves along to 28. The score belts the 50 up, 50 for 4, and it's taken them to the 23rd over.
No, it's been hard work, but that was a nice way to bring up the 50. And good work too, you have to say, by PJ Moore, who has watched the wickets tumble at the other end. He's seen 4 go while he has survived at times. But the batting, as I say, yesterday got easier as the ball got older, and we may see the same today as well.
Very likely indeed. I think Guy, as this ball takes the batsman on the pad, but going well down leg side, and they get a leg by, 51 for 4, and for the first time today, we've seen a bit of a wayward over from Richards. Maybe he's just getting a little bit tired. He's certainly a sort of bowler that you'd like to see used in short, sharp spells rather than marathon spells. He's a strong lad, but always remember a point Don Topley, one of our BBC Essex cricket commentary team, made off the back of seeing his son Reece suffer a whole retinue really of stress fractures of the back. Come back to what he said in a moment. As Richards bowls, lovely delivery, nicely guided out to point, no run, 51 for 4, and Reece had been called up by the ECB to bowl at the England touring team in Australia in the nets, and they tried to make him bowl a lot quicker than he would normally do. I'm afraid they have an obsession with pace, oblivious to the fact that two guys who've got 1,200 wickets between them don't bowl at express pace, Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad. And Reece Topley had 2 years, you know, he couldn't get onto a cricket field, and here is Richards again, bowls. It's another good delivery, and Moore didn't know all that much about that, but it's gone down to long leg for a single, 52 for 4.
I take your point.
Sterling. Sorry, it's Sterling.
Ollie Stone is another bowler who has suffered from terrible back problems. I take your point that in England you don't need extreme pace. However, sometimes on some of the overseas tours I can see why England would like someone a little bit quicker, because certainly in Australia without at least one express bowler they have struggled on occasion.
However, the problem is, and we'll come back to it after this delivery from Richards, and that strays, I'm afraid, onto leg stump and has disappeared for 4. Much finer of the long leg, so probably time for a bowling change, I would think. But he's bowled thoroughly well until that over, 56 for 4, and that takes Moore along to 32. Sterling off the mark with a single from the previous delivery. And the point would be this: Don was saying, I mean, at the time Reece was about 19, and he was saying a young athlete doesn't fill his frame until he's at least 23 and ideally 25. So yeah, you want your quick bowler. For me, when you get a Jofra Archer, you don't pitch him straight in and bowl him 36 overs in a day, which he did on one occasion.
New Zealand, yes, that was shocking. That
it was. We'll come back to that after this delivery, and at the end of this over we'll bring David Brett in.
Adair is in, and that shapes nicely back towards the stumps, but it started from wide enough outside that Sterling could leave it, but by the time it reached the wicket-keeper he hadn't had to move at all from being directly behind the stumps. So you can see why Adair, from his angle, thought it might have been a tad closer than perhaps it was in the real world, but it was a good delivery nonetheless, but well left by Sterling. 4 slips for Sterling at the moment. We also have a deepish point, short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. And Sterling has a one-handed post launch at that ball, almost after it had already passed his bat. It was a strange shot in many ways. I think it was more a token than an actual attempt.
Yeah, just going back to the point we were making. So instead of doing what they've done with Jofra Archer, who may never now have a test career, they need to let players develop first and then get the best of them from mid-20s onward.
Adair is in again, and this is a good ball, just short of a length. But Sterling plays pretty well in the end. The ball squirts out into the offside, but perfectly safely. Yes, the Jofra Archer one was a most peculiar, because when he was 4 years ago, when he played in the Ashes series and was so magnificent, all the talk was he has to bowl in short bursts, he has to bowl in short bursts, and then there was some change, and when they went to New Zealand they just flogged the life out of him, and Adair is in once again, and that is short and wide, and Sterling, with a very little backlift, just plunders 4 runs. It is a super shot and lovely timing, crash through the covers for 4, and Sterling moves on to 5.
Lovely shot from Sterling. The first real shot of the day where you could say, oh yeah, now things are beginning to happen. And like Richards before him, Adair, has also rather lost his line and length that had been so good previously, and I think a bit of a hint that we'll probably have a couple of bowling changes very shortly.
Yeah, they're both bowled 4 overs. This is the 4th over for Adair, so they might give both of them a 5th. We'll see what happens. But Adair is in again, and this time Sterling watches as it lands a good 2 feet outside off stump and continues on that line to the wicket keeper. And it's an easy leave as far as the batter is concerned. He's just having a little look around to see who is where.
So, last ball of the over coming up, and I shall make way for David Brett. Look forward to rejoining you at midday.
Thank you very much indeed. As oh, this is a much better delivery from Adair, and this beats poor Sterling outside off stump. He did prod forward, and the ball just went away a touch enough to ensure that he was beaten, and lucky not to edge it through. Lovely delivery by Adair. After a couple of loose deliveries in that over, he was right on the money to finish his 4th and the 8th over that we have seen so far this morning. Jamal Richards is to continue and have a 5th over despite a slightly loose 4th. Delighted to say after Paul Newton has a break that David Brett is putting on the headphones and is alongside me. And morning, David.
Morning, Guy. Morning, everyone. How are you?
Very well, very well. The poor cameraman in front of us has just put up an umbrella right in front of Jamal Richards' run-up. Never mind. We can see the end of his run-up, which is the important bit.
That one's down the leg side, taken by the wicketkeeper. Batsman didn't get anything on it. Ireland are 60 for 4, and they're struggling a bit this morning.
They are. In this, I think mainly because the bowling has been so good. The pressure has been on. 2 wickets obviously have fallen, and it is going to be interesting to see how they bounce back from here. But they've got plenty of batting to come, and
as Richards in again, bowls full. It's clipped off the pads. There's a fielder down at long leg who'll pick that up, and Ireland will get a run for it. 61 for 4.
Yeah, can you ask him to do anything?
I'm going to try and get that umbrella moved for you, Guy.
oh, don't worry, I'm fine. I'd rather he didn't get sunburnt.
If you could shift it to the other side, that'd be handy. But it is where it is for the moment. So Richards back at the top of his mark. Number 87 on his back. He's got 3 slips. He's got a leg slip as well. Man at mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off and point as he bowls full and straight. And that's defended back down the pitch. And there is no run. 61 for 4. Yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle for Ireland this morning. Haven't quite got going. Paul in deep negotiations with the cameraman.
But he can't get sunburnt, so I think I'd rather stand up. So.
Richards just tossing the ball between his hands. It is a beautiful day, still when the wind picks up though, a little bit nippy. And Richards in, bowls just outside the off stump, that's well guided down. Can't get it round the man at 3rd slip, who tumbles to his right hand side. And there is no run. 61 for 4.
Looks as if other bowlers are now warming up. I'm trying to see. I think that might be Matthew Foster or George Dockrell, who's now stretching a leg and getting ready to possibly take part in proceedings.
Richards up the slope bowls, and that's on the leg side. It's rattled into the thigh pad, I think, of Sterling, who doesn't get a run. It's picked up by the man at short leg, and it's a dot ball. 61 for 4. Yeah, so when the breeze picks up, it is still a bit nippy out there.
Yeah, that north wind, although we have the bright sunshine, and
might have to go to the car to get me a jumper after my stint. I notice you've got 2-3 layers on?
I got 2 layers. 2 layers. Yeah, no, I learnt my lesson yesterday.
Richards bowls a big swing by Sterling. Doesn't make any contact whatsoever. And he goes through to the wicketkeeper. And that is the end of the over, and probably the end of Jamal Richards' stint this morning. It's 61 for 4. We've had 24 overs of the Ireland innings.
No, I think that's exactly right. That is the case. He took his cap. There was a smattering of applause as well from the fans. So a good 5-over burst from the young man this morning. Another wicket to add to the 2 last night. So he has the figures at the moment of 11 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 31. Welcome to first class cricket. And what a good start you have made, Jamal Richards. Adair is to have his 5th over as well. He's bowled nicely this morning, and he gets another little poke at that one from Moore, who manages to survive being beaten outside the off stump again. And Adair is getting this lovely late movement and just getting the batsman prodding outside off stump. But on this occasion, as in all the previous ones, the ball beats the bat rather than clips it. But Adair will be enjoying this spell at the moment. Interesting, these two have switched ends from last night, but bowling perhaps even better than they did last evening. Hayes close ends this morning for Adair. This is played up to mid-on, comfortably on this occasion, or relatively comfortably, by PJ Moore.
BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. Makes the day go quicker.
Goes fast. This is good cricket.
Yeah.
As Adair is in once again. Watching very watchfully is Peter Moore, known as PJ to his friends, and this time he does get the bat out of the way, but again it's there or thereabouts in the corridor where the uncertainty lurks. And on this occasion it goes through to the wicket keeper. And again, Moore has to set himself, get concentrated. He's played ODIs and tests for Zimbabwe before switching to Ireland. Oh, and this is a big shout for LBW because it's a full. He pitched that full, it dipped in, and Adair understandably looks slightly forlorn that wasn't given. It'd be interesting to watch this one again. And I think the batter is relatively, well, he'll be quite pleased about that one, I think, that he survived it, because the old expression, I've seen them given, would certainly match that particular criteria, because that was a super delivery. In once again, and now there's a wide, he just drives at a wideish one, but it's a thickish outside edge. But even with 4 slips, it goes wide of all of them, and is in fact 4 runs, so insult to injury, really.
Yeah, absolutely. It was upish, but the gap between third slip and backward point looks like Paul's threats have done their job, because our cameraman has just shifted the umbrella to the other side. Should be able to see a tiny bit more now.
I just hope he doesn't get too much sun. I'm worried. Yeah. Anyway, there we are. We are where we are with. Let's hope everything's all right. And that's a lovely delivery, and he has squared him up. And I have to say that Adair, well, he was owed that one. There was only so long that Moore could keep edging, playing and missing, and this time he has been squared up. The edge has flown to the slips, and the wicket has finally fallen, and Adair sees Dockrell on this occasion, his Irish teammate, take the catch at second slip and ensure that he has a second wicket in what is probably his final over. And Moore, who has battled, you have to say he really has given his all, finally falls. 37 from 79 deliveries. And Ireland are 65 for 5.
Yeah, in all sorts of trouble here. Yeah, he's bowled really well this morning, Adair, hasn't he? He's got some bounce out of the pitch as well. certainly asking questions of the batsman, and Moore rode his luck a little bit in that earlier in that over, and that ball just had his name on it. Excellent delivery, nice take as well by Dockrell in the slips.
Yeah, so
Ball was caught by George Dockrell as the bowling of Marketeer for 37.
I think Mark Adair has his bowled better this morning than he probably bowled last evening, so he'll be delighted with his form. Ireland will have mixed feelings about it. It's good to see that he's coming into form ahead of the Test match, but if he keeps getting out the batters that they actually need to do the business at Lord's next week, possibly less useful.
Coming on the ball now from the River End, Matthew Foster.
So Matthew Foster is on for Ireland, bowling from the River End. A late replacement for the injured Conor Alford in the Irish squad. He's played 3 first-class matches. It would be his debut if he plays at Lord's for Ireland in a Test match, well, in any form of the cricket. So he is away again now. It's full pitched on middle stump, and Sterling plays it in a Sterling way out into the leg side with minimum fuss, and they trot through for 2 very easy runs, but Sterling made that shot look quite easy. Apologies, I've just been rattling on. When
Not a problem at all.
I should have been shutting up and letting David carry on.
Not a problem at all. Keep going.
No, I'm done now.
4 slips in. Foster, obviously playing for Essex in this match. He turns to running now. Beautiful clear blue skies above us. And his right arm over to the rounded back. Short and wide, that's crashed away. That should have been 4, and it's going to plug actually. It's going to slow up. That should have been 4 really. It was sitting up nicely there to be hit. He just got the toe into the bat. It's gone wide of mid-off. They run through for a couple of runs, and the score moves to 69 for 5. But a bit of a loose delivery, that one from Foster. The batsman just having a word with the umpire here. I think he's just snipping something off his bat. Some running repairs.
Yes, poor umpires having to carry nail clippers and everything to cope with what comes at them.
Foster. Bowls fuller this time, all thick inside edge of the bat, and Sterling looks to the skies. He thinks he probably should have got a boundary for that, driving away through the offside, but completely miscued it. It ends up rolling along the floor to the man at mid-on, who's Jamal Richards, and there's no run.
We saw this a little bit yesterday. You do have to get in on this wicket. Once you're in, it's fine, and people were scoring rapidly, but it took them a while to get set.
It can be a dangerous batsman, Paul Sterling. Foster bowls shorter, wider this time, and that's carved away. That should definitely be 4. That's going to race away square of the wicket on the offside. 73 for 5, so he cashes in this time to Sterling. Paul's been in touch, BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. He says he's watching online just before he goes to work tonight. He's asked, do we think Richards will get in the first team and maybe England one day? I mean, I suspect he will get a chance in the first team. The problem with the Essex bowling attack in the first team is very settled, and they've got some exceptional bowlers.
Yeah, he needs an international call-up or an injury, really, doesn't he? But yes, he could bowl for Essex, I think, very comfortably. The next step up, that would be more interesting.
3 slips in now as Foster moves up to the stumps. He bowls full again, aiming at the pads of Sterling, who defends this away into the leg side, and Richards does the fielding again. 74 for 5. But certainly from what I've seen, there's a lot of talent there.
Oh, absolutely, and he can bat as well. So he has all those things that are being looked for more and more by the powers that be. A bowler who can bat as well is a massive plus.
Foster kicking his heels up to the stumps now, bowls, and it's full again, and Sterling equal again to it. This time he defends it away into the offside, and another dot ball. 74 for 5.
Yeah, he's bowling much better as this over progresses, a bit short and loose early on, understandably, the old loosener, but now he's pitching it up and finding the right line. At the moment, Sterling, who doesn't treat many bowlers around the world with much respect, is having to do so on this occasion.
Foster in again. bowls as Sterling comes down the wicket. He tries to pull that away down the leg side, an appeal from behind, half an appeal from the bowler, but the umpire's not interested. But he started to walk down the wicket towards Foster there, almost got himself tucked up, tried to whip the ball around the leg side, didn't get anything on it, and it was taken by the wicket-keeper. And that's the end of the over, 74 for 5, Sterling on 13.
Yeah, it's a strange one, wasn't it? In fact, and to make matters worse, that awful rank ball that was smashed before, I've also seen was actually a no ball as well. So, but the over definitely improved, and Sterling, you can see, is just getting a little frustrated. He wants to impose himself on this, as he has done so often in Irish colours in all formats. 148 one-day internationals and 124 T20 internationals for his country. He's done stints, of course, in most of the short format white ball leagues around the world. And I think it's Adair to continue. And that is played nicely up to mid-on. There is no run. Adair being given a good workout. This is his 6th over so far this morning. But I'm sure it would have all been checked. Do you want to carry on? Don't want to over bowl you. There's a good give and take between Essex and Ireland for this match. Adair in once again, and this is on or around middle and leg, but only just over pitched, and that is an absolutely terrific shot by the new batsman. What a way to get off the mark by Lorcan Tucker, the wicket-keeper batter for Ireland, who came in at the fall of the last wicket. He just really did whip that ball away superbly. It wasn't far off. I didn't think it was that over-pitched or down the leg side, but it was treated like a full leg stump half volley by Lorcan Tucker. And Adair goes back to a serious polishing of the ball before he attempts the next delivery. And that is again nicely bowled, but well played by Lorcan Tucker, slightly on the up. He would have kept mid-wicket interested for a second or two, but it was nicely placed between mid-wicket and mid-on, and they can go through for an easy single, which brings Paul Sterling onto strike, and Lorcan Tucker has looked more comfortable than most. Though in the recent test matches he batted really well, got 289 runs, average is over 48, got 150, so he is in form. Wide, cut away, disdainfully really, by Sterling. It was there to be hit. It was a half tracker and it was wide, and Sterling was on it very quickly indeed. Adair won't want to watch this again. Sterling might, and that is absolutely bludgeoned to the boundary. 4 more. He's fun when he gets going.
Yeah, can be a very, very destructive batsman.
And he's scoring it under a run a ball at the moment, which is quite rare for Paul Sterling, and that is why, because every so often he gets a really good delivery from Adair, which he has to treat with respect, and that was just short of a length, and he had to keep the eye over the ball and play the defensive shot, which he did very nicely. Essex continue to attack, 4 slips still.
Well, they're in a good position at the moment, aren't they?
Well, yes, they have a lead of 260 and Ireland are 5 down, so yeah, you can afford the extra slips. Adair in again, and that squirts off a thickish inside edge to mid-wicket. Sterling was obviously attempting the defensive shot into the covers, but a little bit of movement again from Adair. Be interesting to see whether that's it for him. He's now bowled 6 overs off the reel this morning. He has figures of 2 for 33 from his 11 overs, which is decent bowling in anyone's book. Sterling and Tucker are having a word. David Brett will take you through the next over.
Yeah, a few people starting to dribble in. Bank holiday weekend and all that. I suppose quite a few people will be jetting off to even sunnier climes.
Good figures those, Richards and Adair. 3 for 31, 2 for 33. They've both bowled 11 overs. Good work.
So, Foster just waiting for Tucker to take his guard. 3 slips, a point, a cover and a mid-off on the offside as Adair bowls. Tucker down the pitch, crashes into the pad as he tries to whip it away through the leg side. He's walked down to a few deliveries now. I'm just wondering if the ball's moving about a little bit out there, forcing the batsman to come forward to try and negate some of the swing.
Yeah, and I think Lorcan Tucker's come out here with a plan, isn't he? He's not going to go down as... he'll hung for a sheep as a lamb.
As this next delivery is turned away off the pads. Leg byes? Or it's going to be a run? It's going to be a leg bye, I
It's going
think.
to be a leg bye, yeah.
And down towards long leg for a single. 84 for 5. Breeze picks up again. And of course, while this match is going on, I've got a T20 Blast competition that's going on as well. And as Foster moves in again, right arm over to the right-handed bat. That's pulled away in the air. It's not quite tight, it's high. There's a fielder chasing underneath it, but he's not going to get there. And the ball lands safely in no man's land between about 2 or 3 fielders. But mistimed that one from Tucker, but he gets a single for it. Correction, sorry, the Paul Sterling, and he gets a single for it. 85 for 5. Got away with that one. Not in control of that at all.
No, they're both batters are looking really to wrest back the initiative at the moment, but are struggling to do so.
Foster, as the 3 slips go down, bowls. Oh, that takes the pad. Inside edge onto pad, I think, down towards the man at 3rd slip. And there's no run. But again, Tucker looking to get down the pitch to Foster. There we go.
Yes, I was just wondering, because I know Paul Newton needs to be back on for 12 o'clock, so
He'll be
I was
back down,
just
yeah.
looking around to see where he was. Apologies, that was rather a dramatic turn around. I can understand why you were concerned.
Foster skipping along the turf again, up to the stumps. Bowls full and wide outside the off-stump. Drive from Tucker, but it's straight to the man at mid-off. And there is no run. It's fine. Paul likes to keep us all on our toes.
Okay,
so
quite right.
he'll come in at 11:59 and 59 seconds.
Oh, he's come in and he's gone out again.
Foster turns in again. Bowls to Tucker again down the pitch. Oh, a big swing and a miss. Almost cleaned him up. That was straight through the gate, that one. Taken well, actually, down to the left-hand side by the wicketkeeper. But those stumps almost got rearranged there. Lucky to get away with that one, Tucker. He's on 5, Sterling's on 18, and Ireland wobbling at 85 for 5.
Yeah, I can't quite work out what the game plan is here. You're 85 for 5. You need to spend time at the crease. You want to bat for a bit before you get to Lords and you're facing the England attack. I think I'd be taking a little more care of my wicket at the moment, but maybe this is the game plan, to attack and hit them out of the attack. That was the final over for Mark Adair. After that excellent spell, 2 for 31 from his 11 overs. Curtis Campher now comes in to the attack from the Hayes close end. Born in Johannesburg. His father was from Ireland, or his father's family originally from Ireland, so he qualifies, and that is sharp, and that squirts off a thick outside edge from the batter, who survives, but decent delivery first up on that particular occasion. But Paul Sterling does enough to keep it out. Again, this is a little brisker than we've seen so far. He's not the biggest man in the world, but he does generate some pace. This is played up to mid-on, and there is no run. The ball is getting quite a buffing at the moment as it is polished properly by Ishin Kali, who will probably also be coming into the attack before too much longer. And that one actually moves away from the batter, but starting from wide enough outside off stump that Sterling could leave it most comfortably. He just can't seem to impose himself yet on the bowlers, Paul Sterling. There are gaps in the field, but at the moment pressure is on from Essex. And that is just bunted up into the mid-wicket region, and both Jamal Richards at mid-wicket and mid-on would have been interested for a little while because it was played uppishly and without real conviction from the batter, but Paul Sterling survives, and actually they go through for a very easy single in the end as well.
Yes, slightly fortunate to get away with that one as well. 2 miscued shots in the last 2 overs.
York and Tucker will now face Curtis Camphor, and that is nicely played between those men at mid-wicket and mid-on. This time altogether more traditionally, all along the ground, nicely dinked into the leg side, and they go through for a rather more conventional single. There's still a decent first over of the day from Curtis Camphor, who bowled 2 overs last night. In again, and well, Sterling kept his bat in the same place and the ball almost moved around it to be taken by the wicket keeper, so I'll give the batsman the benefit of the doubt on this one, but it was a super way for him to finish that over. I'm guessing that Paul Newton will want to come and take over. I will take my rest for a moment and leave you in the capable hands of Mr. Bailey and Mr. Brett, and I'll be back at some stage, I imagine, before lunch.
Thanks, Guy. Pleasure. And not missing much on the outfield here. Players are have a drinks break in the sunshine. It's been a good morning session though for Essex. 3 wickets to the good, and still only 87 runs on the board for Ireland, still 256 runs behind. Paul Newton, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dave. And as you say, good morning's cricket with some wonderful typical blows of aggression from Paul Sterling, who Essex supporters have so often seen representing Middlesex here, and never one to hide behind the bushes when it comes to playing his shots. He's added some much needed aggression to the Irish approach. For quite a while this morning they were bogged down, but they've certainly haven't been bogged down in the last half hour. They've lost another wicket though. Just recapping the wickets to fall this morning. First to go, resuming at 38 for 2, replying to Essex's 343, was night watchman Graham Hume. Out to the last ball, the very first over, just strangled down leg side, flicking at a ball and caught by Buttleman off Jamal Richards, who at that stage had all 3 wickets to fall for 9. That was 39 for 3. One of the Irishmen playing for Essex, Mark Adair, has bagged the 2 subsequent wickets. A miraculous catch at third slip by Josh Rymel saw the back of the promising and dangerous Harry Tector off the bowling of Adair, who bowled thoroughly well, moving the ball both ways for 4. That was 46 for 4. And the ball, second slip, was beginning to dive behind third slip in anticipation of going for a ball that was flying low. And the Rymel just casually stuck a left hand down at third slip, took the catch and looked behind at his colleague as if to say, what are you doing then? Brilliant catch. And then most recently, Peter Moore's resistance, which had been considerable, ended when he was the 5th man to go, having opened the innings last night. Another good catch, but not quite in the rhyme or class, by George Dockel of Markadare for 37. That was in the 26th over at 65 for 5. They're just having a drinks break, but we're about to get going again. And this current 6-wicket pair have taken Ireland along to 87 for 5.
So, Foster is going to continue from the river end. And Tucker, the batsman, just retaking his guard after the drinks break. Just the 2 slips in this time for Tucker, who's been advancing down the pitch at the bowlers, suggesting there might be some movement going on there. Here comes Foster. Tucker turns his way into the leg side, back of a length, and there's no run. 87 for 5, 30 overs gone.
A few thoughts perhaps over the next half hour, Dave, on Essex 6 championship matches into the season. How do you think they're going?
Well, a lot of draws, but I think all but one of those heavily rain affected.
Yeah.
Foster up to the stumps, bowls full down the leg side. That's going to be 4. Is it going to be buys or runs?
Or leg buys?
Yeah, leg buys. 4 leg buys. The score goes to 91 for 5. Yeah, so from that point of view, it's been a bit difficult. Same old problem really. Essex have struggled to get runs on the board in the first innings, haven't they? Which has sort of been their issue for a number of years now. They tend to bat better in the second innings. Bowling attack's really good. You know, Harmer's taking wickets on pitches that may not necessarily suit him this time of year, as this next delivery is just defended back down the pitch. I think it's just wrapped the batsman actually on the inner thigh pad. He's just walked off to short leg to dance that one off.
What's puzzled me, Dave, I don't know if you've had the same feeling. For years, Essex have thrived on 3 quick bowlers, rotating around Simon Harmer. They've gone in with an extra bowler this year. Do they really need him? And surely they're a batsman short.
Yeah, as Foster moves in again, that's full, driven, that's thick inside edge into the leg side, and there is no run. 91 for 5. Yeah, I think Anthony McGrath's brought it up in a couple of interviews, hasn't he, that they've decided to go with the extra bowler this time. It's left it up to the top 6 batsmen to score the runs. Hasn't quite worked so far.
And it does mean as good a player as Paul Walter may be getting a bit restless not getting in the team.
Foster full down the leg side again, and that one's taken by the wicket-keeper. Batsman can't get anything on it this time. 91 for 5. Yes.
But of course, I think particularly, Dave, I mean, Essex always seem to lose at Edgbaston. They just, for whatever reason, they never play their best cricket there. And of course, they went in with an out-of-form Michael Pepper coming in as wicket-keeper batsman as early as number 6.
Foster bowls full. That's turned away into the leg side. It's fielded at mid-wicket. And there's no run. 91 for 5, and I think got a jumper coming on from one of the Ireland playing staff. I think Paul Sterling's going to, put a jumper on. It goes to show you just the sun's a bit deceiving out there, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the real point is the wind is in the east, which means the wind is coming off the North Sea, which would only be 40-50 miles from here. Where I live, which is the other side of Colchester, it's closer still. It's only about 15 miles. So yes, we've got this wonderful weather, but it doesn't mean to say it's pure shirt sleeve weather, because the breeze is quite a chilly one.
Yes, definitely. And Paul Sterling has called for the long sleeve jumper. So we've just got another delay as he puts his helmet back on.
And T20, how do you think Essex will do?
Well, hopefully they'll kick on. Did they make the quarter-finals last year?
Yes, I think they did, yes, Old Trafford.
That's right, yeah, they got beaten quite heavily as far as
They did, they just didn't get going that night at all.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm assuming Das will play. They'll put a lot of the youngsters in, won't they?
Yeah, hopefully Paul Walter will play, because he's just as good at white ball as he's at red, and he's very good at both for my money. As for his start of a new over, and it's stabbed away to backward point by Sterling. 19 off 31 deliveries, 91 for 5, and Camphor, the bowler.
Yeah, I reckon they should be able to make the playoffs.
Yep.
If as and when they actually start the competition.
Have they, I'm not aware, have Essex signed any overseas player from T20?
I don't think so.
Camphor on his way again. Bowls, oh, and that's a good delivery. And that has the beating of Sterling, now resplendent in pullover. And played at that little foot movement, not that he ever does move the feet that much, and moved away off the pitch. Good bowling.
No, and Harmer should be around all summer.
Yeah.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Next delivery. It's played down to mid-off. There's no run there. And Ireland gradually trying to recover from 65 for 5 and 91 for 5.
Guys, just remind us that Daniel Sams is the overseas player. Sorry, we should have known
Oh, of
that.
course, yes. Yes, thank you for that. Guy I'd completely forgotten. Had a reasonable season. One particularly outstanding innings. Couldn't replicate it subsequently last year. Bowls as well, of course, as this ball is played for 2 runs through mid-wicket. Jamal Richards will retrieve. Just almost lazily played off the pads there by Sterling. Moves him along to 21. 93 for 5.
Obviously, Surrey off to an absolute flyer
They
this
are.
season.
The irony is, Essex's best performance this season was against Surrey, and they might well, but for the weather, have been able to beat the old enemy. Near 100 first innings lead. Camphor, Hayes close end bowls, tends to bowl off cutters. He did get one to move away though, earlier in the over. This one ends up at point and there's no run. 93 for 5, and that makes Ireland exactly 250 behind.
Yeah, speaking of which, I just reading about Sean Abbott's fastest equalling 100 in the T20 off 34 balls.
That's some going. Here is Camphor. Bowls and keeps a little bit low. Steered into the offside by Sterling. Point runs round to prevent a run. The over ends at 93 for 5, 250 behind. And actually, looking at the Surrey lineup, there's a lot of names we're not familiar with in it, but it doesn't make any difference. They just seem to pluck these players almost off trees.
Yeah, they're a bit of a machine at the moment, aren't they? Alex Stewart's done a fine job there.
Has brilliant job. And those familiar with our commentaries will know that the road passes right behind our box here. Literally within 30 or so yards, and so any of the emergency vehicles that go past are going to sound very close indeed, for the very good reason they are.
So Foster is going to continue from the river end as Bird just swoops down in front of the commentary box. Foster, right arm over to the right-handed Tucker. Stays in his crease this time, defends away into the offside, and there's no run. 93 for 5 in the 33rd over of the Ireland innings.
Yes, you wonder how in the Irish camp they're sort of looking forward, in inverted commas, to facing a possible attack of Bazball next week. How will they cope? They may cope very well. They've taken England by surprise in the past in these contests.
Foster, back of a length. Oh, that cuts the batsman in half. Goes right through to the wicketkeeper. He's trying to drive away through the offside. It's gone in between bat and thigh pad and through to the wicketkeeper. And there's no run. Yes, it almost caused a huge upset, didn't they, the last time?
Very much so. Great spirit, I'm sure, in the side. Whether the spirit would survive an absolute thwacking from England if they ever sort of play in the way we know they can do now.
Foster up to the stumps, bowls down the leg side, and there's no run. Still 93 for 5. Yeah, well, England have got their own issues as well, haven't they? Ben Stokes still looks injured, and few of the batsmen have been out of the IPL, haven't they? Not had much game time.
No, that's right. May well be a good time to play England, actually, if there is such a thing. I certainly think England have got a terrific chance in the Ashes.
Foster up to the stumps again. Tucker does come out of his crease this time. Comes a fair way down, actually, and defends that out to the offside. And there's no run. Yep. I'd be surprised if Chris Wokes doesn't play on in the Ireland Test match.
Yeah, Thursday, yep.
I don't think he'll make the Ashes team, but I suspect he might play on Thursday.
Yeah.
And equally, I'll be surprised if James Anderson plays. Here comes Foster again down the pitch, and that's a big wafting drive. It's not gone where he was looking to play it. It's gone for 4 down through mid-wicket, but he was trying to drive through the offside there, but he got enough of it, and that's gone over the boundary rope for 4 runs. 97 for 5.
Yes, I mean, I think when it comes to the Ashes, not sure Smith is quite what he was. We know Labuschagne is, well, world rated number 1. But if England can get him reasonably early, I'm not too convinced the backup from Australia is all that great, or that some of their key bowlers are all that fit.
Foster digs this one in all again. It cuts the batsman in half. Oh, it's gone through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run to finish over. Decent final delivery, that one. 97 for 5. I did notice they've got 3 batsmen in the... I don't know how they compile the rankings, but they've got 3 batsmen in the top 10 of the world. I think Travis Head, Labuschagne and Smith are all in the top 10.
Yeah, no, it's a fair point. But equally, in English conditions, England have got in Anderson Broad, you know, the highest rated wicket-taking pair in history, so I think they're going to have plenty to say. Should be a fantastic contest, let it be said. Be very interesting to see if Harry Brook can continue his amazing start of last year, because he's one heck of a player with apparently no fear whatsoever.
He struggled out in the IPL as well, hasn't he?
Yeah. Tell you what, there's been some interesting bowling here today, because nearly everybody we've seen bowl has proved an ability to move it both ways, and so we've seen some attacking shots lately, but also ball beating back quite regularly as Camper's in bowls. That's a lovely shot for 4 off the back foot, and when Paul Sterling hits a ball with minimum backlift, you know that if it's not straight at the fielder, it's going to be 4 runs.
Yes.
He hits it with total conviction, and that is the 100 up for Ireland, hence the extra applause. It's taken them 33.1 overs, and Paul Sterling has 25 of those, and 10 to Lorcan Tucker. Campers in, bowls, keeps a bit low. Sterling, who doesn't really move the feet, normally I say much, but on this case not at all. And so he didn't get particularly near to a ball that was about a foot outside off stump, and the score remains 101 for 5.
Still got the 4 slips in, which is good to see. Still on the attack, Nick Brown.
Yeah, Nick Brown alone on the Essex side of the more experienced brigade. There are, of course, 4 Irishmen as well in the Essex side, as gobbledygook as that might sound. This ball's played to Jamal Richards at mid-wicket for no run by Sterling, because Ireland brought a squad of 15, and Essex acceded to the Irish request that the 4 who weren't in the Irish 11 would play for Essex to get them practice, and I think that's fair enough, and it's making a decent game of it. And Camphor is in. Bowls, that's a long way outside off stump, and Sterling leaves that to Will Buttleman, and score remaining at 101 for 5. I'm not quite sure what the follow-on number is in this particular match, whether there's a special rule or whether it's 150. Probably 150, I would think. So that would make 184 needed, if I'm right in thinking that. Or wait a minute, no, I think I've got that wrong. I think it's 194 would be needed. 194. Camphor's in. Hayes close end bowls, and that's another lovely shot. May not quite reach the boundary this time, though it may do. Fielder absolutely herring after it, does brilliantly to knock it back in, and they settle for just the 2 runs there. and the score to 103 for 5 and Sterling to 27.
Yep, nice shot.
Was indeed, this time off the front foot on the drive. Previous one that went for 4 was off the back foot. Sterling came out in just shirt sleeves, but now with short sleeve pullover on. Places the next ball. Sterling plays it on its merits, solidly in behind an off cutter, and plays it to mid on. There's no run. End of the over. 343 Essex made yesterday, having been put into bat. Ireland in reply, 103 for 5. Itself a bit of a recovery from 65 for 5.
Yeah, a lot more work to do for them though. But I've got a pretty decent base with these two now. Sterling on 27, Tucker on 10. Essex will be wanting a breakthrough sooner rather than later. Can have a change of bowling at the river end. Who's coming on here? Or is it still Foster?
I think it's still Foster.
No, it's still Foster. My apologies. 2 slips in as Foster bowls to Tucker, who's on the back foot defending. That's a thick inside edge onto the pads, and it rolls out into the offside, and it's a dot ball.
He reminds me of sort of slightly smaller version of Derek Pringle, out Foster. Both are tall, both are broad-shouldered, and also I think there is a similarity in the way they sort of lope up to the wicket and rely a lot on their actual arm action.
Yep. Definitely some similarities there. Foster in again, bowls full, and batsman coming forward defends it down into the ground. It just dribbles out behind him in the offside. It's picked up in the slips, and there's no run.
Extraordinary character, actually, Derek Pringle. You know, I'm not sure I would say anyone in the Essex side over all the years that I've followed them would be particularly similar to Derek. He had a character all of his own, and very, very fine cricketer, let it be said.
Foster moving in, bowls back of the leg. Oh, that's pulled away viciously into the leg side. Is that 4 or 6?
6.
It's 6. It's gone all the way. That's a vicious blow, that one. Struck right out of the middle of the bat, smashed away into the leg side up towards the pavilion, and 6 runs to Ireland. The score moves to 109 for 5, and Tucker goes to 16.
Well, not a bad impersonation of Paul Sterling, really, because, and that's a compliment, because Sterling, you know, is a terrific hitter of a cricket ball, and that was beautifully picked up. He had one that went to the leg side boundary a couple of overs ago that wasn't totally where he was aiming it, as he pointed out at the time, but he was certainly aiming that exactly where it went, in the direction of the pavilion.
Foster in again, bowls full this time. That was driven out into the offside. It's fielded cover, and there's no run. 109 for 5. Irish flag just away to the right hand side, just billowing on the mast. A few substitute fielders dotted around the ground. Fairly healthy sized crowd. Certainly away to our right hand side. Forward down the leg side, that's clipped away. Is that going to be 4 as well? Where's that gone? Yes, it's a no ball as well. It's 6. Wow, he got all of it. Didn't quite realise how well he struck that. Didn't seem to put too much effort into it. He just cleared the boundary down at deep backward square leg.
50 partnership.
That's the 50 partnership up, and Ireland's starting to motor here on the counter attack. That's 115 for 5. They're starting to take a liking to these two bowlers.
Yeah, very much so. I think Nick Brown would be well advised to go for a bowling change. 116 for 5 all of a sudden. No ball as well, so 7 off the delivery.
Foster moves in again, and he bowls to Tucker. Oh, that's on the pads. Umpire says no, going down leg side.
I do slightly get the impression here, Dave, and it's just me and my evil thoughts, but with this being a tour match and a certain amount of give and take on both sides, we're not going to see a rash of LBW decisions. I think, you know, it perhaps has been fairly said, you know, make sure it's hitting all 3 if you're going to give anybody out, so that players, you know, the Irish boys want their lads to get a bit of experience here.
Foster in. It's running a little bit shorter. It doesn't really get up though, and it whacks Tucker on the pad. Going down leg side, so there's no appeal for LBW. In fact, he kicks the turf because he thinks he should have put that one away. But he misses out. It's a dot ball to end the over, 116 for 5.
Yeah, there was a ball from Mark Adair going back an hour that kept low and seemed to me to be arrowing for middle stump. And he was very put out. But I think perhaps he calmed down pretty quickly, and maybe he was slightly aware that, you know, LBWs were not going to be quite as readily upheld as would be in normal circumstances. As long as the rules are the same for both sides, doesn't bother me. And nothing worse actually than a game where all sorts of people are giving out LBW, and many of them not accurately so, as Campers in from the Hayes close end bowls, and Sterling guides this quite beautifully. Total lack of backlift. He's going to get 4 runs square on the offside, and he just stayed where he was, and I think it was a late decision that he made that just found the gap perfectly through the offside square. Beautiful bit of batting, 120 for 5, and that takes Sterling to 31.
Yeah, beautiful shot that one. 3 fielders chasing it as well. Couldn't get anywhere near it.
Camphor comes in again, bowls to Sterling. Sterling this time a little bit riskily. Has a sort of late change of mind. He was going to go for it big time, then slightly took the way off the shot. A little bit airborne, goes safely enough in the end to backward point, and there is no run.
.90 overs in the day.
As here comes Camphor again. Glorious day here at Chelmsford. As boys run down, and a chase here back towards the third man boundary. I'm just waiting to see out of my sight whether it has gone before. No, it's just 2 runs. Ball retrieved by Noah Thane, and score to 122 for 5.
Worth noting that the first innings are limited to 100 overs.
It is worth noting, yeah, I hadn't realised that. Among the many things I haven't realised. Here is Camphor, still with 3 slips. Bowls, this was a little bit edgy, goes to Thane at backward point. There's no run, 122 for 5, and in some ways there is some benefit from not realising too much, because of course there are several changes to the normal rules in this game, so the fewer assumptions you make that you know, the way you normally judge things in the county championship, for example, would not necessarily apply here. As Camphor's in, bowls, ball played to Jamal Richards. At mid-wicket, he's won many friends in the various appearances, Jamal Richards, that he's made in last year's 50-over competition, and again in this match. Good to see that he's wintered well, and he's just filled his frame out a little bit since I last saw him. Looks a really good player to have on the books, Dave.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got a few decent youngsters of Essex.
They have.
Just got to find a way of getting them in the team.
Yeah, I would like to see more evidence of that, I must admit. Here comes Camphor. In bowls to Sterling. Sterling jabs this ball out to Thane at backward point, having plenty of the fielding to do at the moment. And the over ends at 122 for 5. 33 to Sterling, 22 to Tucker, who's played very well, it has to be said. You know, he's not really been a shrinking violet in the shadow of Paul Sterling at all, and this is a good riposte from the Irish 6-wicket pair, a half-century stand when 5 wickets had gone down with only 65 on the board, and now we are going to get a bowling change at the river end. Yeah, George Dockrell.
Yeah, they've taken a few risks, have this Irish pair, got away with a couple of them. A couple of miscues from Sterling, and a couple that have gone through the gate between bat and pad from Tucker, but they're still there. That's the important thing for Ireland. 122 for 5.
little bit of the Keith Pont about George Dockrell for me. I'm making too much of a habit of this, I realise. But nice to remember these old favourites, and both are tall and lanky. Both look sort of casual. I mean, Keith Pont was one of the things I used to love about him, a splendidly laid-back character who loved to sort of humorise during the course of the game, and he was at one point up at Buxton, I think it was, who found himself fielding third man at both ends and borrowed someone's bicycle to commute between the two positions between overs. Part of Essex folklore.
I'd say Google it, kids, but I don't think you're probably able to find any footage of Keith Pont playing cricket.
No, it's a shame.
Yeah.
Come back to that in a minute.
Okay, one slip, a short leg in as Dockrell comes left arm around the wicket. Oh, that's pulled away, and that's hit the fielder in a very, very, very sore place.
Bat pad, yeah.
Yeah, and we're going to have a bit of a timeout here for a medical emergency. The batsman, to be fair to him, Tucker, went straight over to him to check to make sure he's okay. In fairness to whoever's under the... Is it Das who's under the... Yeah.
It is, it's Robin Das.
Who's under the helmet. He's back on his haunches, but that was painful.
I think it's hit him in the midriff by the look of it, and yeah, he's in agony there. But I think he's not. The good thing, it's not hit him anywhere near the head, so
yeah.
He will be all right. It's one of those things. Sometimes the more something hurts, the sooner you recover. You watch this on a. Oof, yes, it's.
I mean, in fairness, he's dropped it, so.
Yes, I'm afraid it's a smack in the ghoulies, and yeah,
he's back up.
Yeah, he's back up there already, made of stern stuff. As I say, it's one of those things excruciatingly painful for sort of a minute, and then once it wears off, you're okay again. Still not to be recommended.
No. Okay, eventful first ball.
Indeed.
From Dockrell.
In more ways than one, yes.
Poor old Robin Das. His reward is to go straight back down into the position he was in beforehand. So he's still there at short leg as Dockrell round the wicket with his left arm spin. And that's just played out into the offside. There's going to be no run. 122 for 5. What did you make of Folkes being dropped?
Well, you don't like to see it, that's for sure, because you know he hasn't done anything wrong.
Here comes Dockrell again, skipping in. Flatter delivery this time, and that's well kept out by Tucker, the batsman who defends into the leg side.
At the same time, you can understand it, because how on earth do you keep Bairstow out of the reckoning after his phenomenal feats last summer? I wouldn't have wanted to drop Folkes. I would have actually dropped one of the openers and let Bairstow open.
122 for 5. Dockrell tosses one up, and that's crashed down the ground. That's going to be 4 runs. That's nicely played. A cross-batted stroke from Tucker, slapped it straight back past the bowler, and Jamal Richards at mid-off had absolutely no chance cutting that off. 126 for 5.
Because you want your best wicket-keeper anyway, and everybody knows Folkes is the best wicket-keeper. And, you know, as much as I love the way Crawley plays, but he gets out for too many low scores for me, so I would have put Bairstow in place of Crawley, and Folkes would have kept his place. What about you?
I'll get back to that in a second as Dockrell loads up. 217 is the deficit at the moment, and Dockrell again flatter this time outside the off stump, carved away down towards deep cover for a single. 127 for 5. Yeah, I thought it was incredibly harsh, and I just love watching Folkes as the wicketkeeper behind the stumps, and he can buy England a few wickets, I think, with his glove work. But hey ho, it is what it is, and I hope Bairstow does well.
Oh yeah, well, I don't think our argument is that he shouldn't be in the side. It's that perhaps they haven't dropped the most deserving person.
127 for 5. Dockrell tosses one up again, and that's defended out into the offside. And there's no run. That's the end of my stint. It's 127 for 5, and I'll leave you in the capable hands of Paul Newton.
Thank you very much indeed, Dave. David Brett there, commentary team of Dave, myself, and just about to be rejoined by Guy Swindles. 1:27 for 5, resuming at 38 for 2. And we've seen the night watchman Graham Hume soon dismissed, strangled down leg side, caught Buttleman, bowled Richards 9, 39 for 3. Next 2 wickets to mark Adair, those of Harry Tector, brilliantly caught by Josh Rymel at third slip for 4. That's 46 for 4, and most recently Peter Moore caught by Dockrell at second slip for 37, 65 for 5, good recovery, 62 run unbroken partnership for the 6th wicket, as Camper's in from the ace close end. Now, he hasn't got all of this, the batsman, he's got enough to get 4 over extra cover. Fieldsman for a while was chasing after it, thinking he might be able to get hands underneath it. The batsman is Tucker, who moves along to 27, 131 for 5. Welcome back, Guy.
Thank you. Thank God. Turn myself on, that'll help. There we go. Yeah, welcome. Nice to be back. I've been watching wickets tumble, so the moment I step away from the microphone, the batters actually get themselves in, and both have played well.
Camper bowls to Tucker. That's a magnificent straight drive, but too straight. Hits the stumps at the bowler's end. 131 for 5.
Yes, you could see the batsman's frustration there. I don't think the fielder would have got across in time if it had been 3 inches the other way and just avoided the stumps. Timed it beautifully, and after scratching around a little earlier on in his innings, he's playing really nicely now, Tucker.
This is what Ireland want, of course, the chance to get their batsmen into form, and here's a fine shot, smashed away over the square leg boundary. 4 runs, and they can hit a cricket ball. Can Tucker, as he's shown on several occasions, he's now done so well, he's overtaken the mighty hitting of Paul Stirling. Admittedly, Stirling hasn't gone absolutely hell for leather. He's played very sensibly, actually, but nevertheless, it's quite a feat to give Paul Stirling a bit of a start and catch him up and overhaul him. And 35 off 36 for Tucker, 33 off 50 for Stirling.
Yeah, no, Lorcan Tucker's in some decent form at the moment, and we're seeing that here, and that was very cleanly hit.
135 for 5, and more good batting from Tucker here, because he advanced aggressively down the track and then had the good sense when the ball was deliberately bowled wider of off stump to say, okay, well, that's too far away from me to reach, and not go chasing it at all. 135 for 5, just picking up on Keith Ponter, former Essex favourite, great favourite of mine, and of course his brother Ian played for Essex. Both of them had prodigious throws, but what I shall always remember regarding Keith Pont was the first Sunday League game I ever saw, Essex v Lancashire, Castle Park in Colchester. Here's Camper in and bowls, nicely played off the back foot to deep mid-off, but they eschewed a single, and the score remains 135 for 5. And the ball went down to long leg. Now Clive Lloyd was at the non-striker's end, and they went back for a second run, and Pont brilliantly picked the ball up on the long leg boundary and threw the ball and hit the stumps direct at the bowler's end. And Clive Lloyd, on whom everything depended in the match, if he stays, Lancashire win; if he doesn't, Essex win, and he was gone. Brilliant bit of fielding, showing how fielding can win matches. That's a long way outside off stump. The over ends 135 for 5, but nice to remember.
Absolutely, and yes, and for Clive Lloyd to be run out by a fabulous piece of fielding and a throw is he did it to enough other cricketers over the years that perhaps one going the other way from Mr. Pont was due at that stage.
And of course it was one of the great attractions of that era in the 70s, when suddenly, for I think I paid 40p to get in, and you know, it was one of the first John Player League. I know it's not technically the first year of it, but John Player League comes to English cricket. You get all these exotic overseas world-class players that you might otherwise not have seen very much, as here is the start of a new over from Dockrell, and the first ball is hit probably for 6. No, in fact, it must have bounced just inside the boundary. It was clonked by Paul Stirling, with his usual lack of real foot movement, but he doesn't need it, and it cleared mid-on quite comfortably and narrowly failed to go all the way. 139 for 5.
Yes, Doctor was an interesting character because he was a spinner at Somerset early on in his career, and then largely he left Somerset, moved back to Ireland and reinvented himself as a batter who bowled a bit rather than a bowler who batted a bit. He batted superbly yesterday, but a lot of the Irish want him to go back to what he was good at.
As we see the next ball, slight misfield, but it was hit ferociously, and mid-off did fairly well to take the way off it. They get a single and the score to 140 for 5, and Sterling has now retaken the lead off Tucker, 38 to 35.
Yes, so they wanted him to re-establish himself as a spinner as well as the improvement that we've seen in his batting. And as I say, this half century yesterday was excellent, but Ireland will be hoping that a bit of left arm spin will be back in time for the tests.
Comes in now, just a 3 or 4 pace run up, bowls, and that gave Tucker a little bit to think about there. I think he was sort of caught in two minds as to what he would do, and quite often when you're caught in two minds you end up doing neither particularly well, but he keeps it out of his stumps, which is all that really matters, and score remaining 140 for 5. Played thoroughly well, Lorcan Tucker, and it's a nice sweep round, going to be close enough to long leg for it to be a single rather than a boundary. 141 for 5, and Tucker has 36.
Yeah, he has played nicely. He's a little bit of luck very early on in his innings when he played a couple of false shots, probably trying to attack a little too early, and we've seen that on this wicket over the 2 days, that if you go too early with your attacking intent you can be undone, but once you get in, as these two are beginning to do, the runs begin to flow at quite a rapid rate.
And worth pointing out as well that when he first came in, Ireland had been under siege really, and in order to lift the siege you probably do have to take a risk or two. As here's the next ball from Docker. It's well bowled actually, it was very nicely flighted, and Tucker plays it, Sterling plays it well enough into the onside, but was just slightly not sure whether to come right forward there or not. In the end he did, and lived to tell the tale. Dockrell's in, bowls to him, and he's hit this very nicely indeed, but what would have been a 4 previously, there is now a man on the cover boundary to keep it down to just the single. As the Dockrell over end, I think I'd probably pinch your over, so you pinch mine next.
Don't worry at all.
142 for 5, 39 to Sterling and 36 to Tucker, and this partnership now has put on an excellent 77 runs, which off the back of 65 for 5 is just what you'd want in the cricket match, you know, to restore equilibrium.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, one young man who's been waiting very patiently to get on and bowl this morning is Ishan Kali, and he's coming on from the Hayes close end after a really good spell from Curtis Camphor, who really did bowl nicely. 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 25. When you've got Paul Sterling and Lorcan Tucker looking to tuck into you, they did very well. He did very well to hold them largely at bay during that.
Yep, you make a very good point. I got the impression he might have gone for more than he actually has. So well done to him, and he did show an ability, as nearly all the bowlers we've seen today, to move the ball both ways.
Yep. Well, let's see if young Ishan Kali can do the same. Right arm over the wicket, and that's a glorious drive through the covers immediately for 4. And welcome to the big leagues as far as Kali is concerned.
Now I must say, it always helps when you've got some really nice weather to watch cricket played in. But there's been a lot of a sense of enjoyment in this match, you know. Even though I wasn't here yesterday, you could sense the speed with which Das made his 132. It must have been a jolly good knock.
No, it was a joy to watch. Kali, though, who would have probably enjoyed bowling first thing when it might help him a little more, is now into the attack, and he bowls with good, excellent lift and carry there, and surprises Sterling, who was looking to continue the attack and suddenly found that the ball was rather sharper than he was expecting.
Yes, bowler very nearly had his revenge there after suffering from the first ball he bowled.
Kali in once again, and this is left outside off stump, started wide and well, probably went a little bit wider, but again it's a sign that there is a little bit of movement.
Yes, I've been likening one bowler to another all morning, so I'm not going to stop now. And although not similar in any other particular way, but Callie does have one thing in common with the great Dennis Lilly, and that's the headband. Which
Yes, and Stuart Broad.
yes, yep, true.
Callie is in again, and this is wideish, and this could be a wicket, but in fact just clears the man in the deep. It's gone for 6 in front of the pavilion, but boy, that was only just. So slightly unlucky. It was Noah Thane who was trying to leap salmon-like to pluck that one out of the air. Instead, it will be the 150 coming up for Ireland, and they're racing along, and Sterling has moved to 49, but was a good attempt and only just cleared the fielder. He's in now, doesn't get the single he needs for his 50, as it's a decent delivery into the block hole that he has to dig out and push up to extra cover, and there is no run.
Lots of good cricket being played with good individual moments for both batsmen and bowlers. So that was a very well bowled, in fact. He's just been hit for 6, but almost could have had a wicket. In his first over here, Ishan
Callie, yeah.
Thank you. And that was, you know, as you say, bowled into the block hole, and batsman only just got down on it in time.
Good to see that he's come back from that injury, I think, that affected him last year, and that's another very good delivery. He's pitching it up. He has got the sharpness needed to put in the bouncer, but the 2 deliveries that caused Paul Sterling by far the most problem were those last 2. We're just going to watch that again, and he really did cramp up Sterling, who was surprised as the ball darted in at his toes. But good bounce back from Ishan Callie, only 21. He's just seen a renowned international batsman slog him for 6, but then bounces back with 2 excellent Yorker length deliveries, and he is a young man making his way back. Apparently did very well in the second 11 in 2021, taking 11 wickets at 24, but then injured last year and back trying to break through into the first team this year.
Yeah, well, he's, you know, despite being quite an expensive over, it was also a couple of really good deliveries in it. It wouldn't take too much imagination to think that he could break this partnership in his coming overs. Meanwhile, George Dockrell will continue from the river end and bowls, and a little scoop here for 4. Goes down to fine leg, at least I think it has. Yes, it has. There's a decent attempt to stop it by the diving long leg, but to no avail. 4 runs it is, and the score races up to 156 for 5. Tucker, the man on strike, has 40, Sterling 49, and we're now all of a sudden 91 runs into this partnership, and it really has transformed the impression at 65 for 5 that Ireland might well be, if not forced to follow on, in a position where they could have been, as Dockrell's in, bowls, and this ball's played to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. 156 for 5, a great recovery.
Absolutely, and we saw this again. It is remarkable how similar this is to yesterday, where we saw Essex struggling early on, 100 for 3.
Next ball is going to produce a run this time, goes out to man coming off the square leg boundary, and that is Noah Thane. Sends in, he's got a useful arm on him, a decent return, 157 for 5, and that will take Tucker up to 41.
Well, now, yes, Sterling is on 49 and is going to do a spot of gardening. Excuse me. But interesting to see which approach he takes for this half-century.
Dockrell rolls to him, and he's not interested in it here, as it's well fielded on the tumble at short extra, but quite a restrained innings for Sterling by his standards. 49 of 61 deliveries. It's been full of typical full-blooded shots, but he's also not gone haywire here, and he doesn't this time either. He just lets the ball hit the bat and run away for Nick Brown from slip to do his Alistair Cook impression and stroll after it in leisurely style and retrieve. I think Nick will be relishing taking over the first slip roll from the Maestros. Yeah, the next ball will pick inside edge. Well, he's reached his 50 with about his least confident shot of a fine innings in other respects. It wasn't really where he was intending it to go, but well played, sir, and much needed for your team. Ireland are 158 for 5. The board unusually slow to register that extra run there to Sterling. 50 off 63 balls, 7 fours and 1 6.
Yeah, just what his team needed, and I think that the Irish side will also be pleased that he's not trying to blitz everything at strike rate of 200 today, because they're coming up for a 5-day test match and they need men who can occupy the crease as well as score briskly, and he's still got a strike rate of, what is it, around the 80 mark, so he's not really idling as such. And it is Ishan Kali in again, and there's a big shout for LBW, but it's turned down on this occasion, and Kali strolls back, just has a little inquiry with the umpire as to why that was possibly not given.
Well, it was, I'll put it this way, it looked a pretty good shout from where I'm sitting, and I think there is a sort of tacit agreement that things that sort of might be given LBW in the county championship match, in order that players may get maximum practice, may not be here.
And that's wide, and he's actually called a wide. Well, it's an interesting one, that, because I think it was in the white lines and then swung away, and I think we've seen other deliveries do that have not been called wide.
Agree with you.
Kali is the unlucky bowler who gets nobbled with this one and will have to bowl an extra delivery.
Having said that, in a sense, he didn't deserve to get away with it, because it was a wide-ish delivery.
Indeed. And it's whether, the true rule is whether you can hit it or not, and Paul Sterling would have struggled to lay a bat on that particular ball. This one he does lay his bat on the ball and turns it round the corner to fine leg, and they go through for an easy single, and the scoreboard continues to rotate towards the 100 partnership.
Yeah, there's been a very entertaining morning. We've still got a quarter of an hour of it left, and the 122 runs scored, 3 wickets have fallen. Very enjoyable indeed.
Yes, a game of two halves, as they often say in another sport, with Essex's bowlers very much on top for the first 3/4 of an hour or so, particularly when Jamal Richards and Adair were bowling, Mark Adair. They really did cause problems, but these two, after being a little scratchy early on in the beginning of their innings, both of them have now beginning to play very nicely indeed, and have kept the scoreboard ticking over at a most agreeable rate. And this is played defensively, treated with respect up to mid-on, who fields. And this has been a good knock from Lorcan Tucker, but as we were talking about, he has been in very good form recently.
Yeah, I mean, it's been so important for Ireland, not only that Paul Sterling has done what he's done, but he can only achieve a limited amount unless someone stays with him. And I think he's found the ideal partner who's also kept the scoreboard moving very nicely.
He has kept well yesterday as well, so that is on to the pad as Lorcan Tucker tries to flick the ball onto the leg side, but it was a little sharper than he was expecting, and suddenly the ball was hitting the thigh pad while he was still getting his bat ready.
He bowls some good deliveries, Ishan Kali. I've not seen him before, but he's a little bit quicker than he looks as if he's going to be.
Exactly, and I think that's what keeps surprising the batters. Is he does bowl the odd loose ball. He's a young bowler making his way, but he is sharper than at first you think he's going to be. And we're seeing these two, after looking to smash him around a bit in the first over, treating him with a great deal more caution in later overs. And that was a good over, and the last ball is played defensively up to mid-off. There is no run. The score remains on 160 for 5. Ireland trailing by 163 runs. Just checking out on that match position. Sterling's completed his 50. Tucker will be looking to join him. They're close to the 100 partnership, and at the moment Richard stands atop of the bowling list with his 3 for 31 from his 11 overs last night and this morning, and he has been the pick of the attack along with Adair so far.
George Dockrell with his slow left arm coming round the wicket off a 3 or 4 pace run up from the river end. Begins with one outside leg stump, not taken cleanly by Will Buttleman, but he got the body behind it, and there's no run. Sterling's the man on strike with his 51, and at the other end we've had a very good 41 not out to date so far from Lorcan Tucker. Dockrell bowls, ball played to short mid wicket. Again there will be no run. Also got a shortish extra cover. Robin Das under his sun hat. Dockrell bowls, bowling a good line and length now, getting up to short mid wicket. There's no run. 160 for 5.
Yeah, not trying to bowl too fast either, is he? That last delivery was given a bit of loop and keeping Sterling honest.
Yeah, good policy. Bowls again, gives us a nice loop, and Sterling doesn't hit it anything like as hard as the effort he put into it would suggest. He didn't time it, and it's a sort of place it into the ground, and then it goes fairly slowly up to extra cover. Dockrell just waits for the batsman to be ready again. Bowls shorter, flatter delivery, and both played and fielded by the batsman, if you can follow that. He sort of played it into his pad and was decent enough to pick it up and save Will Buttleman the trouble behind the stumps of bending down. And Dockrell in again to Sterling. Gets off the mark for the over, as it were. The first run off the over, plays it down to Ishan Kali on the long leg boundary, gets a single. Decent over. You wouldn't sort of say the batsman was in any trouble, but kept it tight. 161 for 5, partnership 96.
That's what you're looking for from your spin bowler as well, isn't it? Is to stem the bleeding at one end if at all possible, and Dockrell certainly did that in that last over. Nice variation as well, and he, as so many of these bowlers have found, the first over of course a bit loose and the ball going to all corners of the ground, and then gradually finding their way. Another over coming up for Ishan Kali. And he's being held up a little bit as Paul Sterling waits for the field to be rearranged. There's just the one slip now in the gully. Oh, and that's well bowled and defensively played by Sterling, and the ball squirts out into the offside. Short extra comes in to do the fielding. Josh Rymel. The skipper is the one slip currently. There is a square leg just in front of square, a mid wicket, mid on, mid off, and that again is pitched up and has been altogether more successful. He wants to bowl quick and show people how fast he is with the shorter deliveries, but they have been dispatched largely. So since he's decided to start pitching the ball up considerably more, Ethan Kali has certainly caused more problems.
Yeah, and Sterling didn't time that at all.
Absolutely. From Ilford originally. And that squirts out off a thickish outside edge. They will get at least one run, as the man has to come round from deep point to third man. to do the fielding, but they go through for an easy single.
Yes, interesting interlude this now. The hitherto very rapid scoring rate is, but with the advent of Dockrell bowling more tightly and Kelly coming in and immediately doing pretty well, and they're just causing these batsmen to slow down a little bit. That often portends a wicket around the corner.
Shall we see if this is the case? As it is, Kelly to continue. And that is dug out well in the end by Lorcan Tucker. Straight to the man at mid-wicket, and there is no run. It's Dockrell there.
It is.
He's doing the fielding. This is a much, much better over. And good to see a young bowler who sees one length isn't working, so changes it accordingly. And again, that's a little bit unlucky. It goes down the leg side, and the keeper, who was actually standing up Will Buttleman to the pretty brisk medium pace of Ethan Kelly, Ishan Kelly, can't actually get across and stop the ball going down the leg side. That brings up the 100 partnership in a rather anticlimactic manner, with 4 byes down the leg side.
Leg byes, actually. So
leg byes.
Yeah, so
good. Won't go against the keeper.
Yeah, and again, it was well bowled, and you know, it was probably pretty much hitting leg stump, and probably actually maybe just missing leg stump, but just flicked it, and that's why it flew down for 4 legs.
Thank you for that correction, Paul. That makes more sense. And he's in again, and the attempted drive this time, he can only be squirted out to extra cover, and that was a good over from Ishan Kelly, and he kept the pressure on both batters, neither of whom looked terribly comfortable. They do manage to bring up the 100 partnership, and boy, that has been important for their side. They're now 166 for 5, having come together when the score was on 65, and they've certainly cut the deficit, which still stands though at a pretty marked 177.
But they've got Ireland back into the game. You know, you could liken it to 2-0 down in a football match, back to 2-1, and you know, suddenly they are at least in the game. The important thing now is that these two are still there at lunch. So Dockrell, one of the 4 Irishmen in the Essex side, bowls to a man who normally would be his colleague, Paul Stirling, and ball played into the onside for no run, and you just couldn't have wished for a much better morning session than that we've had here. Full of exciting strokes, some good bowling with the ball moving around to give plenty of assistance to the bowlers, so a nice balance to the play. And this ball just defended by Stirling. Once again, he'll do the fielding for wicket-keeper. So we've got all sorts going on.
Yes, very, very polite, but there is obviously camaraderie between these two teams.
Well, of course, with 4 of the Irish squad in the Essex side, I suppose there's more likely to be. But it's played in really good spirit here. There's an appeal from the wicket-keeper. The ball bounced extravagantly and took the batsman by surprise. I didn't think he'd hit it, but Buttleman took it well.
He must have heard a noise.
Yeah, I think the key thing for him was, though, that his captain didn't make a noise standing at his shoulder. Dockrell, nice flight. Stirling, not getting carried away here at all. I think he knows he's got to play for lunch, which this could even be it at the end of this over.
Absolutely.
And there's no run from that last ball, just played carefully down to mid-on. Going into the BBC Essex 1 o'clock news in a few minutes, but the last ball, no, there's one more to come, so I think this will be the last over before lunch. That's played into the offside. It depends what clock they're going by. The pavilion clock would probably say there would be one more over. As Dockrell bowls, gives it plenty of air, played up to short extra. And there is no run, but no, in fact, they're not going by that clock, because the players are now leaving the field. I will just be hanging on to go into the 1 o'clock news. It's been a great pleasure, Guy, to have you on board. Guy Swindles, joining David Brett and myself, Paul Newton. We've had a lovely session of cricket. That was a maiden to Dockrell, that last over. Ireland take lunch at 166 for 5, and that leaves them 177 runs behind. So, any last word, Guy?
Yeah, no, it's just I love the ball being in command early on in the day, and the way that the batters have come back has set it up nicely for this afternoon session, and it's always a pleasure to watch Sterling, and good to see Jamal Richards being patted on the back as he goes off. He put in a good stint and is a name for the future for Essex.
Indeed. Lorcan Tucker's played thoroughly well in an unbroken partnership, 101 for the 6th wicket. Thank you very much for the moment, Guy, and I'll just be hanging on should anyone want a summary of the morning's play, but things running very much to the clock here, so 1:40 if you care to rejoin us. We look forward to your company again, and if it's as good as what we've been seeing, then plenty more to look forward to here. But as Guy was saying, very much a two-part morning play, with Essex well on top for the first hour, and the second hour roles reversed with this excellent unbroken 6-wicket stand, so far worth 101. I suppose the single highlight of the morning was that wonderful catch by Josh Rymel to get rid of the dangerous Harry Tector, taken at third slip. Amazing catch.
Fundraiser in combination of a 25-year cycling career for friends raised over BBC Essex Sport, it's day 2 of Essex's tourist match against Ireland and Chelmsford. Let's get the latest live.
Richards from the Hayes close end. Bowls full, first up. That's defended by Tucker out into the offside, and there's no run. So Tucker is on 41, and Paul Sterling is on 53. 166 for 5. Stand is 101 between these two.
Yep, 100 partnership came up just before the break with 4 leg buys, which, considering how bludgeoning batsmen these two was certainly a certain irony.
Richardson again, this was on the leg stump, and that's just tickled away down toward deep backward square leg for a single. Still 3 slips in for Tucker, and 1 more to the total. 167 for 5. Yes, it does get very hot in here in the afternoon because the sun just, as the sun comes round, shines right into the commentary box, and it's warming up out there. I took a little walk around the town at lunch. It's very pleasant indeed. Apart from the fact that there was almost a road rage incident that. Unfortunately,
we'll hear about that later.
Yeah. 3 slips go down. Richards in bowls 4. That's clipped off the pads down towards deep fine leg for a single. 168 for 5. Yeah, gentleman walked across the road without looking. I'd stopped because the cars were coming down, and the car turned in, but the car wasn't indicating either. So it's 6 of one, half of them the other. Anyway, they started to have a go at each other. Luckily, everyone went their separate ways.
Good. I'm delighted that there was a happy ending.
Yeah, negotiations were not needed on my part.
Yeah, you've been rather caught in the middle, but
yeah. Richards in, bowls, and it's a short delivery, and up on his toes, Tucker just defends into the offside, and there's no run. Richards with 87 on his back. 168 for 5.
Interesting to see how Jamal Richards goes in this spell, because he had the best of the bowling conditions first thing this morning and bowled beautifully. With those excellent conditions, adding another wicket to the 2 he took last night. But this is when it gets a bit harder. The ball's a bit older, it's hot, the batters are set.
Yep, 46 overs old, this ball. Deficit is 175. Here comes Richards bowls, and that's just turned away into the leg side for no run. So a lot of work for the Essex bowlers to do this afternoon if they're to make further inroads into this Irish batting lineup. Very, very good start to the morning. 3 wickets down inside the first hour, and then it's been the Sterling and Tucker show.
Though we did see signs of perhaps a little bit of spin. George Dockrell was getting the ball to do a little bit, and they were treating him with respect before lunch.
Richards bowled short wide, and it's an ugly delivery, and it's given as a wide as well. That's quite right as well.
Yeah, it was too short, wasn't it? It bounced tennis ball like some way over. I think if both batsmen had been standing on each other's shoulders, they wouldn't have been able to hit that one.
On to the total, 169 for 5. Tucker takes his guard. Beautiful afternoon. Beautiful blue skies all about. I haven't seen too much of that so far this year. As Richards bowls. Back of a length, and it's just defended into the offside, and it's a dot ball to finish the over. 169 for 5, Sterling 54 and Tucker on 42.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who they go with at the river end. I'm just waiting to see who's going to start the bowling after the break. And I think we might be having, is this a first bowl for Noah Thane? It is the first bowl of the match for Noah Thane, who only signed his rookie deal with Essex 3 days ago on the 24th. He had a very successful year with his club and in the seconds last year, but now being a great deal is hoped for him, but this is a massive step up. Right arm over the wicket. Untidy and steady first up.
Yep, I guess he'll have a few nerves out there.
Yeah, well, he's 18, he might not.
Yeah, that's true. Just seem to take things in their stride these days, don't they?
Might. But certainly yesterday he found batting rather harder than possibly he has done in other forms of the game. But he's in once again, and oh, that's a decent delivery. And your second ball in first-class cricket as an 18-year-old, and you've done Paul Sterling outside the off stump. So well bowled.
Waft of burger and chips has come into the commentary box.
Oh, there's a bit of vinegar as well, I think.
Bacon wrap.
Oh, bacon bat. Oh, lovely.
As we just watched that delivery again and on the replay on the TV, and an absolute corker, particularly with the old ball. But in again, Noah Thane, and this time it's almost defensively pushed, but goes like a rocket out to deep point, and they can go through for a single. Lovely timing on that occasion from Sterling. As he plays just over the border for Sawston in Cambridgeshire for his club cricket, but was also playing Essex second 11 last year. He just seemed to be playing cricket all the time from when I looked at his schedule. Noah Thane in once again, and not entirely timed that attempted drive by Lorcan Tucker as he looks to rediscover his timing after the lunch break. Got enough of it to hit it nicely up to mid-off, and there is no run. And Adair is standing next to the young man, so a handy man to have alongside you when you're making a bowling debut. And that is swung away, and it's gone off a thickish outside edge. Well, that's going to happen, Noah Thane, but it was a decent delivery, and that wasn't at all where Lorcan Tucker meant the ball to go. He was looking to hammer it over cover. It goes out to wide fine leg off a big thick outside edge for 4. 2 slips were never in with a chance, but yeah, not bowling badly.
Yeah, no, he looks pretty decent. He's giving the ball a bit of chance as well to do something. He's bowling full.
Absolutely, as Noah Thane is in again. That is slightly shorter in length, possibly after what happened last time, and nicely placed on this occasion in exactly the same spot, funnily enough, from Lorcan Tucker, backward of square, but he actually meant it that time, and they trot through for 2 more. So despite bowling really nicely, 7 from that over, the score goes on to 176. Tucker is now 2 away from a half century on 48, Sterling 55, and these two continuing to build a decent partnership and get their side back into this match.
Yeah, they're going at a fair old lick as well. I guess they're at least at a run a ball, are they, for the 100 partnership?
A little bit under, basically because Sterling's being slower than so often he is, but it's not many balls over 100.
Richards to continue from the Hayes close end. Smattering of supporters in the distance. Most of them in the Tom Pearce stand away to our right as Richards bowls. That's full, clipped away in the air, but it's well wide of the man at mid-on who's chasing round. In fact, it's going to be the fielder coming on from the deep square leg fielding position that comes and completes the fielding to the wicket-keeper. It's a couple of runs to the total, 178 for 5. Yeah, there's a few people in the community stand away to our left, and a couple of people on the balcony as well. I can see one just in the distance of their nice little flat. One of the benefits of owning one of those flats. I did take a look once actually.
Did you?
Yeah, well, just to have a little nose over there as Richards in bowls, and that's just turned off the pads into the leg side. Huge swathe of field out onto the leg side there, so a little tickle and run. They can get 1 or 2 depending on where the ball ends up. Just the 1 that time, 179 for 5. And on the website it said whatever, penthouse apartment, view of Essex Cricket Ground, and the view of the Essex Cricket Ground was like you were looking through a little squint of squinting through the fence. So God knows who at the estate agents took that photo.
So it's in the block behind the ones immediately.
Exactly, yes. It must have been a ground floor flat that you can't see anything from. Here comes Richards. Oh, that's a lovely delivery. It's just lifted gone a little bit away from the batsman. Didn't take the glove or the bat, but he's lucky to get away with that as Tucker. Excellent bit of bowling from Richards. 179 for 5.
Yeah, to have that ability to just suddenly find that extra yard of pace, as that really did do Tucker. We're just making sure it didn't clip anything on the way through, because the wicketkeeper actually dropped the ball as it came through. But he needn't reprimand himself too much.
Richards, 2 slips, goes down. Bowls, and that's clipped away in the air. Oh, just a man, just a little bit to the left of the man at short mid wicket. Head in hands for Brown at slipper. Go through for a couple of runs. He wasn't in control of that though that time, Tucker, and that's the 50 up for Tucker. 181 for 5. Smattering of some applause, but that ball was in the air and it was just wide of the field. I think that's one of the Irish bowlers, I think, that's standing at short mid wicket.
I think it's Dockrell who's.
How's it, Dockrell? Yeah. Close, but no cigar. Here comes Richards again. Ball short this time. That's lifted over the slips. That's a lovely shot. A ramp shot over the slips and all the way down for 4 runs. Just waited for it, opened up the face of the bat and just lifted it over the slips.
No, decent 50 off just 61 balls, 7 fours. We've now seen him add an 8 to that and a couple of 6s. It's the bowlers always kind of feel as if they're in with a slight chance, but then suddenly the scoring starts again.
Yeah, I can't stop the bleeding at the moment. Essex, 185 for 5. Partnership of 120. Richards in. Bowls and just turned down towards third man for a sit. In fact, they think about coming back for a second run, and Tucker makes a very, very late call to send Sterling back, and it was probably the right call as well, because the throw came in, and it's the end of it. It's Thane doing the fielding down there, and it's the end of the over. 185 for 5.
Yeah, Richards' finding life is slightly more difficult bowling in a sunny afternoon with an old ball and the batter's set. Still managed to bowl one absolute ripper that went past the outside edge.
61 balls and included 7 fours and 2 sixes.
But there was that lovely ramp over the slips as well. Well, it will be Noah Thane to continue. Member of the academy here at Essex. In once again, and that was hit on the up very powerfully indeed by Tucker, but for a second or two Thane must have thought he was in with a half a chance, but the ball was past him before he could actually get his hands up to try and make the catch. Just watching on our TV monitor, he comes down the wicket to him and Thane sticks his hands up, but he can't stop it, and it goes through for another boundary, the 9th 4 from the bat of Lorcan Tucker so far. Must have just taken off his gloves and just wiped his hands before getting ready for the second ball of Noah Thane's over. That's slightly shorter outside off stump and tries to cut it away, but Essex have now put a man in there at sort of one slip and a wideish gully, and the gully was where that ball was just cut away to, so it will be a dot. Interesting that most of the stats about Noah Thane are about his batting, and there isn't much about his bowling. And that is just smashed miles over cow corner for 6. Oh, just for 4 in the end. It must have bounced just before the boundary, but Tucker made up his mind that was going almost as the bowler was at his mark, let alone when he delivered the ball. But it's a tough lesson to learn when you're 18 and you think you've bowled a half decent delivery and someone just slaps you like that. Longest part of the ground, just for the 4 runs. This time, however, he gets the forward defensive. For a ball Thane will probably think wasn't that much different to the one that got smashed away for 4 on the last delivery. Nobody.
Some of the shots they play these days are outrageous, aren't they? A lot of skill and dexterity.
Thane right arm over the wicket. Oh, and there's half a shout from the wicket-keeper for LB, but I think I could hear an inside edge from where we are up here, so that was strangled, and certainly Thane himself wasn't interested in any sort of appeal. He did score 4 successive centuries for Essex in seconds and under 18s last year, so he's got something about him. He can also bowl a bit of medium pace. Handy player to have. And this is driven nicely, but also well fielded by Richards at mid-on, who has to make brisk ground. He can't stop them taking a single. That is the end of the over from Thane. He's now bowled 2 overs for 16. But he is bowling to 2 batters who have hit better bowlers than him all round the park before, so nothing to be ashamed of at all as far as he is concerned.
Bit of conflab between the 2 batsmen in the middle as they wait for Richards to get to the top of his mark.
There is a bit of a breeze. The flags are blowing quite briskly at the moment, so the north wind is still blowing. We're happy in our box, but if you're outside you notice it.
Yeah. Definitely. Okay, so that's still that wideish 1 slip and a gully and a backward point. A cover, a mid-off as the right arm Richards bowls round, over the wicket, and there's a no ball as well as it defended into the leg side by Tucker. So on to the total, 196 for 5.
Yes, he's bowled a couple of no balls, but he's only 19. And much older bowlers than him still overstep on occasion. There's no free hit as well in red ball cricket. So.
Richards in again. Ball that's full, clipped away into the leg side. There's a chase on here for the boundary fielder, away out into the deep mid-wicket area. Slide and stop just in front of the community stand. Good bit of fielding out there. Throw comes in as well, and it will be a couple of runs to the total. 198 for 5.
Yeah, I don't think Paul Sterling likes running 3s very often, but he had no real alternative because that was to the furthest part of the ground, and there was plenty of time to just trot through gently for the 3rd.
199 for 5. Richards in. And that's just driven up towards mid-on. No timing though this time from Tucker. And there's no run. No, it's 198 for 5, correction.
It was only 2. I was sure they ran 3. You were right. My fault.
Yeah.
Oh well. They should have run 3.
Yeah, where?
Even I could have run 3.
Like you said, it was probably the deepest, furthest part of the ground. There was a long old chase out there for the fielder out in the deep. There's Richards bowls and driven back past him by Tucker, but up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
It's going to be a long old over too with those 2 no balls charging in on this bright sunny day. Yeah, he's in his 3rd over of this spell and he's already gone for 17.
Richards down the slope, up to stumps, and he bowls, and that almost gets through the defensive of Tucker, who just defends, covers up, and the ball bobs out into the leg side.
Good ball though, good response. Just that little bit quicker than the batter was expecting, and suddenly put him a bit on the back foot. He has got that ability to crank it up periodically, hasn't he?
Yes. Richards moving in now. Bowls again, and Tucker defends down towards mid-on. And there's no run. Still another couple of balls left in this over. The 2 no balls. Now 4 legal deliveries. 199 for 5. Tucker's on 66. He's overtaken Sterling now, who's on 58. Richards in bowls, like so driven, and I think that's taken a. He wasn't aiming there. I don't think that's gone out towards deep cover for 4. I think he was trying to drive that through the mid wicket region. Anyway, it's gone for 4. That's 200 up for Ireland. 203 for 5.
Yeah, I think he was looking to hit that altogether straighter. Got a big, thick outside edge, but he'd gone at it with enough commitment that the ball carried on all the way to the boundary. The 200 comes up for Ireland. They're now just 140 runs behind Essex as these two partnership continues.
Richards in, and that's just defended into the offside, and there's no run. End of the over, 203 for 5. Pretty expensive one from an Essex point of view. What's that, 10 off it? Nope, 8 off it.
No, it's suddenly from 11 overs for 31, it's 14 overs for 52.
Yeah.
Just having his figures gently rearranged by these two at the moment, Jamal Richards. But it is going to be Noah Thane who continues from the river end. Jamal Richards goes and has a word with him as well as they wait for the ball to make its way back round. I can't quite see where it is currently. Are the umpires having a look at it? Yes, they are. The umpires are having a look at it just to make sure that it is still round after the pummelling it's taken over the last few overs.
Looks like there might be a change of ball coming.
Looks as if it is no longer round after the pummelling it's taken over the last few overs.
It feels a bit lazy out there, doesn't it, at the moment?
Yes.
Fielders sitting around in the outfield. Everyone off breaking into their little groups chatting. Got the Irish support staff coming on. Some waters.
Now, do they only supply water to the Irish team, or do they? Because the other day, apparently, in the Irish team hotel, a couple of the lads who had been transferred to Essex came down and had breakfast in their Essex kit.
Right.
To just suggest to their ex-teammates that they were happy in their new shirts.
Very good.
Yeah, there's a length. Yes, it's interesting. The two batters are sports staff are just making sure everything's all right and passing over a few tactics. And of course, we're used to people bringing out a box of 6 balls for the umpires to choose from, but because this match is, while it being first class, it's probably not manned by quite as many people as a usual match. The umpire had to walk all the way back to pick up a possible replacement, and one umpire has made the decision, and Noah Thane will now be attempting to bowl with the new pill that has been delivered. Paul Sterling still wearing a jumper. Should be taking the 3s, then he wouldn't need the jumper. And Noah Thane is in once again, and that is just played down in front of him by Sterling. Dockrell does the fielding in at cover, and there is no run.
Desperate to get a breakthrough here. Essex's partnership is been a thorn in their side. It's already up to 138 and counting.
Yeah, which I think explains why Jamal Richards is on, because he has been the most successful of the bowlers so far. But Noah Thane as the unknown force He's driven out into the cover. Robin Dass, who's a pretty lonely man out there in the deep on the offside. He's having to cover a great deal of area. He's got third man on his watch. Deep extra all the way round to deep mid-off is apparently what he has to look after. On that occasion it was hit pretty much straight to him, so they could only take a single, and Thane is in once more. This is played out into the leg side on this occasion by Tucker. Straight to the fielder, dot ball. Which is a wonderful opportunity for these younger players to have their day in the sun. Nudge the county selectors. There's Noah Thane from the river end and is driven straight. That is smashed disdainfully back over long on for 6. And it didn't seem that bad a ball. It was just that Tucker had decided that was the one that was going.
Yeah, lovely looking stroke that. Hit straight through the line and the ball just kept travelling. Oh, what's going on behind us on the road?
That road rage incident's grown a bit since we last.
Let's hope that's not an accident. That sounded a bit
clacky, crashy.
Yeah. Could stand up. It's looking a little bit warm in there.
A bit warm for poor old Ethan Thane at the Noah Thane at the moment, as he's smashed back over his head for that 6. The ball is back now. But that was quite a crash that came from behind us here in the commentary box.
Ah, they're putting the keeper up to the stumps.
Which they did earlier as well for Ishan Kali. And to stop the batter taking too many liberties down the wicket. But Noah Thane pitches that one right up on middle and off. Ball squirts out into the leg side and there is no run. Not a bad idea. We're seeing this more and more as batters continue to step outside, go down the wicket to the quick bowlers. And the wicket keepers are having more and more to come and stand up, certainly to the medium and fast medium bowlers. Thane in again, and that is driven but not timed. Thane sticks out a hand which takes most of the pace off it. Shows no pain. Not a bad over apart from one huge 6. 210 for 5. Sterling 59. Tucker, who's now streaking ahead of his partner. 76 from 81 compared to Sterling's 59 from 88.
Feels like the pace of play post-lunch has been glacial.
Or whatever the hot equivalent of a glacier is, lava-like.
Yeah. Yeah, that works. Okay, Jamal Richards continuing from the Hayes close end. Just that one slip in. Got a gully, a backward point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, and a deep square leg and a fine leg as Richards bowls. Oh, it's a lovely strike. Oh, it's unfortunate. It's hit the stumps at the non-strikers end. Otherwise, that was a beautiful strike going all the way for 4. Lovely clean hit from Sterling, just a little bit too straight.
Yeah, both batters have now done that. Hit glorious straight drives straight back down and clattered the stumps rather than gone for the probably deserved 4.
Whoever's standing at gully has just gone through some vigorous warm-ups. It's one of the Irish players as Richards bowls, and that's taken Sterling on the pad, going down the leg side, and there is no run.
Yeah, Sterling since lunch has struggled a little more with his timing than Tucker has, that's for sure. But he is still there, and rare to see Paul Sterling playing the anchor role in any partnership, but that's what he's largely doing at the moment.
Yeah, 59 to him, 76 to Tucker, 210 for 5. As Richards bowls, that's a lovely strike, driven through the offside, man at cover. Well, the ball was barely 5 yards away from him, but it got nowhere near it, and it raced out to the boundary for 4 runs.
Beautiful timing, just when I said he wasn't timing it quite so well. That was glorious. He didn't even bother to run. He knew how well he'd hit that from the moment it came off the bat. Knew he'd bisected the fielders. Glorious, glorious cover drive.
Yep, no need to run for that one. Richards in again, bowls to Sterling, and it's just helped along the way down the leg side towards fine leg for a single. 215 for 5, and Sterling goes to 64. Hundreds there to be had by these two at the moment. No real. I can only think of the one delivery where Richards beat Sterling outside the off stump. Other than that, it's been fairly plain sailing. That's a 150 run partnership up as well.
Off 158 balls, so fractionally under a run a ball.
Richards in again, and he bowls, and that's sort of punched in the air. That's over the infield and away for 4 runs. I think that's going to be. There's a fielder chasing. It's Robin Das out there, but again gets nowhere near it. It's out towards cow corner. Again, not entirely where the batsman was looking to place it, but he got enough on it and, like you say, committed to the shot. And he got over the infield and away for a boundary. 219 for 5.
Yes, I think Dockrell picked that up a little bit late as well, because he wasn't expecting that shot to come in his direction. But he got enough on it for it to beat everybody for the second boundary of this over.
Richards down the slope, bowls. Oh, Tucker started to back away to the leg stump there, then just really reined his shot in and just played it down towards deep backward square leg for a single. That is the end of the over. 219 for 5, and Guy, you can take a little bit of a break. Thanks for that. And we'll be welcoming Paul Newton into the commentary box very, very shortly. So players just having a little bit of a chinwag out there as they change ends. I said pace of play feels very slow this afternoon. It's only serving to illustrate that point. Taking a while to get to the opposite end. Thane is going to continue for Essex. Again, just waiting for the batsman to take his guard. Keeper up to the stumps. Thane, number 8, with ball in hand. Over to you, Paul.
So Thane bowls very full of length, and that's 4 runs. Not where he was intending it, that's for sure. It's gone between slip and gully. He's actually looking to hit it down the ground, but they all count. Who cares? Nothing I like more when I was batting than a fluky 4, because not only do you get the 4, but you've annoyed the opposition. 224 for 5, with 85 to Tucker, who's leaving Sterling a long way back in his wake at 64. Now, I did 3 bowler comparisons before lunch, Dave, and I'm afraid I've not been able to throw the habit. This man, Thane, is a spitting image in physical impressions. He lines up to bowl to Graham Napier.
Yeah, all right.
Same, strong shoulders, exactly the same type of run-up. This ball goes backward a point for a single, and the score moves along to 225 for 5, and sometimes I go whole seasons making no comparisons at all, and 4 in a day, I'm afraid, and counting.
Yeah, it's been noted. Yeah, he's got the mullety type hair as well.
Yeah, no, that's right. And as he sort of prepares the bowl, you know, the breeze blowing in his hair, just as it did with Graham Napier. Same sort of slightly stocky build, strong shoulders, comes in bowls, and this ball is pulled fairly viciously but without timing into the leg side deep, and they take a single, and that will take the score to 227 for 5. Tucker getting ever closer to his 100, has moved along to 86, and Sterling comes into strike on 64.
I can't see his face from up here, but I mean, from his stature, you wouldn't have guessed he's an 18-year-old. He's just feeling his calf as well.
Yep, got that wrong actually. It's Sterling who has 64 and made that shot, but it's Tucker who's now come into strike, who's played tremendously well, particularly since lunch. Tucker, he was only 41 at lunch, so he's more than doubled his score in little more than half an hour. Same for me as well, better than his figures would suggest, but it's just that Tucker has been ultra aggressive and pulled off some terrific shots. Not to the next ball, he relies on defence here to play the ball a few yards down the track, and the heat gathers as the sun continues to shine relentlessly. Super day, and this partnership has completely transformed the game. It's now moved on to one of 161 unbroken. Vane comes in again. River End bowls and 4 more, and it wasn't that it was a rank bad delivery, but it's very well played by Tucker. He's looking to score off every ball he faces, and he just put the foot down the track, leant into the ball, and just guided the ball between slip and gully quite deliberately, perfectly safely, pick up his latest boundary, 230 for 5, and Tucker on to 90.
Yeah, the scoring since around about 12 o'clock today has gone off the charts. They've really attacked these two. Great counter-attack from Sterling and Tucker in particular.
Yes, he's been the absolute revelation here. And Thane comes in. Bowls to him. He's hit this up his sleeve, but just in front of Jamal Richards, who in the end, having thought there might be a catch in the offing initially, just had to go back on his haunches, let the ball hit the body, and there is no run. So that completes a rather expensive over, but it wasn't that there was a seriously bad delivery in it, just some very good batting from Tucker in a situation where now the batsman has pretty much got licence to go on the launch, and Tucker has 90 off only 88 deliveries, whereas Sterling surprisingly 65 off 93, but both have served the cause quite superbly, and they doubled the score literally, or in fact more than doubled the score. What am I talking about?
Almost trebled it.
Yeah, 65 for 5 and 230 for 5 now, and it's been a game changer.
It certainly has. Essex looked in complete control this morning, didn't they?
Yeah.
3 early wickets.
And I think if Sterling, who took a risk or two, as I think you have to do when your side is right on the back foot all the time, the risks paid off. He might have gone, 1 or 2 that went quite near fielders in the air, but he didn't. You make your own luck, and he and his partner have reaped a handsome benefit.
Change of bowling at the Hayes close end. Richards off, and it's going to be Adair in, who's bowls just on the pads, and it's worked away square of the wicket for a single. 231 for 5, and Sterling moves to 66.
I think we've probably over-dallied over the return of Mark Adair. I think he should probably have come back into the attack at the very least. After lunch he bowled so well this morning. Though I was actually quite impressed with Ishan Canny. I think he could be quite useful.
Does he remind you of anyone in particular?
No. Oh, sorry. Yes, I've forgotten Dennis Lilly because of the headband.
Adair bowls, and that one's guided out into the offside, fielded at point, and there's no run. 231 for 5. 90 is the score that Tucker is on, and if he gets there it will be a well-deserved 100, because he came in at a time, 65 for 5, when his team were really in trouble.
Certainly were, and it's been very good for the game, this partnership.
Adair turns at the top of his mark. Runs in now past the umpire. Right arm over to the right-handed Tucker, who defends into the leg side. It's fielded by Richards, who's taken up position at short mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Yeah, I heard you talking about the people watching in the flats a little bit earlier, and Our colleague Dick Davis was wandering around the ground a few years ago and heard this voice saying, "Now then, Dick." And who should it be but Ronnie Irani, who was persona non grata at the club at the time and had hired out one of the flats so he could still watch the game.
Adair down the slope, bowls to Tucker, who defends into the offside. Won't be a run there. Both Gully and backward point run into field. 2:31 for 5.
And the game has reached a stage now where I think it'll be a shame if Tucker doesn't reach his 100, because it's been an absolutely terrific effort on his part, and of course it'll serve him well, as one would presume he will be playing against England in a week's time.
Adair into Tucker, who flicks one away down to the leg side. That's going to be a just a single there as a fine leg comes in to do the fielding. 2:32 for 5. Yes, well, he's doing it in true Bazball style, isn't he?
He is. Yes, proud of him, I think. And,
had a few swings and misses early on, but now he's got his eye in. I can't remember him offering up too much.
no, he hasn't, and well, you never know. He wouldn't be the first Irishman to end up playing for England.
It's very true. Adair bowls, and that's defended down towards the man at the gully. Takes a tumbling stop. And that is the end of the over. So Ireland at 2:32 for 5. Deficit is now down to 111.
Restoring a little bit of control there, Mark Adair coming back into the attack. Just a couple of singles against one batsman in particular who's looking to score off every ball. And the other has a great and deserved reputation for big striking, Paul Sterling. So quite a feat. And the ball really has stopped moving around in the way it was in the morning session. The first 4 bowlers that we saw all demonstrated an ability to move the ball both ways, and even when wickets weren't going down, 3 went early, but even when they weren't, the ball was still offering plenty of assistance to the bowlers, but that's not the case at the moment. George Dockrell is coming back into the attack.
How is your bacon butty?
It was very edible. It's not what I'd have chosen because I prefer a curry, but I noted the curry house isn't open today.
Yeah, well, it's not been open all season. Well, certainly when I've been here, it has been open all season.
Oh yeah, I had a couple of very nice curries in the Surrey game.
Oh, lovely.
Surrey for curry. And Dockrell bowls, and this ball just probably off the pad, looks a yard or 2 down the pitch, and there's no run. Yes, they did a Madras curry that I was particularly taken with in the Surrey game. But I think the point would be, Dave, that quite understandably, although they'll always have outlets open with chips and burgers and bacon baps and what have you, but the curry, they only tend to open it if there's a decent crowd in, or if they would anticipate a decent crowd. Days 1 or 2, you're almost certainly 1 and 2. You're almost certainly going to get that.
Yeah.
If the game's sort of looking as if it's nearly over by day 3, understandably, they may not open the curry house, as it were. Just waiting while a fresh helmet, I think, is brought on, or some change to the equipment anyway, of the batsman here, particularly Tucker.
I was going to say, these delays felt interminable this afternoon.
They have a bit, yeah. 2:32 for 5, should anyone have forgotten. And only 111 behind now. Dockrell's in and bowls, and I think Tucker set out to sort of play the scoop shot there, and probably had a fortunate change of mind in time just to drop a dead bat on the ball and return it just to the onside of the bowler.
Well, if Essex can somehow get one of these wickets, they'll still fancy themselves to get a decent first innings lead, but I just can't get through these defences at the moment.
And this ball's played off the back foot for a single, and scored a 2:33 for 5 as Tucker moves along to 91. And yeah, of course, so often after a really big partnership, when one partner goes, so does the other in quick succession, and that's why the old boycott maxim, always add 2 wickets to the current situation to get what may be about to become quite an accurate picture. But the way things are going, you'd have to say a wicket has not looked likely for some long time now. Dockrell to bowl to Sterling. And he is all defence here. I think he sees his role now, and probably rightly so. He may well take the view, well, Tucker will be the next man out. I will still be there to shepherd the tail. But while my colleague's going so well at the other end, I'll just leave it up to him. Dockrell. Bowls again, short of flatted delivery, and that's been beautifully cut away. I don't think it's quite going to make the boundary. They'll certainly be able to come back for 2, as yesterday's hero, Robin Das, does some good work around that backward point boundary, and as has been pointed out before, there's an enormous irregularity between the 2 sides of the ground, on one of which the boundary is probably only 60 yards, and on the other it must be not far short of 100. So Dockrell scored 235 for 5, Sterling 68, Tucker 92. Sterling for the moment faces Dockrell and remains motionless as he sees the ball can be left to the gloves of Will Buttleman, and that completes the Dockrell over. The spinner should ensure that we maintain a reasonable number of overs bowled as the day moves on. Just for the moment there are 51 overs remaining of the day's 90.
And also a reminder that the first innings can only be 100 overs maximum.
Yeah, very good point, because we are now 65 overs in.
54.
Sorry, 54 overs in. I was looking at the wrong figure on the board. So they've got a lot of time actually to get a big first innings lead if Essex can't prize one of these 2 out.
Adair continuing from the Haystack. Oh wow, down the pitch, and Tucker tucks into that one, lifts it over the man at mid-on and away for 4 runs. Intent straight away from Tucker, who's got his eye well and truly in now. 239 for 5, he goes to 96.
Well, he's always going to give the bowler a bit of a chance, because you do feel that sometimes he makes his mind up before the bowlers let go of the ball, but you have to give him credit and say that so far, even if he hasn't always got the ball out of the middle of the bat, he's got away with it and played some very, very handsome shots indeed.
Problems for Nick Brown, trying to figure out how to get one of these 2 batsmen out. Adair coming in now down the slope, right arm over to the right-handed Tucker, who starts to back away towards the leg stump, then decides to cover up and play defensively, inside edge onto the pads and then out into the offside.
Yeah, you raised a very interesting point indeed about the captaincy. If I had a criticism of Brown, it's just about the very moment I'm about to issue it, he makes a variation, but he hasn't really tried many ingenious ploys, you know, suddenly bringing perhaps a fielder into a close catching position, just to try and distract the batsman a bit.
Adair in again, that's down the leg side. Don't know if that came off the pad at all, or whether that was bat against pad, but taken by the wicket-keeper.
Tell you a player that we haven't seen all season. To my awareness, I don't think he's had a game in the Championship, and had a pretty decent campaign last year, Feroz Kushi.
Yeah, I think I was talking about that the last time I was on. Yeah, no, exactly. We haven't seen. Well, I haven't seen him at all.
Very talented player.
Yeah, absolutely. Here comes Adair down the pitch again, and he digs this one in short. And Tucker tries to just lift it over the wicketkeeper, but can't get any bat on it, and there's no run.
I think Tucker picked that as the ball to get his 100. It was actually a good bit of bowling. Then Mark Adair spotted him coming and dug it in really short.
What's happening here? Oh, suddenly Tucker has gone down. Is it his leg?
Yeah.
He just suddenly started walking. Oh, what's it? His leg or his arm? There's a medical emergency here. I don't know what's happened there.
Yeah, it's.
Did you see what happened, Guy?
I didn't at all.
Just.
Is there anything on the reef?
He just suddenly. It's his left arm, isn't it?
He leapt up to try and play that shot.
Yeah. Guy Swindle's our co-commentator saying that as he leapt up to try and play that shot as the ball was dug in short, Guy is saying maybe snagged a wrist. But he's gone down in the heap. Hopefully he'll be all right because he's on 96. Only needs to make one more decent connection and it'd be such a deserved 100, quite apart from the fact it would be wretched luck for Ireland, having recovered so brilliantly and in many ways taken command. I know they're still over 100 behind, but they've really been well on top lately. And the physio now is attending, what looks like his left forearm.
Grief. I don't see what happened there. He just sort of played the shot, didn't get anywhere near the ball, and then suddenly...
Yeah, probably pulled a muscle, stretching out suddenly. Those of us of an age will know only too well how any sort of sudden movement, or even relatively slow movement, can lead to injury. Just hope that... Oh, he's in pain there. You can see him grimacing as the physio sort of says, "Does it hurt when I do that?"
Does it hurt when I yank your wrist round in the wrong direction, twist it in ways it should be twisted? He's in a lot of pain there, isn't he?
He is, I'm afraid. And
oh,
yeah, it may have to go off here. I think it is perhaps wrist rather than forearm.
it's already strapped, isn't it?
Yeah, he's had some strapping on it. Oh, here we see it again. Now, there we go, he stretches up, tries to loft the ball over slip. At first, there doesn't appear to be anything the matter. At the moment, he's shown no reaction at all. Then he tries to replicate the shot. And then he suddenly begins, then he suddenly collapses in pain.
It's definitely the left hand or wrist, probably the
Left
wrist.
wrist,
Yeah. But I still can't see exactly how... or what he's managed to do.
Well, you were only just saying that we've had rather a lot of delays since lunch.
Here's another one.
This is a bit more than a delay, I think.
I would like to get home to go to bed tonight at some point.
Yeah. I think they're probably going to have to take him off on 96 not out.
I think how many overs have... I think have we had 10 overs since lunch?
Don't just recall how many overs had gone at
I'm
lunch.
sure I saw 45 on the board. I think we've had 10 overs in almost...
Yeah, I think you're probably
No.
right, because there were 16 overnight, and if you're going to go with 45 at lunch, that's 29 in the session, which is about right. Well, I hope he can continue, but maybe it's not a given. I think the physio is saying to him, well, I've done all I can do for you in the short term. And he's now just practicing. I think he will continue. Let's hope that it doesn't ruin his innings and that he gets out shy of the 100, or he becomes incapable of playing the way that he clearly loves to play, and brilliantly. It was odd, actually, Dave, because from the initial shot that he played, he didn't show any reaction at all. It was only after he sort of said, well, I didn't quite get that right, I'll rehearse the shot again.
Yeah.
And that's the point at which he suddenly clearly felt violent pain in his left hand and wrist and collapsed in a heap and clear and unfeigned genuine agony.
Yeah, concern shown by some of his teammates who are playing for Essex.
Yes, that's right.
But he seems to be okay to continue. He's certainly standing back at the crease. Did he even take any pills? I didn't see.
Yeah.
He must have taken some pills. I didn't see any magic spray.
I tell you, it didn't seem to play all that much of a part of the concerned party, and that's Paul Sterling, who, man after my own heart, doesn't really believe in unnecessary exertion. And there was a shot of him lying at the opposite end of the 22 yards with a resigned, wry smile on his face. And he's now back on his feet, and now we're going to see a resumption of play.
Yep. Fielder going in at Gully. So here comes Adair. To resume the over. Down the slope, bowls to Tucker, who defends into the leg side, and there's no run. Now let's see if there's any reaction on that left hand. He seems to be fine. Seems to be holding the bat okay.
Yeah, the fact that he's still holding it in his left hand is encouraging.
All very strange.
Yeah, it was. As I say, even when we saw the replay, we've sort of watched what we thought was where he must have damaged it, but there was no evidence of that. And as I say, it was only when he played an air shot to rehearse the shot as he would like to have got it, and then found that perhaps he wished he hadn't tried that.
Adair moves in past the umpire and he bowls to Tucker, who swings away, gets a thick inside edge down towards the man at mid-on. Rather scuffed shot, that one, down on one knee, but he does steal the strike at the end of what seemed like a very, very long over. And it's 240 for 5. Tucker's on 97.
Yes, and the seaming wasn't misleading. Really was probably a full 10 minutes, I would think. But the good news is he's not looking in any further concern about it. You know, although he's got the bat in the right hand just a moment, but it looks as if he's done no sort of rubbing of it or anything since he resumed playing, and he now is 3 runs away from what would be a terrific 100. He's only faced 101 balls, and he's about to face George Dockrell, slow left arm from the river end, off just a 3 or 4 step run up. Comes in now, bowls, and that ball's cracked off the back foot and caught. Oh, that's a sad end.
Cruel.
It was just to be honest, you or I might have been able to survive that one, because actually it was a straight ball, but it was going to have gone over the top of the stumps, and unfortunately he just reached out and deposited it straight into backward point's hands. There is no way he'd have been out in that way but for what's just happened previously. And I feel so sorry for the man to be robbed of what would have been a thoroughly deserved 100. And even here now he's getting a very sympathetic hand.
Yeah, really good knock. Ireland not out of trouble yet, but bearing in mind where they were when Tucker came in, which was the best part, large part of 300 runs behind, they're now only 103 runs behind. And well, he deserved his century, but as is the way with cricket, it can be a cruel mistress. And just a couple of deliveries after he had that issue with his left wrist, he's now back in the pavilion.
Well, as we know, Dave, life is full of cruel mistresses. As you know, I, for many years, was a gambling man, and if ever there was a cruel mistress, it's to be a betting man. Catcher there was Josh Rymel, who took an absolutely brilliant catch this morning. This was one your grandmother, in boycott terms, would have swallowed whole. You know, it was that simple, and no one would agree more than Rymel himself with that. I don't think you'll believe it when the ball was just spooned straight into his hands.
Okay, new batsman is McBride, and Ireland are 6 down with 240 runs on the board, so they're still 103 behind.
Yes, I can't help feeling that I totally understand why what happened did happen, but I can't help feeling that the better plan would have been for Tucker to go off and get proper physio and sort of come back at the fall of the next wicket sort of thing, because I mean that was the first ball of the Dockrell over, and you just knew that he'd never have gone out that way but for the incident that had just befallen him. It was all very bizarre from start to finish, the way the injury was sustained and everything.
Oh, another stoppage. Right, we've got some pads coming on now.
In fact, Dockrell is getting so impatient with all these stoppages that he actually took the opportunity with the batsman well away from the crease to bowl an imaginary ball. Didn't actually let go of the ball, but he ran up, and he now has...
It all feels very much in your own time, lads.
Yes. No, it does, and trouble is it's in our time, David. So
Yeah. Yes, we'll be the ones stuck here till 7 or 8 o'clock tonight.
So, that's another...
You here tomorrow?
I am, yeah.
Okay. Well, the Tucker and Sterling partnership have certainly given this game a chance of being interesting, at least tomorrow.
That's right. It's been a very good day's cricket, and yeah, we've had all these irritating stoppages since lunch. But one thing that wouldn't be true is to say so hardly any runs have been added, because they've fairly piled them on, and in only about 11 or 12 overs, the score has moved on by 74. And Andy McBride, a left-hander, is taking guard, and now at last it's going to be slow left arm over the wicket for the first time today to Bolton left-hander, and the left-hander plays it back to the slow left arm, although a different fielder nips in to save him the bother of bending down. 240 for 6, 103 behind, and Dockrell in and bowls again, and this ball is driven into the offside. Doesn't end up going exactly where the batsman intended. They're going to come back for a very quick second run, and that's good running from Andy McBride. 242 for 6. Guy Swindles is about to rejoin me, and David Brett, never one to go over his limit, has exited mid-over, and Dockrell chops up again, bowls, and this ball is played back to the bowler. 242 for 6. Wasn't that a sad way for the man to be out?
It really was. You can see what was going through his mind, though, with the Test match at Lord's next Thursday. He probably wasn't concentrating quite as he might otherwise do.
Yes, next ball, McBride, who's made a confident start, plays it into the offside, but straight to the field and no run. Yes, that's. I hadn't just twigged on that point, that of course his real concern wouldn't be missing out on 100, but worried about whether he's going to be fit for the Test match next week, as this ball is played narrowly into the onside to complete the over. And so that's the over that saw the end of a terrific partnership that put on 175 runs and completely transformed the look of the game, thanks chiefly to Lorcan Tucker. Caught Rymel in the end, bowled Dockrell for 97. Sterling remains on 68, and he's been joined by McBride on 242 for 6. Yeah,
it's extraordinary when you consider that Paul Sterling reached his 50 before Lorcan Tucker. Lorcan Tucker, I think, was on 41 when Sterling completed his 50, and then Sterling was having to play second fiddle, as Lorcan Tucker really did bat beautifully, taking on every single bowler in pretty impressive fashion. But
yeah, I mean, he was still 41 at lunch.
Yep.
So he'd added 56 since, while Sterling added, I think, 17.
Yes, exactly. So, but a wonderful partnership for
very much so.
Their side, 175, and that is nicely driven up to mid-off. It is Adair who is in bowling from the Hayes close end. Bowled very nicely in his spell this morning.
I was saying, I think he should really have come back into the attack rather sooner than he has done. Maybe they could have just switched him and Richards round straight after lunch.
Yep. But they obviously want to give everybody a go. There is still that element of this match, first class as it is, that part of the deal is that everyone has their moment. Yes, that both sides will want to win this one, but the bottom line is it's not everything to them. But you're right, and tactically, as if you wanted to go on and put Ireland under real pressure, you'd have put Adair on straight after Jamal Richards, who did find life a little more difficult in his spell this afternoon compared to this morning. He'd gone through for a single there.
Yeah, of course, it's always more difficult when you're bowling to two men who've had plenty of time to play themselves in and are seeing it large, and the ball's getting older.
Absolutely.
You're getting a bit more tired, but no doubting the promise of the young man.
This is Andrew McBride, who is going to be ready to face Adair. Pulling right arm round the wicket, and Adair. McBride thinks of a little fence outside off stump, but then thinks better of it. Both his father and uncle played for Ireland, so he's following very much in the family tradition.
Very large numbers on his back. And there's only just room to get the number 35 in there.
That's good for me. I don't know
Yes.
how you. I could,
Yes, you'd like to
see
see
who it
everybody.
is.
Yeah, no, that's right.
and Adair round the wicket again, and that is flicked off his hip. Not sure how much bat was actually
I think it's a
involved.
leg by. Yeah.
Just waiting for the signal. Here it comes. So yeah, just off the thigh pad, round the corner. One more to the total, if not to McBride. Got an average in first class cricket of just over 21, but more a bowler who bats than the other way round, and quite right, he's batting at number 8, which is what you would expect, someone with an average of the 20s to be batting around there. Paul Sterling, who usually opens the batting in most formats, on this occasion just playing the ball out into the offside, and couldn't open yesterday because he was finishing his day job with Warwickshire, or Birmingham as they're called in T20, aren't they?
They are. Afraid I've never liked that name. You know, I like to keep things to the counties, but anyway.
Whoever he was playing for last night, they won. But I think he was a single figure score, 1 boundary. But he's played much better today, but at least he got his eye in for a little while last night as Adair round the wicket to the left-handed McBride, who just plays it back to the bowler. That is the end of the over. Tidy one from Adair rather than a desperately threatening one, but he's got the useful figures of 242 from 14, and he's kept his 3 runs and over going in his second spell, unlike Jamal Richards, who was a little more expensive earlier, but that was when both batters were in their pomp.
Well, I think Ireland are going to need him, even though he wasn't in. We're not to know exactly what the ruling from the Irish selecting committee would have been here in terms of which 4 are we.
Exactly.
So it doesn't mean because that somebody's played in the Essex side that they weren't actually in
the first 11.
Exactly, and I think Ireland will need him because he can keep control. You know, he's not easy to hit.
No, I agree.
Dockrell to continue from the river end. And bowls to Sterling, and Sterling's heaved this into the onside, and up go the arms of umpire Ronan Black. Got black and white here with
Of course.
Ronan Black and Rob White, and that's a typical Paul Sterling effort, and that takes up Ireland's 250 and 58.1 overs, occupying 4 hours 12 minutes, and at least probably over half an hour of that have been involved in stoppages for one reason or another.
Yes, that's true.
Here we have another one. Doc was already throwing the ball to the umpires. It's just as a precaution because the ball had been hit for 6. And the umpire says, "Yep, carry on." Docker will try again. And here he comes. And leave outside off stump. And I was saying before the awfully unlucky end to the Tucker innings came about, that Sterling for me had decided he would be the anchor man and simply not worry about playing his shots until the next wicket fell, and Sterling would then make sure it wasn't him who was out, and he'd shepherd the tail, and he's doing just that now. So the last 3 balls have been 6-dot as he plays the next ball slowly a yard or 2 into the offside for Nick Brown from slip to do the retrieving.
Absolutely. No, he's played that role really well.
Docker bowls to him, and he's all defence here, and for all the fact that he's been rather too headstrong in his career, Paul Sterling, and that's, if anything's, an understatement, he's played with terrific common sense and discipline out there today. He's not been sort of charging at anything, but we know that he can hit the ball a very long way, and in this over he's chosen to do it once, and only once, with 1 ball left, as he drops another ball straight down the pitch to the bowler. Siren you hear in the background for another emergency vehicle passing directly behind us, and a horrible motorcycle noise as well. Apologies if you love your speedway, which I used to do, but the next ball is a dot ball played into the offside, and again there's no run, so a 6 and 5 dots in that over. 251 for 6, and the lead coming down all the time, and Ireland now are 92 behind. Essex is 343.
Didn't that look a long way away when earlier today they were 65 for 5?
Indeed.
Quite the turnaround. It was really interesting watching Paul Stirling play this innings, because normally he's in playing T20, maybe 50 overs, where his job is to smash it to all corners of the ground, and here he has time to actually play a proper red ball 3-day, 4-day innings, and that is going to be required. But he was the one man I thought who would be very Bazball, but at the moment he's reining in his instincts, as McBride on this occasion does not rein in his. He goes for the square cut, gets a big top edge which flies over the 3 slips and goes all the way for 4. There was width though, it was certainly worth the shot, but not quite how he meant it to be. He was trying to smash it square, but the result is the same, 4 runs.
Yeah, I think he'll have got a few of those in his time though, because he obeyed the golden rule. If you're going to have a slash, go with everything with it, not half-heartedly, and that's why he's got 4 runs rather than caught.
Absolutely right. This time he ducks what he thought was going to be a shorter ball and then wasn't, but luckily for him he sees the ball pass outside off stump in a regulation manner from Adair.
I've never seen Andy McBride before, but I noted as he walked to the wicket, he's a very positive man. He moved briskly into the middle and wanted to get on with it, and I applaud him for that, and that's the sort of character he clearly is.
No, he bowled, he's very quick at getting through his overs as well.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
As in again, and this time it's short again from Adair, and this time McBride thought about for a second taking it on, then decided no, I don't think so, and just dropped his bat. He did however go for a lot of runs yesterday as well. He was going for about 8 and over. He did take a couple of wickets in the end. I think 2 for 95 off 13 overs, something like that.
Yeah, as you say, a tad on the expensive side.
But you can see how he was on earlier than you might expect. Big shout for LBW. Immediately McBride holds the bat up in the air and says, it hit the bat, and my initial feeling was I thought I heard something.
I'm sure I did. Yeah, I was amazed at the shout, really. But I have to say as well, having seen what I've seen today, excuse me, if I were a bowler, I would tend to, after a while, think I shan't bother shouting again. I'm not going to get in the LBWs. I'm convinced these 2 umpires are under orders, to be very sparing, to say the least, in their decisions.
Well, it's interesting, as that is again he wants to take on the short ball. McBride, he swings and misses, and interesting too that Adair knows that McBride plays that way and keeps banging it in short, trying to tempt him into something injudicious. You say that though, and yesterday that we had 1, 2, 3 LBWs yesterday, one of which was let me put it this way, should a Hawkeye have been available, I'm not at all sure it would have been given. So maybe they've had a word overnight that a little less trigger happy than yesterday, and that is a thickish edge, and that goes through 2nd slip area and 4th slip stroke gully. If 3rd slip had been there he would have stopped it. It was perfectly safe, but that's another 4 runs, and despite Adair really bowling pretty well in that over and having McBride in a certain amount of trouble, McBride has managed to score 8 runs from it and is looking in pretty good nick.
Yeah, my own interpretation of, if I'm even right, which I may not be, of thinking, that they've decided there aren't going to be many LBWs here, the explanation for the difference for me would be that the Irish management want their players to get as much practice as possible, and so they may have said, we're not trying to sneak an illegal victory here, but if you could just tend to be considerate to the batsmen, because we want them to be in practice. We're not worried about the result of this game in itself. It is a means to an end. And if that's so, well, fair enough. As Dockrell is going to bowl to Sterling, who plays the ball for no run to extra cover, and the score will remain at 259 for 6, and 84 runs behind now as the deficit that's really been shaved and shaved again by that fantastic 175 run partnership for Ireland's 6th wicket. And Dockrell bowls. Sterling, he's two extremes when facing Dockrell. He just covers up, plays an almost exaggerated defensive shot here. He's either all defence or all attack.
Exactly.
Nothing in between.
6 or nothing. Yep.
So Dockrell waits the batsman to settle again, which he does. Oh, now that's probably the best ball he's bowled, actually, and it did a bit more than Sterling thought it was going to. It bounced more and goes into the gloves of Will Buttleman.
Yes, decent ball, that one from the left-hand slow bowler, as it did spin away from the bat.
And ball played out to cover, and there is no run there, and that was Robin Das with the fielding under the sun hat. I think he's probably the only one wearing a sun hat out there in the field, as the next ball is pushed out to him again, and he moves enthusiastically to the ball. 132 yesterday, top knock, and score remaining 259 for 6. Sterling 76 off 117 deliveries. Dockrell bowls, Sterling sweeps, chase round the boundary unavailing, and on to 80 goes Sterling there, picked that up, timed it beautifully, no chance for the fieldsman. 263 for 6. That means the deficit now down to 80, and the way that McBride has settled in with Sterling looking rock-like out there, it still isn't impossible, for all the unlucky loss of the 6th wicket when it came, that there might be a first innings lead even here.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think that will all depend on Paul Simpson, whether he can hang around and stay there. But yeah, it's interesting with that Dockrell over. He really did bowl well, and then the final ball just leaked down the leg side. We were talking about this earlier, that when he first broke onto the scene and was in the Somerset team, he was seen as a bowler who batted a bit. He's now a batter who bowls a bit, and
you excuse me interrupting, you have been worried because I realise you don't realise you said it, but you actually said Paul Simpson.
Ah, sorry, I meant
Sterling. Yes,
yes,
no,
sorry.
You have been looking at the scorecard.
Where is Paul Simpson? Where is Paul Simpson?
Yeah.
Oh dear, sorry. Sorry, Paul Sterling. Sorry, Paul Simpson.
It all helps the time pass more agreeably.
Sorry, Paul Newton. Apologies to all the Pauls, as that is outside off stump and is allowed to pass without any trouble. Adair is continuing what is turning out to be quite a nice lengthy spell as far as he's concerned. He's obviously asked that he can have a good go.
Well, and I think, regardless of even that, I think if you're Nick Brown, you think I don't want to be taking this bloke off for at least an hour, because he's he's different class when it comes to keeping the runs down.
No, that is true. McBride, though, will be trying to do his best, and he unleashes and unfurls a cover drive that he must have been practicing for some time, but he drills it straight at Jamal Richards at point.
Well, I was expecting the next ball to go for 4, having complimented on Adair's economy.
He did his best.
Yeah, it was a good shot, and a yard either side of the fieldsman there, Jamal Richards, it would have been a boundary.
It's Adair in once again. Punched away off the back foot this time, but Jamal Richards is there again. There was, maybe in one-day cricket, they may have gone for the single, but certainly Paul Sterling not interested in it on this occasion, and a very quick shout of no as McBride asked whether he would be interested.
Yeah, I think there probably was a run there, but Sterling, there's that wonderful blues song, built for comfort, not built for speed.
Absolutely. Why risk it? And that is this time spanked, not exactly where he wanted to hit it. It's gone between gully and point. It's gone all the way for 4, but he got a lot of it, certainly enough of it, and he has a 3rd boundary.
Yes, I rather like the way McBride bats. In a sense, you can say that, matey, all your shots are flukes. But he would say, as long as I can keep fluking it, I'm very happy to do it. You know, and when somebody gets away with it a certain number of times, you begin to think, well, this isn't totally an accident. You know, he's got plenty of good edges on his back.
No, there is a plan, and obviously he's paid for the entire bat, so why waste it?
Indeed.
And this is again smeared into the covers, but not timed on this occasion. Almost down on one knee when he played that shot. But Jamal Richards, who's suddenly finding life is very busy in the point area when McBride, sorry, I must get the right. McBride is at the crease. He does like to play that cover drive. We've seen several attempts at it, some of which have nearly come off. Just the 1-4 so far from this over. It was Camphor, in fact, who came on for the persevering Mark Adair, who has been given a rest, and Curtis Camphor indeed came on from the Hayes close end and has bowled a decent over in many ways, just the 4 runs from it, and that was a thickish edge. There was one good shot in the over, but that was hit straight at the fielder, so probably everything in the end has worked out about right.
Yep, no, you're right. And just getting our scoreboard that we have internally in the box here back working. We do have a wonderful scoreboard away to our left, but if unless you get up and actually peer out of the window, it's not very possible to see it, and the other board is on the slow side, so we're very grateful for our internal scoreboard in the box. It's a screen. The only snag being that every 2 or 3 hours or so it decides it's done enough for the time being, and you have to get up and start the whole process again, but
it's back.
It's back. That's all that matters. 267 for 6, deficit down to 76, and Paul Sterling stands with bat raised and now moves to his stance as he faces Dockrell. Oh, in fact, he doesn't, because it's the latest of... thankfully, this will only be a very brief hold-up because he's only got a 4-step run-up. He's had to go back and start again. Just the close company only of Nick Brown and the wicket-keeper now for Sterling, who is in his best defensive mode to this first delivery of the over. And ball played to mid-on for no run. 267 for 6. Mid-afternoon. Dockrell around the wicket and takes Sterling on the pad. Bottleman nips round to retrieve. 267 for 6 remains the score on this gorgeous late May afternoon where summer looks as if it's finally arrived. Heaven knows it's... well, I don't think spring ever did arrive, but although this is technically still spring, shall we say spring stroke summer has finally arrived. Next ball played back to the bowler.
I will say, though, that delay of the late spring has meant that the trees have gone absolutely berserk, and the blossom, I've never seen anything quite like it.
Yeah, no, it's true. As next ball's tossed up and this ball is cracked away to Richards on the cover boundary for a single. He's got a good arm on him. Score to 268 for 6, 75 runs behind, and Sterling has moved along to 81.
I was driving over from Sudbury, just over the border in Suffolk this morning, and enjoying the hawthorn blossom and the may trees all along the route.
Well, my gardener said to me earlier this week, should explain that I have no intention of ever having anything to do with gardening, so I get someone else to do it, pay them of course. Dockrell's switching over the wicket to the left-handed Andy McBride, placed this one just beyond the back pad, no run, and he was saying, he said, believe me, in the last week alone the whole of nature has taken off. He said it's actually frightening the speed with which now.
It's been extraordinary.
Yeah.
Now, I've been walking the dog every day, and you can actually almost see it growing in front of you. It's amazing.
Yeah, as McBride here has hit this one away to the cover boundary for 4, and just stepped away. It was short enough for him to line it up and play it as a proper batsman. And he's no mug, that's for sure. He's moved along 18 off 22 deliveries, just what the side would have wanted. There's no point in merely dead batting out there. Doesn't mean you've got to have a go at every delivery, but get on with it, and he has done. And another partnership is developing, 272 for 6, already worth 32.
Yeah, no, it's another terrific partnership, and also he's batting as a spinning number 8 should. He's looking to keep the scoreboard ticking over. He's no mug at all with the bat, as we talked about. He averages over 20, so you can't average over 20 if you're unable to hold one end of the bat from the other. But it will be Curtis Camphor who will continue, 24-year-old.
Yeah, it's also worth pointing out that when you're coming fairly low in the order, an average of 20 is a bigger achievement than if you were up nearer the top.
Quite. Camphor bustles in, really does develop the speed through the shoulder and arm. Not the world's biggest man, but really does bustle in with intent, and has surprised the batters once or twice with the extra pace that they didn't quite spot coming. He's in once again, and that's down leg side, and a disappointment, and his head goes skyward with disappointment as he knows he didn't get that one right at all. He has bowled in test matches. He's taken 3 wickets, average of 80, which probably will come down. He's only played the 3 tests. In fact, no one in the Ireland squad has played more than 5 tests, I think, except for PJ Moore, who played some for Zimbabwe, and that is flicked off his leg stump nicely by Sterling, but it'll only be a single because they do have a man down at fine leg for that shot, and it will be McBride who is back on strike. Camphor is going to come round the wicket to the left-hander, just rearranging the field. Nick Brown just moving 1 or 2 players around. See Noah Thane. Well, he was moved to one place. He's now actually had to go all the way back to where he was before. But then he's 18, so it doesn't matter. And Camphor comes in once again, and it's not very short, and it's just bunted away. It's a remarkable shot from McBride. He was on it very quickly, didn't bounce that high, but he managed to play a pull shot from just above his knees, which went like a rocket to the boundary, and there's 4 more.
Well, it's not in the MCC coaching manual, but that's one of the shots of the day. Just no effort at all, just tremendous strength in the wrists, and beautifully timed. So, yeah, unorthodox, but I admire that.
Absolutely, but effective. And that one is an orthodox leave outside off stump, but Curtis Camphor strained a little bit too much on that occasion, so it is a no ball. So I'll have to bowl that one again, and another 1 goes on to the total. 278 now for 6 Ireland.
If I were back in my days of taking schoolboy teams and McBride had played the shot that we saw that went for 4, you know, I'd have sharp intake of breath. But
and that is a much more orthodox drive up to mid-off, but interestingly, being much more orthodox, it hits an orthodox field placing.
Yeah, and do you know, one thing I certainly wouldn't have done that many coaches would, I wouldn't have stopped him playing it. I'd have said, well, I don't see too many of those, but if you can keep pulling it off, I'll let you keep doing it.
Excellent. Curtis Camphor, right arm round. Again, driven nicely, and he's seeing the ball well now, you get the feeling, McBride.
Yeah, I mean, this game is not about religiously following the MCC coaching manual. By all means, use it as a guide. But you know, there's no point sort of standing on ceremony. You know, either something's effective or it isn't. And if it is, don't interfere with it. You know, when you think of the times the England selectors have interfered with the bowler's action, people like Devon Malcolm and even Jimmy Anderson.
Oh yeah, it had to cost him a year.
Yeah.
Think how many more wickets he'd
Yeah,
have.
and it doesn't work. You know, it's just not how you should go about it.
Right arm round, and that is punched into point, where Jamal Richards does well to get a bit of his body behind it and stop the ball going through. But it was nice timing again from McBride.
Just seeing if David Brett's hearing me. Yep, good. So Guy Swindles will be joined by David Brett.
Thank you very much, Paul. It will be George Dockrell to continue. He's having a good lengthy spell, the left arm spinner from the River End. About just under half an hour till the tea interval, I would imagine. It is warming up very nicely in Chelmsford if you're out of the breeze. Sterling is on 82. And Dockrell just sees Sterling drop the ball round the corner. Welcome to David Brett, who has had 5 minutes to himself, I hope.
Yes, just about. Yeah, it's beautiful out there, isn't it?
It is a gorgeous, gorgeous day.
And yes, this Irish recovery is still going strong.
Yes, they're now closing in on the Essex total of 343. They can see it in the headlights, whereas it did look a great, much further away earlier. McBride has pretty much carried on where Lorcan Tucker finished off, looking to keep the scoring rate ticking over at a decent rate. He has scored his 22 from just 28 deliveries, so going very nicely. Again, it's the left arm spinner, George Dockrell, who sees the ball tucked off his hip on this occasion by McBride, but again, Sterling a bit too sharp and an unnecessary dangerous single, so why bother? Dockrell, slightly flat-footed look before he then begins to run in to deliver the ball, and nice air on that occasion, and just played round the corner, but the man is there, and Das does the fielding. There is no run.
I'll come back to that in a second.
It's Dockrell, who does get through his overs briskly, is in again. Left arm spin, and the left-hander McBride just whips it round the corner. Das has to move round onto his right hand to throw the ball in to the wicket keeper, by which time, however, they have trotted through for an easy single.
Came the closest I've ever been to a crowd catch on my little half-hour break.
We must hear about that in a minute, as coming round the wicket now, Dockrell bowls to the right-handed Sterling. That is the end of the over, the perfect time to hear about the crowd catch, with the score currently 281 for 6, Sterling 83, McBride 23 not out.
I mean, lost count of the number of cricket matches I've been to, but I've never ever been anywhere near where the ball has ended up in the crowd. And I was chatting to one of the supporters around the back of the the old hospitality tent, which is I think part changing room these days. Anyway, I don't know who hit the six, but someone launched a massive six over there. It landed on top of the tent, and it bounced down right in front of where so it didn't quite get the catch because it bounced first, but it bounced on top of the tent and then down onto the floor, and I got it on the second bounce.
Yeah, if you'd taken it off the tent, you'd have had to take it
one-handed.
Yeah. Well, I shall leave David to talk us through. I guess it will be Camphor to continue eventually.
Yeah, but the puff's gone out of the Essex side at the moment. I suspect they'll want tea as quickly as possible again, because McBrien's sort of picked up where Tucker had left off. I'd be absolutely gutted he didn't get to his 100, Tucker.
Particularly as this is a first-class match, so it would count towards his average. It would count towards his list of hundreds in the record books.
As this delivery's just jabbed out into the offside, it's fielded at backward point by Jamal Richards, and there's no run.
Yeah, Jamal Richards has been busy in the field. Wherever he has been, the ball seems to have followed him around like a laser recently. So he's keeping himself busy. There are those periods when you're fielding and you don't see the ball for what seems like several days. But
Camphor down the slope, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed McBrien, who guides the other way out into the offside. The aforementioned Richards chasing after it, sliding stop, and they'll come back for a second run. The score moves on to 283 for 6, and McBrien goes to 25.
yeah, just 60 behind now. And we keep saying it, but 65 for 5, that seemed an awful long way away.
It did, yes.
283 for 6.
Quite remarkable. Well played Sterling, well played Tucker, and well played McBrien as well.
Absolutely. He's come to the party.
Camphor coming down the slope again, round the wicket, bowls, and that's clipped off the pads into the leg side. It'll be 4 runs, it's gone out of my sight. Yeah, it's a bit straighter than mid-wicket and runs out the way towards the executive suites for 4 runs, 287 for 6, and yeah, the pitch just seems to have died, or
We had the same yesterday. It's really funny that it looks as if it's an absolute batting minefield in the first session, and then batters get in, and suddenly life becomes much easier. And so we've had 2 very similar days.
Camphor in again, bowls, and McBrien just cuts into the ground, fielded it in a gully position at on the offside, and there is no run. Yes, we've got about 25-26 minutes to go until the tea break.
Now I wonder, because this is only a 3-day game, and Ireland will need practice, and they'll probably want to get their
Camphor bowls short, and that's allowed to go through to the wicketkeeper. There's no run.
misfiring top order another go. I wonder if possibly a declaration might occur, because at the moment they're giving batting practice, with the honourable exception of Paul Sterling, almost to the tail, and it's whether they want their bowlers to have another spell in the field and get the top order back before the end of the match.
Yeah, possibly. They're close enough, or getting close enough, aren't they? Certainly by lunch they'll be within 20-30 runs, possibly even closer the way they're going at the moment. Here comes Camphor again, bowls to McBrien, now carves away through the offside. Jamal Richards chasing it again. He's going to need some water and electrolyzers at the tea break. They come back for a second run, and that goes to 289 for 6. That is the end of the over. So McBrien's on 31. Sterling's still there on 83. They'll certainly want Sterling to get to his 100 before they do anything.
Definitely. And McBrien may say, well, maybe you could let me have a bash at my 50 as well. We're both about 20 away, which would take them virtually to parity anyway. So it would be interesting to see what thoughts are going through Andrew McBurney, the skipper's heads currently at the moment. There's a conflab going on about who should be bowling next. I'd be surprised if Dockrell didn't continue. There's also a bit of treatment as well for, I think McBurney was having a little bit of work done on a hand. We're just going through the partnerships, and that 175, absolute standout for Sterling and Tucker, and dug their team out of a real problem when you consider that certainly the biggest partnership before that had been the opening partnership of 26, and this one is now worth 49, so we're closing in on a second successive 50 partnership. Sterling will be facing, but That'll be... Sorry.
That's all right. No, I was going to say, by my count, we've had 21 overs bowled. So we have caught up a little bit. I suppose that helps with the spinner.
Yeah, well, Dockrell's been on for about the last hour non-stop from this end, so there's still going to be a fair few short of 30 by the tea interval, but we're having another. The latest delay is now over, and that's pushed into the covers.
I mean, according to the scoreboard, the over rate's only +3, but it feels like it should be something like +10 or something like that.
Well, the 50 partnership comes up, of which McBurney scored 31 and Sterling just 16. The junior partner again, Paul Sterling. Interesting, but I think he's enjoying just spending time out at the crease, and that is cut away, but straight to the man at backward point, and there won't be a run. Left arm spinner to left arm batter. Well, and indeed left arm spinner. He is both. McBride. Another left arm spinner. That's nice. Given a little bit of air, but McBride drives nicely, if not fully middled, up to mid-off, where it is gathered in by Noah Thane, and there is no run. Dockrell has had a good long bowl. They'll be pleased with this in the Island camp. This is driven nicely though by McBride, and Dockrell looks disappointed with himself, but McBride's so quickly on that, and suddenly there are 4 more against his name, against the Island score.
It was hit hard. It technically that was a chance, but yeah, Dockrell's worn one on the end of his fingers there.
Ouch. Yeah, it's just... It was hit very hard indeed. Dockrell then, having just seen McBride hit the ball straight back to him. This time it is cuffed away to the man out at deep extra, and they go through for just the single. But yes, it gives the odd chance you must feel when you're bowling to McBride that he's going to take the odd risk, but that was the same with Lorcan and Tucker, and they just keep scoring and scoring and scoring while you still think that the chance is coming. And it will be Dockrell again. This time it's attempted swing away by Paul Sterling, but he doesn't manage to hit the ball. It is the end of another Dockrell over. He's now bowled 12 of them and has 1 for 47 for all that hard work. There was a big wicket, that of Lorcan and Tucker. Again, there's no mad dash for the next over to begin, is there?
No. No, it's all got a very lazy Sunday feel about it. I actually watched a bit of the afternoon session just down with some of the supporters away to our left-hand side. All very pleasant down there. Everyone seems to be having a good time.
Well, the cricket's... There's plenty of good shots. It's been an interesting couple of days' play.
Matthew Foster.
Matthew Foster on right arm fast medium.
Yeah, we've not seen him since early this morning.
No, I think you're absolutely right, David.
So, Foster turning at the top of his mark, just waiting for the batsman to settle. Will be McBride on strike. He is on a solid 36 from 40. It feels like he's scored quicker than that. 36 or 41. I'd have had a bet he'd at least be a run a ball, but yeah, he's played some nice shots. Man at third slip has just gone into, well, it's into the mid-wicket position as the wind picks up again. Foster in, bowl short, cut away. That's going to be 4 runs, no point chasing that. Jamal Richards got a little jog out towards that deep boundary, sat up, and Foster with the loosener to start. It's crashed away to the boundary. 4 runs. Deficit is now 44, 299 for 6. It was there to be hit.
Wasn't it just? Really was one of those looseners, a loosener's loosener.
plenty of hats being worn. I did notice. Was it? Oh, I'll come back to that in a second because Foster's coming down the slope. Right arm over to the left-handed McBride, who tries to pull away into the leg side. Has got trapped in his pads. No, it's just come off his pads and into back down the pitch. There's no run. Read in the paper that I think the advice from the government was going to be to wear sunscreen all day, every day these days.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I've got mine on. Well, on the face anyway. I forgot to put it on my arms, which is probably a schoolboy error, but certainly, yeah, I try and get it on the face most days when the sun's out these days.
It's difficult for the cricketers, obviously, out in the sun all day. As this full delivery is edged wide, well wide actually, of third slip, who took a tumble to try and stop it, but it raced away to the boundary for 4 runs. So half a chance at the absolute most.
I think it was Dockrell, wasn't it, diving to his right, so he's nearly had that caught and bowled. He's now nearly had the slip catch. He's been feeling the ball on his fingers, and the 300 comes up.
300, yep, off 67.3 overs. As Essex amble back to their positions.
McBride is in danger of catching Sterling up at the moment.
Yeah, Sterling 83 of 124, 44 or 44 from McBride, who cuts again, this time into the ground, bounces it into the hands of backward point. And again, Jamal Richards is the man involved. There's no run. I was almost tempted to get an ice cream.
Oh, tea interval, I've already got one with my name on it. I'm definitely getting one at the tea interval.
Lovely. Down by the ice cream van, or are you going to go into town?
Oh no, ice cream van.
Okay. There are a few punters down there tucking into them. Look very, very appetising. Foster in bowls, cut away again, and Jamal Richards just parries that one up to his playing partner. One of the, it's not one of the Irish lads. Is that Robin Das? Yes, it is Robin Das. And there's a single to the total, 304 for 6. Deficit is 39.
Yeah, they did actually take the single in the end after they saw the ball spit in front of Jamal Richards. Now, much as I love going to nice, posh, well, not even posh, but sort of ice cream shops, it doesn't taste the same as when it's pulled out.
Yeah.
You get it in on the van, I'm sorry.
True. Foster bowls full, right up in the block hole, and it's defended out into the offside. They actually come through for a single, which is shy at the stumps. Or, well, Sterling ambled the first part and then realised he might be in trouble as the throw came in, but I think he would have been fine had the ball hit the stumps. It didn't anyway, and he made his ground. So single to the total, punch of gloves from the 2 batsmen, and Islander 305 for 6. Went for a posh kebab last night.
Oh, okay.
I was up in the city watching a concert, and on the way back past this kebab place in Soho, and it was very nice. Very expensive though.
Well, yes, that London. Now there are some wonderful. If you ever find yourself over in the west of London, the Kebab Kid near Sloane.
Kebab Kid.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Parsons Green.
Nice.
Fantastic. Really, really good. What concert?
So they do these series of concerts at Westminster Central Hall, and there's called Concerts by Candlelight.
Oh, gorgeous. We'll talk about that in a minute. Sorry, Dockrell coming in and left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Sterling, who just plays the ball down in front of him. The spin takes it to slip. There is no run. We'll have that conversation at tea, because it sounds very interesting indeed. As Dockrell's in again, that's played out into the leg side, and Sterling is happy to just go through for a single. There's rather less chance of a possible run out on this one. The last one was pretty close when they ambled through for a single, but this one was better placed by Sterling, but he is dealing almost entirely in singles at the moment. Whereas McBride, well, he's one big hit away from a 50. And he's certainly fetched that. It was short, but Jamal Richards is out on the deep mid-wicket boundary and actually keeps them down to a single. But his eyes must have lit up when he saw that short delivery from Dockrell, who will be relieved that there'll only be a single going against his name for it.
looked like the big hit, but I don't think he timed it so well.
Now it's having to jump between right and left-handed batters. Now they're taking singles. That's cut away beautifully by Sterling. It was ever so slightly short, but he just caressed the ball backward of point. There's been a good bit of fielding to ensure that the boundary is stopped, but this time they do actually run through for 3. As 2 of the younger members of the team, the Essex team, Jamal Richards and Das, put in a great deal of work to save a 1 run. But McBride, now on 46, will be facing Dockrell. And McBride drives nicely into the cover area, and that's beaten both the fielders. That will be his 50. And what a good innings that has been from Andy McBride, who came in. The innings could have gone either way at that stage, but he's hit a 48 ball 50, which is exceptional work. And when I think Paul Sterling, when he came out, was 68 not out, something like that. So he's added 20 odd, if that. McBride's 50 coming up of 48 balls, 10 fours. Super knock, and just what his country and side needed. And this time he's gone long. The levers have been launched, and he's just smacked Dockrell back over his head, over mid-on. Couple of bounces for another 4, and Dockrell's over, which had been a pretty tidy affair hitherto for, suddenly launched for 2 fours at the back end, and in the end there are 13 off the over.
Yep, another expensive one, and the deficit's now only 25. 8 minutes till tea. So as Guy was saying, it'll be interesting to see what the discussion is about any potential declaration to, get some bowling practice first of all, and then a potential run chase for Ireland tomorrow. Right, it's going to be Foster continuing down the slope from the Hayes close end. Turns to coming now. In fact, Sterling's actually still not ready. He's busy adjusting his gloves. The grip on his bat as well. 1 slip and a gully in as Foster bowls back of a length, and that's defended out into the offside. Playoff final starts soon, 4 o'clock.
It's like going back in time. Coventry again.
Yes, when they both got through to the final, I did say to my friend, it feels like it's
Coventry Luton,
LDV Vans final about 5 or 6 years ago.
Or if we were very old, in the Milk Cup final, because they were both there or thereabouts in the 80s. They were getting to cup finals.
Was it the Rumbelows Cup they won?
It was almost certainly. I can't remember which.
Edge, inside edge, and an attempt at a diving catch from Battlement. But he can only get fingertips to it, and it races away for 4. But that one jagged back, and that's the first real chance I've seen Sterling give all day, pretty much.
Yeah, it was a really good. He'd almost got so comfortable just playing the little shots out for singles that suddenly that ball jagging with extra bounce really did take him by surprise.
Well, it has got his score moving on. He's gone to 93. Yes, the Rumbelows Cup, they beat Arsenal, was it?
Trying to remember.
Here comes Foster again off his toes this time. Cut away down to the man at deep backward point for a single. 94 to him at 323 for 6.
No, I'm remembering Coventry beating Spurs in the FA Cup final, but you're right. Luton did win
It's the Steen brothers.
Yep, Brian and Mark.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Paul's not here, he'd know. He's an encyclopedia, that man.
Don't tell anybody I'm looking at Google while you finish this over.
87, 88 maybe? No, 88 would have been the Wimbledon Cup finals. Pulled away into the leg side. I think that's going for 6. That's a huge hit, that one. Lovely bit of time. No, it's 4, but it's a flat 4. Race to the boundary. You might have heard the little slap against the advertising hoardings as the ball rocketed into them. 327 for 6, and yeah, after that early hope this morning when Ireland were 5 down for pretty much nothing, and now closing in on Essex's score with just one more wicket to fall all day.
1988, it was the Littlewoods
Cup, yeah.
3-2 Arsenal they beat.
Yeah.
Andy Dibble, man of the match.
Foster bowls and 4, but he's coming over the wicket to the left-hander, so even if he hasn't got an inside edge, it's going to be a difficult one to get an LBW because he's bowling across the stumps. It's difficult to land it in line. Umpire says not out anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
No, it is tough. When you've got video evidence, those sort of things can be looked at with hawkeye,
yeah.
But with the real eye, you just can't tell whether the ball is going to do exactly that from that angle.
I'll come back to that in a second. Here comes Foster again down the slope, and he bowls, and that's turned off the thigh pad by McBride. Oh, Sterling thinks about coming down. He's sent back straight away by McBride, and that's the end of the over. 327 for 6. Yeah, in some of the matches they're wearing this sort of hawkeye sort of camera on the umpires' jackets. Apparently you get all hawkeye information, everything on it. So
wow.
Sooner or later, provided county cricket's still going at that point, there will be. I suspect there will be a hawkeye in county cricket. Technology is just moving on
too fast.
Well, yes. Well, of course there'll be robots out there doing the umpiring and and our job. And
oh yeah, exactly. You can just program in your AI and off it goes and talks through your cricket commentary for you. And it is left arm round the wicket to Paul Sterling. It's Dockrell to continue, and Sterling just pushes that out into the covers. And they trot through for a single. Back to the gentle Paul Sterling.
I was at a conference on, when was it, Tuesday or Wednesday, and simple things still managed to absolutely astound me.
This time he's launched back over his head. It didn't get all of it on that time, McBride, but he got enough of it. And it will be 4. There was someone in at deepish mid-on, but not long on, and it cleared him and then bounced before it went over the boundary rope. It was a young 18-year-old who was out there, Noah Thane, watching the ball sail over his head. And that's cut away nicely, just backward of square, and McBride is just looking more and more comfortable with every single passing delivery. It's the second 4 in successive balls, just cut that beautifully backward of square.
Deficit only 7 now.
No.
Incredible. Yeah, so yeah, they had live subtitling at the conference, so clearly a computer's doing all the subtitles. Incredibly accurate.
In again, and that is but that technology, funnily enough, has been around for about 40 years. It used to be used differently. I'll bore you with that in a second.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Well, let's say we've only got 2 minutes.
Yeah, let's talk cricket. And it is Dockrell to bowl left arm over the wicket to McBride, who's now realised that the tea interval is imminent, and it would be silly to throw away his wicket at this juncture. And has just played that defensively back to the bowler. Dockrell's very quickly ready again. He's ready before the batter. Dockrell now over, and that is tucked away into the leg side. There will be no run. Do we have time for one more over? The wicket keeper is running down to try and get ready for one more over, and it looks as if we are going to get one more in. That the clock hadn't clicked past 22.
Okay, well then we can talk subtitling.
Well, back in the 80s, before internet really took off, there was a telephone industry where you could ring up and do all sorts of interactive things on the phone. But all of that was based on being able to work out what people were saying and beeping. So you go, yes, no, move, left, right. And so all of that technology was developed then to play interactive games on the telephone. And now it's...
Yeah, it's come a long way, hasn't it?
It really has, but all that speech recognition was being done way back when.
Foster Bowling right arm over to the right-handed Sterling. That's defended into the leg side. This will be the last over before tea. So when we get back, so we start off 16 overs. So it's going to be 72 minus 66, 56. So another 34 overs left in the day.
Has been slow today. Yesterday they were almost bang on time. I think we finished at about 6 yesterday, but I think we'll be a bit later today.
Foster, brilliant, bright blue skies above us, and he's in now, and he bowled. Oh, Sterling down the pitch, and he's carved that one away out again. I'm not entirely sure that's where he meant it to go, but it flew over the man at cover and away for 4 runs, and Sterling might get to his 100 before tea. He's on 99 now.
That was some shot. I think it was where he meant it, but it was... he just came out and just absolutely lashed that. Wonderful one-day shot.
Yeah.
Partnership's worth 100.
Yeah, off 93 balls. Sterling's only offered up 31 of those runs. So it goes to show you how well McBrien's been playing. Foster. Oh, that's full down the leg side, and that's an easy take for Buttleman. And there's no run. Deficit is now just 2. Might as well just tick off the concert by candlelight as well. So it's run by a company called Fever, but they do lots of them. So last night's run was the music of Hans Zimmer.
Oh, well.
Yeah, so there's a string quartet, and they're just surrounded by fake...
Didn't he do the music to Beverly Hills?
No.
That's Clamour. No, I've got someone else wrong. Anyway, sorry.
That's fine. As Foster in again, bowls, and that's defended into the offside. They think about going for a single, but it's turned down.
Apologies.
That's all right, no worries. No, Hans Zimmer does quite a lot of... I mean, he does a lot of stuff, but he did the music for Gladiator, but he tends to do most of Christopher Nolan films.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
So he's done exceptional stuff like that. Yeah, so it's just a string quartet on stage surrounded by fake candles. It's absolutely... I'll show you some video footage at lunch during the tea break, but it looks and sounds incredible. Yeah, I highly recommend it. They do loads of them all throughout the year on all different stuff. As this next delivery is cut away into the offside, and that's going to be a single. Yep, and that's going to be the 100 up for Paul Sterling. A fantastic 100 as well, because he's batted all the way through when Ireland were collapsing.
Yeah, he came in when it was 65 for 5. That's some innings.
He's played superbly. 100 off 137 deliveries, 11 fours and 2 sixes. A strike rate of 73. Yeah, and they do stuff like a ballet as well, ballet by candlelight too. So it's quite a stunning setting. Foster, right arm over, bowls across the bows of McBrien, who gives that a comfortable lead. On my count, there's one more ball left in this, or one more legal delivery left in this over.
Now, it could be interesting to see what decision is made at tea, because the scores are now essentially level. They're 1 run behind. Sterling's got his 100, McBrien's got his 50. What do they want out of this match, Ireland?
Comes Foster in again. Bowls, and McBrien has a little nibble at that, and that goes through to the wicketkeeper, and that is the end of the over. So we're going to go away for 20 minutes for tea, and you can join us around about, well, it's going to be about 3 minutes past 4 when they come back on.
Yeah, it's looking good. Ireland, great recovery, as we've said, from a long way back in this match, and now they're just 1 run behind at tea, thanks to Sterling's 100 not out, Tucker's excellent 97, and McBrien 66 not out. Richards has his figures rearranged a little. He was 3 for 31 at lunch, and he's now 3 for 62. Adair bowled well again after lunch without much luck, 2 for 50. Dockrell put in a good stint and picked up the one wicket. And Cally, he's only had the 4 overs. I'm surprised he hasn't bowled a little bit more, so maybe we'll see him after tea.
Yeah, all got a bit flat, literally, for Essex out there. Ireland very much back in it. Guy, you have an extended break. It'll be me and Paul to start with after they come back from the tea break. We'll see you in about 20 minutes' time.
Thank you, mate. Lovely. See that cavalcade of flies that suddenly went by? No, it was just as you were finishing off there. Amazingly, not one of them has ended up in here. Literally hundreds and hundreds of them. I think they were flies rather than bees.
Flying over the dead body.
Yeah, it does feel a bit like that actually. It comes a bit remarkable innings from McDryde.
Yeah.
Yes, I think. Can't see a lot of point now, really, in either not declaring, as it were. As people have reached their landmarks, and including the partnership, 102 partnership, a guy to his 50, a guy just reached his 100, 1 run behind. Adventurous declaration. Yeah, throw down the gauntlet. We're prepared to concede you 1 run and beat you.
Oh. Right. They've got that nice group. Does anybody else want to?
I had one actually, really
Well
well
done,
done.
well done, well done.
Not the best ice cream. But
Enjoy yourself on a premium value cruise. Enjoy yourself. We're the one to choose.
Endless fun. There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Outstanding waiting for you. Enjoy yourself with friends old and new. Explore with us. There's stunning lands to see. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. Game's best value at sea. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. Name's best value at sea.
let me introduce Ambassador Cruise Line.
Enjoy yourself on a premium value cruise. Enjoy yourself. We're the one to choose.
Endless fun. There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Outstanding waiting for you. Enjoy yourself with friends old and new. Explore with us. There's stunning lands to see. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. Game's best value at sea. Enjoy yourself, name's best value at sea.
Let me introduce Ambassador Cruise Line.
Enjoy yourself on a premium value cruise. Enjoy yourself. We're the one to choose.
Endless fun. There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, outstanding waiting for you. Enjoy yourself, with friends old and new. Explore with us, there's stunning lands to see. Enjoy yourself, game's best value at sea.
endless fun. There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, outstanding waiting for you. Enjoy yourself, with friends old and new. Explore with us, there's stunning lands to see. Enjoy yourself, name's best value at sea. Enjoy yourself, name's best value at sea.
And he got a bit of treatment from Tucker in particular, who took a liking to him before he got out. But see what we can send down from the Hayes close end coming down the hill. So it looks like Dockrell's just going to probably bowl unchanged for the rest of the innings, or until they declare whatever comes first.
He will perform the Simon Harmer role.
Here comes Thane down the slope. McBride on strike. Oh, it's hit full on the pads. It's pretty full. There's a pill. Umpire says not out. He's bowling right arm over to the left-handed McBride. So again, he's got that problem of trying to pitch the ball in line with the stumps and getting the ball to go on a hit when the ball's naturally going across the left-hander.
Yes, he as you said, of Thane, he took some tap, but I don't think he bowled that badly, actually. I was saying how he reminds me of Graham Napier, and I think he's capable of getting a wicket or two.
Here comes Thane again. That's wrapped on the pads. That was going down the leg side, quite clear, pitch miles outside leg stump as well, and there's no run.
Another bowler I thought had promise this morning was Ishan Kelly. Didn't really get a very long turn, but certainly suggested that he's quicker than he looks when you first see him, and another good prospect.
Oh, a waft of Berger just come through the commentary box. Big LBW appeal again, but again it's that angle. It's going to get tough to be LBW there.
Yes, it's not the best angle to be coming from, but credit to him. We've seen the ball hit the pad in a way that we haven't been doing in the entirety of a wholly batsman-dominated afternoon session.
Yeah, he's got to get the ball really full to give himself a decent chance of an LBW from over the wicket.
It was only just shy of 180 runs in that afternoon session in 2 hours flat.
Thane in bowls really full this time. It's driven down the ground, but no timing, and mid-off does the fielding. Yeah, sorry, just watching the replay back, and the last LBW appeal, the ball pitched quite a way outside the leg stump.
Yes, I mean, I suppose you can't blame bowlers in the conditions and against batsmen who are well set for being optimistic in their appealing.
Thane coming in again, sun beating down, and he bowls outside the off stump, and that's well fielded by Jamal Richards, who was in the game plenty between lunch and tea. Ball seemed to follow him around the park. Score is 344 for 6. The lead for Ireland is 1. Remember, they were 65 for 5 about midway through the morning session this morning, and it looked very much at that point Essex might be batting, perhaps even before lunch.
Beauty of cricket. You can never be too sure what's going to happen.
Thane in again bowls, and Brian goes down to the offside. There won't be a run there though. It's a dot ball. And then Sterling and Tucker came together. Sterling is still there. He's played a blinding innings. He's on 101, but Tucker went into aggressor mode and started plundering runs all over the park. Really put Essex on the back foot, and it's pretty much where they are now. So they're leading by 1 Ireland. McBride on strike as Thane comes in again, bowls, and that's he's out. He's pulled it onto his own stumps, and McBride just rests his hands on his legs. He can't believe what he's done, and Thane gets his wicket. Congratulations, young man. That is your first wicket in first-class cricket. And as Paul was saying earlier, didn't bowl particularly badly before tea, but he took some punishment from Tucker, and now he gets his first wicket. Batsman trying to pull the ball around. It got caught up in his thigh pads and rolled onto the stumps. And Ireland's 7th wicket falls. Just couldn't get his legs out of the way, and it actually hit the middle stump, knocking both bails off. Congratulations, Noah Thane.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a lucky wicket, but you can say that he beat the batsman a couple of times in the over, and we haven't seen that very much all afternoon, so I rate that as good an over as we've seen, apart from the first hour this morning, really. I think there was just one run off it. He's picked up a wicket of a man who'd been looking in very good form, and although it's lucky, but batsmen get lucky as well. A number of times we've seen it fly off the edge and all this sort of thing. So why shouldn't the bowler have his moment of luck? But I did say before he got that wicket that I felt he bowled quite a promising way. I could see him turning into, a useful player. And he's got good physique as well. Nice, sort of slightly chunky, bit like Graham Napier.
Yeah, I was saying to you earlier, I can't see his face, but his physique doesn't suggest he's an 18. He looks older.
He does.
Yeah.
No, you're right. I think he's in his time scored quite a few runs as well. So well done. Another good prospect for the county. Here's Dockrell in and bowls, and Sterling. You almost felt that he may well have played that with his eyes shut because he's so laconic. He makes it all look so easy. He also carries around with him a sort of world weariness, I've seen enough of this to know, you pace yourself, mate, you pace yourself. And he's doing a brilliant job and moves on to 102, score to 346 for 7. Now we've got another many hold-ups in the day's play.
Good grief, what's going on now?
And Dockrell apparently is...
Oh, resetting the field.
Yeah. Looking to be wants a few changes. Now, he's chatting, not with Nick Brown, who's officially captain of the side, but not just sure who that is for Ireland. But anyway, not quite sure. He's made a signal for someone to move, but they haven't moved. But anyway, here we go. Dockrell is in. Bowls, Pill, Farrell BW, I think, was inside edge there. And the new batsman, who is Hand, survives that. Fionn Hand, F-I-O-N-N, the spelling of the Christian name. And this one again takes the batsman on the pad. They're going to jog through for a leg by. No, there must have been a bit of bat on that. No signal from umpire Black. And scored to 347 for 7. Dockrell to bowl to Paul Sterling on 102. And staying on 102 as he plays the ball very watchfully. It's a good description of his whole innings, actually. It's been very watchful on his part. Robin Dass, the fieldsman at backward point, prevents a run. Dockrell again bowls, and Sterling, as he's done on many an occasion in this century, just lets the ball hit the bat. He just gets in position, just watches it very closely to make sure that his alignment is correct. And then when the ball arrives, he's not really putting the bat into the ball at all. He's just letting the ball hit it. And defensively, no run again. As the next ball, nothing defensive about this shot. He's cracked it into the offside. Won't go to the boundary though. Should be able to come back for 2 and do as the ball goes out to deep extra cover. And Jamal Richards, 349 for 7, 104 to Sterling, and just the 1 so far to Fionn Hand.
Plenty of people in the stands, just enjoying the weather. And a bit of cricket as well, why not?
I think the match has been well supported by members, but hasn't attracted many casual spectators. And you can understand it in a way, when they come to a championship game, which are always well supported by both lots, they're already feeling they're part of a competition that they're into. But a one-off game, with most of the first team rested, is only probably going to appeal to the membership, the diehards.
Right. Thane, fresh from taking his first-class wicket, is in now and bowls full. That's right in the block hole. As Hand tries to drive into the offside, and there's no run. I remember coming, I reckon it must have been 2006, Sri Lanka came and played a tour match here, and obviously Sri Lanka's fans were in the stands banging the drums and everything. It was a real party atmosphere. But yeah, don't seem to get too much of that these days. Don't know how many Sri Lankan fans turned up to the Sri Lanka Island games. Here comes Thane in again, and Hand covers up, defends into the leg side.
Similarly, I have a memory of Bangladesh playing here back in a similar era, and they had of course there's a very decent Bangladeshi local population in Essex, and they honoured the occasion. They were absolutely tremendous people, exuding enthusiasm with all sorts of noise going on, and turned it into a real carnival atmosphere.
Thane down the slope, right arm over to the right hand, Hand cuts away down towards third man. Is that going to be 4 runs? I think it is. Yep, 4 more to the total, and batting looking very comfortable again out there.
It is. I mean, I was just thinking when I was having a wander around not so long ago that that ball was moving in the air and off the pitch a lot in the morning session for the first hour, but then as we got toward lunch it wasn't doing, and it's not really moving at all now.
Yeah.
Other than in straight lines.
353 for 7. Thane in, bowls to Hand again, full, dug out by Hand, who demonstrably shakes his head, adjusts his helmet, and there's no run.
I suppose, you know, in terms of would Ireland declare at tea and all that, probably the management take the view that they're pleased with the practice that the top order have had, and probably they think, well, they deserve their chance. They've waited all day. Let the others have a bat as well.
Thane in, bowls full, quite up in the block hole, half volley, just a bit short of half volley, and that's defended out into the offside, and there's no run. Well, be nice to see a game of it. I presume they will try and manufacture something, depending on what they want to get out of the game, of course,
Yeah.
from an Ireland perspective.
I wouldn't be too confident about that, I have to say, because we are running short of time now. This is the 4th last session of a match that's already gone 5 and a bit.
Thane bowls, and that's turned into the leg side. Hand can't get away, and there's no run. Lead is 10 for Ireland. And they've got 3 wickets in hand. That's the end of the over. Ireland 353 for 7.
I mean, we did have the thought at tea that Paul Stirling had just reached his 100. Andy McBride had for some time reached his 50. The 100 partnership had just been posted. And with the scores virtually level, 342 it was at the time, it looked as though it would be quite a handy moment to have pulled out. But it hasn't happened. I do remember having the thought when McBride was out a couple of overs back that all the more made it seem that you might as well have declared. But anyway, they're going to continue, and so are we. And Dockrell will continue his Simon Harmer role of bowling all the overs from the river end, and that's a little bit too short, and Stirling just punches it away to Jamal Richards coming off the cover boundary. 354 for 7, and Stirling has 105. Dockrell, like a lot of spinners, he's fairly particular about little adjustments to his field. Settles, and will bowl to Hand. Fee in hand, all defence here, and plays the ball to short extra. There's no run. 354 for 7. Dockrell again. Bowls, and this ball's just dropped a few yards into the offside. Again, there will be no run. One thing that there wouldn't be a lot of point to, for me anyway, is after such an entertaining day's play, is for these lower order batsmen just to block, because that really prevents the game going anywhere when there's no real excuse for that. It's not as if Ireland had declared at tea. I mean, they're in a position of no disadvantage really, just one behind.
4.63 is the run rate so far.
Yeah, very good indeed. That ball is left. No shot needed, none essayed.
But Hand clearly not in any hurry.
he isn't, and if he's not careful, he'll get a slow hand clap as Dockall prepares to bolt him again around the wicket. Slow left arm. Again, he's defended this into the offside. Let us hope we don't get a succession of overs where Sterling gets a single off the first ball, and Hand, who knows a thing or two about batting, you know, his techniques, defensive techniques sound, so I can well understand how he could just block away for the rest of the day if he feels like it. That's the end of the over as he plays the last ball back to the bowler. 354 for 7, 105 to his lordship and 5 to Hand.
So 29 overs remaining in the day. Still plenty of cricket to be had. But game feels like it's drifting just a little bit at the moment. Sort of stuck in no man's land. 354 for 7, lead of 11.
Well, McBride came in and played with the utmost intent and purpose and played jolly well, let it be said, but his departure has seen a slump in the scoring, and because the rest of the game has played with such a sense of there being some point to it, this sort of last 20 minutes has been something of a disappointment.
Fain to continue from the Hayes Close end. First delivery is full on leg stump, but it's clipped away down towards Jamal Richards, who runs round from deep mid-wicket for a single. Score goes to 355 for 7.
Well, he's a big man, Fionn Hand. You know, I don't doubt that if he ever went on to the front foot that he could hit this ball a long way. But at the moment, what we've seen is out-and-out defence.
Fain running in, 3 slips in, bowls to Hand, who defends into the leg side, and your worst nightmare's coming true at the moment, Paul.
Afraid so, and nearly all my nightmares do come true, unfortunately. So it's been a sort of lifelong tendency, but I joke I've been incredibly lucky. All the jobs I've done have been rather like being on holiday, really, you know, relaxing, enjoyable, and a lot of people would love to be able to swap places.
Fain bowls full on the pads, and Jamal Richards has come in from the deep because it's Hand on strike. It's played straight to him. He's at conventional mid-wicket position, and there's no run. 355 for 7.
In addition to the jobs I've had being so enjoyable, it's also what you can avoid that is important as well. You know, some people work in an office, you know, that's really severe and demanding and drab.
Fain in again, and that's punched away into the offside. That's a nice shot, actually. He's going to get a couple of runs for it. Down towards that deep cover boundary, just in front of the pavilion. Nice looking shot. 2 runs to the total. Hand goes to 7, and it's 357 for 7.
But shall we say this particular segment of play, unlike the very first one today, when scoring was very slow but there was a lot of meaning to the game, here this one does seem a little bit pointless.
Fain bowls, oh, and that was uppish as it was punched back, but Fain on his follow-through couldn't get anywhere near it. But I think Hand's heart might have been in his mouth just very briefly there because it popped up.
Yes, I mean, I've been likening Fain to Napier all day now. Where he just needs to do a bit of homework is Napier's ability, given the same situation, to take a brilliant catch, diving to. I've seen him do it many a time. It would, I mean, it's asking an awful lot of a young man who's only just got his first-class wicket. But that's, you know, he'll be concentrating on his bowling side of it at the moment. But eventually, you'd hope to turn that into a catch.
Fain bowls, and Hand covers up and defends back down the pitch. Sorry, correction, it's Sterling on strike. So it's a single off that penultimate ball, and it's 358 for 7, 28 overs remaining.
Well, I'll tell you one sort of slight curiosity, and that is that Paul Sterling came out at 46 for 4 in shirt sleeves. I'll warrant the temperature now even though we have got a nice breeze, but it must be a good 5 or 6 degrees higher than it was at the moment he came out, and yet he's still batting in the short sleeve sweater.
Yeah.
Perhaps he's superstitious and thinks, well, I've gone rather well wearing this, but his partner also is wearing the short sleeve sweater, where I would have thought that a lot of the fieldsmen out there are just shirt sleeves, and I'd have thought that was sufficient, really, said a man wearing a pullover. So Dockrell begins a new over, and that one smacked into the offside. Timing not 100%. It's got to make it to the long boundary, and yet it does so in horse race parlance by a good 3 or 4 lengths. And 362 for 7, and that takes Sterling along to 110.
He's starting to play a few shots now, Hand.
Yes, sorry, it's Hand, isn't it? Not Sterling. My apologies. I sort of had typecast him and was completely hoist with my own petard, I think the expression is. So he now has moved along to 12, and maybe he's suddenly going to sprout wings here. Let's hope so. Dockrell's in, bowls to him. Well, fairly enough, he plays a straight ball back on its merits. No run, 362 for 7. Lead of 19. Sterling doing a terrific job basically all day for Ireland, bar the first 3/4 of an hour. Here is Dockrell, bowls, and Hand plays it a few yards into the onside. Of course, I did say of Hand that if he ever did go after the ball, he's a big, strong man. No doubt about that. Very well built. You wouldn't mind having him in your rugby team. Ditto Paul Sterling. And Hand has lifted this ball away into the pavilion for 6. So there we are, doubly hoisted with my own petard. Well played, sir. He was merely deceiving us into thinking that he had it eyes only for defence, and that's fairly put me in my place. 18 to him. But I do stand by the point I made as well, that, you know, he really is very well built. You wouldn't be surprised if you just saw him without a bat in his hand and someone says, you know, do you think he could hit the ball a long way? And you would immediately say, without a doubt. So 18 to him, 106 to Sterling, 368 for 7. And although there were 1 or 2 deliveries from over the wicket that did turn for George Dockrell, really nothing else has all day. And when he's coming round the wicket, which he is to the right-handers, and of course we had Andy McBride in the partnership before this, making a superb 67, but now he's gone, it's back to around the wicket. And I think I'd have been inclined, if I'd been Dockrell, to have a over the wicket to the right-handers. This ball is played to short mid-wicket. There's no run there. 368 for 7. Dockrell, last ball of the over. Bowls to Hand, and again exaggerates his defence, almost as if he's been watching how Paul Sterling has played Dockrell all day. But fair play to him, he took a handsome 4 and an even more handsome 6 off that over, and has raced along to 18, 106 to Sterling, and 25 in front at 368 for 7.
Yep. Lead building now. Lead is 25. We've got some crowd shots as well. Good effort, the cameraman.
Just in case anybody thought they'd all gone home.
Yeah.
Not been a noisy crowd today. That would have been more noise from the traffic. But then again, no reason particularly why it should have been, because most, you know, Essex have got a side containing 4 of the Ireland squad. So it's a day to enjoy from a neutral point of view, really.
Thane from the Hayes close end bowls, and that's turned off the pads to the fielder at shortish mid-wicket. That's Robin Das. There's no run.
One thing I'm sure you'd go along with this, really, Dave. I've listened to you. You know how to paint a picture from the home side's point of view without getting biased. And you know, in our job, you just try to describe what's actually happened rather than worry about who's done what in terms of getting overexcited.
Thane. Just the one conventional slip in. Oh, he slips over on his follow through as he hurt himself. That was a no ball, defended out into the offside. Thane hauls himself back onto his feet. I think he's going to be fine. And there's no run. Well, sorry, there's one to the total. No ball. 369 for 7. Essex searching for these Irish wickets.
And the way that Thane is built, he will have a heavy tread, you know, so if he does go over, it will come as a bit of a shock, and he will tend to land heavily.
Thane in, past the umpire, bowls full and driven down the ground, but mid-on trot round to cut that off before it goes anywhere near the boundary, and it's a dot ball. 369 for 7.
One thing I personally shall gain from having spent this, I wasn't here yesterday but I'm here tomorrow again, is it will increase my interest in how Ireland get on against England next week, because you've seen certain players take the eye, and just be interesting to see how they get on.
Thane bowls onto the pads, turned away by Sterling to mid-wicket for a single. 370 for 7. Sterling moves to 107. Yes, well, England will be hoping very much that they don't have a repeat of the last time they played each other. Were England bowled out for 80 or something like
Yes. Yes, I mean, I think that hopefully times have changed, but yeah, and before this Bazball arrived, England really were, what was it, 1 win in 17.
Thane bowls. That's played with the straight back to the bowler, and there is no run. Still a couple more deliveries left in this over. Remember, 20, well, after this, 26 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, I think we welcome Guy back at the end of the over.
Thane bowls 3 slips in, and that one's chipped out into the offside, and there's no run. Fielded at cover.
Been a good spell this from Thane since tea. Pleased for him, you know, because I said earlier when he'd taken a bit of tap, so was everybody at the time that they got into him, and you know, he won't be too worried about how he got his wicket. He'll go back to his club and say, oh yeah, you should have seen it. It's a magnificent delivery, unplayable. Batsman barely got his bat on the ball.
Stumps all over the place. Here comes Thane, bowls 4, and that's punched out into the offside, and there is no run, and that is the end of the over. Paul, I'll leave it to you, and Guy will be back in shortly.
Yep, see you at the top of the hour, as they say. And Guy Swindles, who we're delighted to have with us today on BBC Essex, and tomorrow as well. I'm equally delighted. And he's removed his cap for the first time, to my awareness, today. And we've just got a slight hiatus in the middle, as I think 1 or 2 bits of equipment are being ferried out, or maybe even taken away from what was being worn before. And I see the reason. Jamal Richards is lining up to take over from George Dockrell at the river end. 370 for 7. Good to see you again, Guy.
Thank you very much, Paul. Yes, I guess they're taking the second new ball.
Indeed, yes, good point. Of course, they can only bat for a maximum of a further 20 overs. 80 have gone. The first innings in this 3-day match limited to 100 overs. And if ever we did go back to 3-day cricket, unlikely as it may sound, personally, I'd quite like to see a couple of games for all counties at outgrounds a year, and those would be of 3-day duration with a 100 over limit on the first innings. And I think, you know, you'd have a total, each county would therefore have 4 in total 3-day games thrown in, which would be nice. This keeps low from Richards, his first delivery since returning, but Sterling was, well, I was going to say up to it, in this case down to it, and played it safely to mid-wicket.
Yes, good to. I think he'll enjoy having the second new ball in his hand after having to work with the scuffed ball earlier that certainly didn't do so much for the bowlers later on in that Ireland innings, well as Ireland have batted, and this is a sterling effort from Paul Stirling, who really has put in the yards.
And Richard's bowls turn, and he's heaved this one in the air, and in fact it is caught at mid-wicket. My view slightly masked in front, but nevertheless it's taken by Thane. Noah Thane has caught it at short mid-wicket, and if Jamal Richards felt a bit miffed when a catch off a bouncer was put down in the outfield in the morning session, he can now console himself with the thought that he's now got his 4th wicket, that of the big cheese. Paul Stirling departing for a terrifically well played 107, and basically he was looking to hit it for 6 but got it too high up on the bat, and therefore the range of the shot, which should have been probably somewhere, well, enough to go for 6 because it's a short side, but it really didn't go very far at all, probably about 15-20 yards at the most. But well played to Stirling, 370 for 8.
Yeah, it was a fine knock, and just what he and his team needed. He wanted to spend time at the crease. He did that. His team wanted him to show that grit and determination to set himself in the middle order if they're in trouble. He did that to perfection as well. The only thing was, I don't think he'd taken fully into account the new ball and the fact that it was on him a little bit quicker than he was expecting.
Yeah.
From Jamal Richards, who is sharp, and particularly we've seen how sharp he can be with that new ball. We saw it last night and again this morning, and he's enjoying bowling with the harder projectile currently.
And it's going to be Mays, Tom Mays, coming in at number 10. 370 for 8. Richards runs up 4 slips all of a sudden, and the ball is played to mid-wicket. So this is good, because we were just saying while you were off air, Guy, that the game had a little bit lost its momentum when Hand joined Stirling. But first of all, Hand, having given me the impression that he was preoccupied merely with defence, then suddenly launched out and hit 3 very, very good boundaries, and he's still there now. He's a big, powerful man. And then, of course, the new balls become available, and again it makes a different game of it. And Richards, who looked a bit stale with the old ball, he, like all quick bowlers, is reinvigorated and has got his reward.
Absolutely. Now, this is May's first-class debut as well. So,
and Richards bowls to him. Oh, it's left, and it didn't miss the off stump by much. There were 4 slips a moment ago, and as happened on occasion this morning, one of them has gone across the leg slip now, and 370 for 8 as that one eventually was taken by Will Battleman remains the score, and certainly we've been royally treated by the weather today.
no, the skipper's just gone to go and have a little chat with the leg slip, making sure he's okay. And it was interesting, he was lining it up almost like a photo shoot to make sure that he had his man in the right position.
So Richards has what I call a sensible run-up. He's quick, but he doesn't have a run-up that's going to take all that much out of him. And bowls. Nice action. Played down to mid-on. Score remaining at 370 for 8.
I imagine he was a very good 400 metre runner.
Yes.
The way he the only thing that it must be quite difficult to control is he runs in so fast it's controlling it right at the death, but he seems to cope with that more than happily as well.
He's an athlete, and as you say, I think probably quite right, that's probably his distance. Bowls. Oh, and that's sharp, distinctly sharp, that delivery, and Mays, I think, was grateful it was sufficiently wide of off stump for him to virtually lower his hands and leave it well alone. Deserved applause for Richards. 16 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 62. And I think it was Mays, if I remember rightly. Yes, he got 4 for 68.
He did, in his first-class debut.
Yeah, so the two of them will have something worth remembering from this match. 370 for 8.
Well, it would be nice, wouldn't it, if Jamal Richards could get a 5 and then Robin Das wouldn't have all the bragging rights for his 100 in his opening first-class match.
Taking the new ball from the
But as soon as I saw that Jamal was down to play in the game, I thought, oh, that's something to look forward to, because he made such a good impression in the 50 over competition last year. And
Well, Mark Adair is going to be bowling with Jamal Richards again, and he bowled very well with the first new ball as well. And he's in and immediately gets movement away from the batter. Started wide, so it was an easy leave in the end for Hand, but he'll have certainly noted that the ball is darting around a bit all of a sudden.
That's right. I mean, we saw it do that for the first hour this morning, and Ireland quickly slumped to 5 down for not very many. Then the ball did precious little from then on until new ball taken, and all of a sudden there's an excitement about the game.
Absolutely. No, there is. There were long sojourns in the afternoon, but this is. Everyone is back on it, you feel. The fielders, the wicket keepers running in to pick up the throw. The younger players are bouncing around a bit now. The new ball is certainly doing its work in invigorating the Essex team. Interesting though to see that Ireland are continuing. They're giving batting practice to the entire team. So this is Fionn Hand, who they'll hope will be able to add some valuable runs further down the order should he play against England. One man trying to stop him is Mark Adair, who would like that place for himself, who also batted superbly in Essex's first innings and has taken 2 wickets bowling. That he's just played largely defensively, a little bit of extra bounce from the bowler, but played out into the covers, and there is no run.
Glorious weather, absolutely, from pillar to post today, and there's no indication that it's going to be interrupted, certainly today, and I think the forecast is pretty favourable tomorrow as well.
More of the same, I think, tomorrow.
Yeah.
More of the same, so we'll have had 3 wonderful days.
Then by Monday it turns quite a bit cooler.
Goodness, you didn't think okay, in again is Adair, and just tries to pitch it up to try and make the ball do a little bit there, but the batter was up to it, and Fionn Hand stretched into it and played what turned out to be a very nice cover drive for 4. So well played, Fionn Hand. You can understand why Adair is just trying to give the ball a chance to do something.
Now he's done that all day. He's kept the ball up to the bat, bowled pretty well overall.
2 for 54, and he's in his 16th over now, but Hand is batting very nicely, 22 from 30, coming in at number 9.
Yes, it's a bit depressing from the bowling side's point of view, having from the point of view there, from the moment they've taken the 5th wicket, they've taken some real tap and find that number 9 bats rather well as well.
Changing. They think about a single, and Jamal Archer racing in at mid-wicket gives them pause for thought, and they decide against quite rightly.
You've invented another name, Jamal Archer.
Oh yes, sorry, I think Jamal Richards.
Yes, well, there are 2 J
J
Archers
Archer
in your vocabulary,
exactly.
yes, and well, I'm afraid the news isn't good of Joffre.
No, it sadly isn't. I was so looking forward to the second showing of him against Smith.
Not sure Smith was.
No, I don't think he was either, but that was wonderful to watch, and that is actually guided very nicely down by the batter down to 3rd man, and they go through for a couple because there is a man down there. 2 more added to the total, 6 from the over in the end. Hand moves on to 24, the score 376 now for 8, a lead for Ireland of 33, and that looked to, well, you would not have laid good money on that at about 11:30 this morning.
Indeed not. Now I suppose the next milestone, if there is one to look out for, is can Jamal Richards get a 5th wicket? He's already picked up his first class wickets, and well, if he can turn it into a 5, I'm sure he'd be absolutely cock-a-hoop. So he runs away from us now at the river end, 3 slips and a leg slip bowls, and Mays has got this ball away to square leg for a single and gets himself off the mark. 377 for 8, a lead of 34. And Richards will be a little bit annoyed at that, because he would have wanted to bowl as much of the over as possible at Mays, unless he's already got him out in the meantime. And instead, Fionn Hand looks a rather different
Yes.
cup of tea. He looks as if he's so well organised. He can play attackingly, as he's proved, but he is very well organised defensively from what we've seen so far. How does he cope with Richards? That's a good delivery, but again, it's well played. And he steps into line. Everything tends to be right about him. If you were his coach, you'd sort of say, well, I think I've done a pretty good job. He's, gets right behind everything, straight bat. Couldn't ask for a lot more.
Well, he's only played one first-class match before this. He didn't bat, so this is the first time he has batted in a first-class match.
Well, I have to say, my initial feeling is that he was a little bit too defensive. Has not proved accurate, and he's played thoroughly well. As Richard bowls to him, and that's going to be 4 runs. Beautiful straight drive. There wasn't a lot wrong with the ball. It was just a little bit too full, and he just leant on it. And this will make Richards all the more annoyed that he allowed Mays off the strike from the first ball, because this fellow Hand can both bat and doesn't look as if he wants to rotate the strike.
That was a glorious shot. It timed it so well, and to play that on drive like that as a number 9 is...
Yeah, I mean, they say it's the hardest shot in the book.
Exactly, and he made it look very easy.
Certainly was the hardest shot when I was batting, but here is Richards again. Bowls to him, and he's pulled this ball round, and that's going to go down for 4 more. It was short, it was sort of attempted, not very good bouncer, and in the end, Hand, very strong man. I don't think he got all of it, but got enough on it to deflect it away at 45 degrees and virtually hit the floodlight pylon away in the distance. So 385 for 8 now, and Hand, after a slow start, has moved on to an accelerating 28 not out and looking thoroughly good.
Yeah, he really is. He was on that so quickly. It wasn't a terribly good delivery, but was given the treatment.
Richards bowls to him. This is short again, and he's absolutely smashed this straight into the square leg fence. And well, a lesson or two for the young man to learn here. He's bowled very well. He's bowled some really good deliveries, but for me, he bowled the one that got pulled for 4 from the previous ball, or pulled stroke hooked, and to serve it up again. I think Hand's attitude to it was, I didn't quite get all of the previous one, thank you very much. That's better. I've absolutely thwacked this one exactly as I meant to. 389 for 8, 36 to Hand, who's now literally, well, not literally on fire, but you know what I mean. And here is a much better delivery that he should really have been bowling the ball before, and is just nudged defensively into the offside, slightly chastening over there from Jamal Richards. 36 to Hand, 1 to Mays, 389 for 8.
Yeah, 13 off that over from Jamal Richards. He's still got the pleasing figures of 4 for 75, but as a young bowler, you learn these lessons.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're trying to bang it in with the second new ball, make it bounce, but the pitch is getting a little bit deader. You've got someone who's got their iron at the other end, and if you stray off line, and he did a couple of times, both those short balls were at best on leg stump and just outside, so it was help yourself bowling really, and that's exactly what Hand did. Now it will be Adair who's in again, and that's a nice start, but Mays lifted the hands high out of the way.
Yes,
Left it nicely.
the thing not to do really when you're a bit annoyed is try the bouncer, because the batsman thinks, I've got him rattled now, I know what's coming next. A good Yorker, on another hand, and I know they're not easily come by, good Yorkers, but that would be a much better ball to try and bowl.
But you learn that, don't you?
Yeah.
And that is a ball that surprises the batter with the bounce. It did jump and rear from Mark Adair, and in fact Tom Mays did very well to get on top of it and play the ball down out in front of him. there will be no run, but certainly a little bit of extra bounce there from the Island and Essex bowler for this particular match. And it's in once more. Adair, and that is played nicely by Mays in his first game, but he can't beat the man at point. Don't think he was desperately trying to play an attacking shot, he's just getting his eye in.
Row of 4 slips for Adair, Brown, the skipper, first, Dockrell second, Rymel caught a brilliant catch at third slip this morning at third, and Thane, who's also taken the recent catch to get rid of Paul Sterling for 107 at fourth.
Adair is in again and does bowl that Yorker that Paul Newton suggests isn't a bad delivery. It's nicely dug out by Mays, who is certainly no mug by the looks of things with the bat.
No, he's not in hands class or any of the other people necessarily we've seen today, but he is capable of holding his end up for a while.
Yeah, playing straight. Now can Adair, who must have bowled to him before once or twice, work out his weak points? Adair is in again, and the weak point might be a loose drive outside off stump to a moving ball, as is shown on that last example, where the ball really did shape away, which it hasn't done for a little while for Adair, and the attempted glory cover shot, cover drive, ends up, well, he missed it, let's put it like that, but the slips would have been interested, all 4 of them. But Adair will be pleased to see that movement has returned. Mays, who crouches low to start with, and then stands up with his bat aloft. Oh, and that's got to be close. It has to be close.
Well, I can only say, agree with you 100%. I mean, for me, that's out. But I have to go back. I said fairly early in proceedings that I had a conspiracy theory here that there was an understanding reached that LBWs would be hard to come by, and that things basically that you'd normally give out, you'd give the batsman, because it's all about the Ireland side getting practice for the coming test match. I don't object to that too much, but I mean, for me, it's one of those where you say, I don't know what stump that was missing, and someone says, I do, leg and off.
Yeah, exactly. I think even with, I feel for the bowler really. I feel for Adair, who that was out. Yeah, and should have been given. Yes.
We don't. It's not that we don't think the umpire doesn't know what he's doing.
Exactly.
This is
under instruction.
A ball from Richards that's been driven nearly for 4, but you'll notice the word nearly, and they get 2 runs for it as it's retrieved about 15 yards up from the boundary in the end. So the score along to 391 for 8. The lead now is up to 48. Kept that well pitched up, Richards, but Hand looks quite commanding out there, it has to be said. He looks like nothing phases him now, and I say took his time legitimately enough to play himself in. Really is playing well, and here he gets a single, just running the ball into a huge gap in the offside in the extra cover region. 392 for 8 and 39 to Hand, and I think the Irish management will rightly be very, very pleased at what they've seen, certainly from those who've batted after midday today, and I think they'll also be quite pleased they didn't declare earlier, because 1 or 2 of those, particularly Hand here, he's getting some nice practice in there, and of course so did McBride. As Richards is in, and bowls to Mays, and well, we're not to know whether it's fine judgment or a little bit of jam, but in the end, if something's effective, as we've been saying all day, don't knock it. It didn't miss the off stump by much. But he's every right to say, well, you've seen me do it 3 or 4 times now. Try telling me that I'm lucky. 392 for 8.
Yes, he knows where his off stump is, but Richards will be pleased that the ball was just moving back in a little bit there as well.
He'll also be pleased that hands off strike, because if he's going to get a fifth wicket, it's more likely to be Mays. He bowls to him now, but rather a nice shot from Mays here. Wasn't a good delivery, 4 runs, and it was wide outside off stump, and Mays, in a very controlled way, with his head right over the ball, just guided it. And his coach should be very pleased with that and say, I'll give you full marks for that one. 4 runs takes him to 5 and scored to 396 for 8. And Richards, despite getting that wicket as soon as he came back, has not bowled particularly well since then.
No, you're right, bowled a little too short, which I think he realises himself as he just has a little chat with himself. But that really was a fine shot, the way he had all the time in the world to just guide it exactly where he wanted it, to play it through that empty gap between fourth slip and point, and did it beautifully.
He did, and Richards, 4 for 82 his figures now. Bowls, now that is quite a decent delivery, but it's well negotiated by Mays. It was fullish of length, straight. He couldn't afford to miss it, but the beauty is, from Mays' point of view, he didn't miss it. Got it out of the middle of the bat into the offside. No run, and good runs coming, but certainly if you run any side, whether it's Ireland or anybody else, and they're a bit short of practice, I think they feel, well, we couldn't have got a lot better practice than we've had in this match so far. Richards is in, bowls, short, guided for another 4, down to third man, and what Mays does do, actually, does watch the ball. He doesn't sort of suddenly take his eye off the ball there, and he got on top of the bounce and just guided it away through, this time sort of round about fourth slip position, if there were one, and down to the boundary, and that's the applause for the 400. 400 for 8, leading by 57, and Mays is joining the party here. He's moved up to 9. If Richards isn't careful, he's going to go for more than 100 in the innings. He's now conceded 86, and meanwhile there's no respite for the man in the bat in his hand at the other end, because Fionn Hand has played superbly here for 39 not out.
Yeah, Richards has conceded 53 in his last 7 overs, which is tough going.
Yeah, of course it is his first class debut, and
Yeah,
you're there to
absolutely.
learn, and he's picked up 4 on the bright side.
Adair is in. No, absolutely, and Mays, funnily enough, saw this for Ireland. He took a forfeit, but they were quite expensive.
Yeah,
But still, he found ways to take wickets, and that's the bit that Jamal Richards should look back on, particularly if he manages to pick up a 5th. But at the moment, the length he is bowling doesn't look the way to do it, and Mays seemed to have all the time in the world to play those 2 lovely shots just backward of square. But Adair is now bowling to Hand, who has 39 from 40 after a slow start, and this time nice ball from Adair, just short of a length, forcing the defensive shot.
Well, Hand, as I say, you're left sort of saying, you sure this bloke's a number 9, you know, because I know you can say that the ball's not doing a great deal and all that, but it is the new ball, and he just looks absolutely at home. You would be scratching your head fairly desperately if you absolutely had to get him out in the next 10 minutes, because you're thinking, well, he doesn't really look as if he's going to get out to anyone.
No, he doesn't at the moment. And that is a full toss, and it's just flicked away. He was going for that Yorker length, but so quickly onto it was Fionn Hand, and has flicked it through to the furthest possible boundary, up at the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, cow corner if you like, and 4 runs are taken. But really lovely timing. It
Beautiful
was slightly
shot.
over pitch. But
Yeah, and he's found the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on there, both of whom are sort of some way from the bat, but beautifully placed as well, and the timing, as you say, immaculate.
4 more, 43. And that gets the don't hit me that beautifully again. I'll give you the bouncer.
Well,
And a bit of revenge.
What I liked about his playing of that, he saw the bouncer early, got down underneath it straight away, And he is, you know, you can tell when someone's very much at home batting, because you feel they've got there before the balls arrive, because you know, they've anticipated well. They're very quick to judge on length.
Absolutely. Both of those occasions, full and too short, have been. That's short and wide and cuffed away. And it beats the fielder as well, so that will be 4 more. And at the moment, after that bright start with the second new ball, the first 2 overs really were threatening from both Adair and Richards, but since then the batters have got back in complete control.
Well, I don't like to say this, but he owes it all to me, you know. He heard me but sort of saying, come on, you know, you don't just sit there defending, there's no point. And ever since then, he's played like an absolute maestro.
It's funny, I can't see his headphone from here, but he must have it plugged into his helmet somewhere. And that again is short, but this time it's almost a baseball bunt that isn't timed properly and just goes up to Das at mid-off, and there is no run.
I do like the way when he gets that type of ball, he makes sure he gets over it, doesn't play a loose shot, you know, to give his wicket away. Anyway, I leave you to describe more heroics on his part, and welcome back, David Brett.
Thank you very much, Paul Newton. David Brett making his way to the chair. We're going to have actually a break for drinks at the moment, as the gap has come. We have today 20 overs left, so we should be finishing somewhere towards the 6:30 mark, you would feel, if we've got 20 overs left.
Sorry, I've got my hopeless number.
Oh, we've got all sorts of cableage going on here. But at the moment the players are just having a stretch, as the Essex squad have been out there for a while. We're just having a look at the match summary, and Sterling and Das's 2 centuries, the standout. It's been good batting elsewhere, as we've seen from both sides, particularly lower down the
Well, that's where I'm difficult.
And we're back, but we just had a small technical issue with a cable that has now been sorted out, and we no longer have a threat to life and limb. As the players, there is nothing much going on at the moment, you'll be pleased to know, both for those people listening to it on BBC Essex and BBC Sport, and for those listening on Essex TV, Essex Cricket TV, watching on Essex Cricket TV, as we go through what the match summary, and there are matches pretty much everywhere when you look on both scorecards, with those centurions for both, half centuries for both. Ireland, though, just having the edge at the moment. Richards has bowled nicely through a lot of his spell, that also has been expensive in others, but will be pleased with his 4 for 86. Adair now coming in for a little bit of treatment later on in his spell, 2 for 64 from his 18. Thane, well, he'll be delighted with his first class wicket. And Dockrell, looking to force his way into the Ireland team, has bowled nicely at times, possibly not all the time, and that would explain his figures of 1 for 86 from 18. But Ireland continuing to give everybody as much practice as humanly possible. The umpires helping a little by largely turning down any LBW decisions, and it was interesting that the last one was bowled by Mark Adair, and it was absolutely plumb, but then he realised what the plan was, and he didn't actually complain too much. It was just, oh, I'd forgotten that. But Mays it was who survived, and has now taken the attack to the Essex attack, and I will leave David Brett to take over for Jamal Richards next over.
Yeah, he's coming in from the river end. He's right arm over. 3 slips in, balls fall right in the block. Old puff of dust comes up as he jams the bat down on the ball and into the leg side, and there's no run. So Dying embers of the day. Yeah, like Guy was saying, probably around about an hour and 15, an hour and a half to go, depending on whether the spinner comes back on or not. But yeah, it looks like Ireland are going to make Essex bowl them out.
Yes, they're obviously. I wondered if they'd give everybody a bat, but Craig Young might still miss out.
Richards in, that's a little bit shorter, that's nicely guided away actually. Beautiful shot, using the angle on the face of the bat to run it past the man at a backward point. And they come back for 2 runs. 410 for 8.
Mays is playing that shot superbly. 10 of his 11 runs have all come from essentially that shot of Jamal Richards being just short outside off stump, leaning back and just guiding the ball backward of square. Super timing and super placement.
Blimey, I'll just say hands 47 off 45.
I know.
Richards in, bowls, inside edge. A lavish drive outside the off stump from Mays. It comes thickish in the completely opposite direction and runs down to the boundary for 4 runs. Incredible. That was a thick inside edge and it's gone away for 4.
That is maddening as a bowler. You've seen someone try and play the champagne shot to you. You've got the inside edge, but instead of it clattering into the stumps, it goes for 4 the other side of the wicket. But when your luck's in, as they say.
Yep. Mays goes to
15, I think.
Yeah, I can't quite see that on the screen. Yeah, I don't think it's updated yet. Yeah, it's 414 for 8, and Mays on 15. He's on strike again. Oh, that's a full toss, and that's clubbed away into the leg side. There's a fielder going to chase it all the way towards the boundary. I'm not sure it's going to get there. I think it's just going to be a couple of runs as it's hauled in, which it is, and the score moves on to 416 for 8.
Yes, he's bowled a bit too short, Jamal Richards, in this spell. I know he's trying to make something happen, but at the moment all that's happening is the scoreboard's ticking over a great deal faster. And he is approaching his own century quite rapidly now.
One thing's for sure is that Essex will be batting tonight because they only get 100 overs.
That's right, absolutely.
Richards in, bowl short, that's pulled away in the air. There's a fielder underneath it, he's interested, it's gone high in the air, and it's a good catch actually. That's steepled up in the air and it's taken at mid-on, and Jamal Richards gets a wicket. An attempt to hoik the ball away into the leg side by Mays, and he perishes for 15. And a nice catch as well. 416 for 9.
And Jamal Richards has his fifer in his first ever first-class match. So Robin Das won't be able to keep all the bragging rights for his century on his, because Jamal Richards has now grabbed his 5th wicket. And me saying, stop banging it in short, stop banging it in short. What do I know? He banged it in short, got the false shot. It was shovelled straight up in the air, and it was a nice take in the end. And ensured that Richards does get that 5 wickets, 5 for 94 in the 19th over.
So, yep, that's a 5 for Richards, and Essex requires just 1 more. He's getting lots of pats on the back with old Jamal Richards. Teammates pleased for him.
Genuinely pleased for him though. And the nice thing is as well, all the Irish players have gone over and congratulated him as well, which is a nice touch.
And that's Jamal's first 530, first class cricket. Congratulations, Jamal.
Yes, well played. Hopefully a lot more where that's come from.
Well,
from an Essex perspective anyway.
I think if he keeps improving, there's every chance. He's certainly got the talent.
And this one's up in the air, but it's safe. There's 2 fielders that are interested in it, but it's just made it over the fielder's head, and they'll come back for a couple of runs. 418 for 9.
I think Craig Young set out how he means to continue. I am a number 11, I will swing. Thank you very much indeed. But well done, Jamal Richards. Yes, it was another 10 off that over, so things have got a bit expensive now. But you've got 5 wickets. You've done your job. That's what your captain needs. He needs someone who can take wickets, and that's what Jamal Richards has shown that he has the ability to do. Mark Adair, who probably deserves better figures than he has at the moment, has taken a couple of wickets himself, should have definitely had a third for one of the plummest LBW decisions I've ever seen turned down, but even so, he has bowled nicely and will have certainly nudged the selectors ahead of the test match against England on Thursday. But now he has a chance to wrap up the innings if he can, while Hand will be looking to try and get his 50 in before time runs out. He's got 13 overs left, so he's got plenty of time to do it. It's whether his partner can stay there long enough. As that is played out into the leg side, the first ball, there is no run, and Adair is ready again. In, and gets past the outside edge. That was a lovely delivery. Again, that's the delivery every so often Adair finds, where just bowls it in the corridor. The batter feels he's got a chance, and then the ball just moves away, and he's done that time and time again. Certainly encouraged the skipper to bring men back into the slip cordon, that delivery, and you can see why. Mark Adair in once again. Hand treats it very respectfully on this occasion and just punches it out into the covers. He'll have to wait for further runs in his pursuit of this half century, which will be his first half century in first class cricket, because he's only played one other match and he didn't bat. So this is his high score anyway. And this time he punches it into the covers, and that's a nice looking shot, but didn't fully middle it, and they can only go through for a single. I think Mark Adair now is saying you can probably come in a bit to Jamal Richards, who's out at mid-wicket. They would have been happy to give the single to Hand, so the Mark Adair could try and give Craig Young a little bit of a workover.
Oh, that's turning him around. That's going to be a catch at mid-off.
Just when I was checking what his batting average was, thank you very much for jumping in there. That would have been embarrassing. So thanks to David. That is the end. Adair does have his third wicket, which you can't really deny him. And Hand will be left high and dry on 48 not out. We'll just watch this again. In fact, it was Curtis Camphor who come into the attack, so Curtis Camphor has taken the wicket. He squared up the unfortunate Craig Young. The ball lolloped up into the covers, and it was the simplest of simple catches for Robin Das. And Ireland are all out for 419 in the 88th over. Very good fight back. You look at the top 5, when Moore's 37 was the only innings in double figures. Then from Sterling at 607, Tucker 97, McBride 67, Hand 48. Even Mays is entertaining 17 before being all out for 419. So everybody in the Ireland team on both sides has had a bat now in this match. And we'll have a short break, and we'll be back with the Essex reply in their second innings. Well, good. Good to see you. I was literally just looking at batting.
No problem at all. I'm going to get some water. Do you want it?
Just cold water. Just cold water.
endless fun. There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, outstanding waiting for you. Enjoy yourself, with friends old and new. Explore with us, there's stunning lands to see. Enjoy yourself, James Best Value at Sea. Enjoy yourself, named Best Value at Sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce Ambassador Cruise Line.
Enjoy yourself on a premium value cruise. Enjoy yourself, we're the one to choose.
Endless fun. There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, outstanding waiting for you. Enjoy yourself, with friends old and new. Explore with us, there's stunning lands to see. Enjoy yourself, James Best Value at Sea. Enjoy yourself,
Batting for Essex. It's myself, David Brett from BBC Essex, Guy Swindles as well, and Paul Newton will be back in roughly about 5 minutes actually.
Splendid.
In 4 minutes and 59 seconds. He will literally walk into this box.
Well, there are 16 overs left, so
We're roughly in the final hour, aren't we?
yeah,
We should
exactly.
be done and dusted by 6:30. Opening the bowling for Ireland is someone.
Looks like Graham Hume.
So Hume coming in, right arm over to the left-handed Brown, and that's left alone outside the off stump. Ireland lead by, I think it was 75 or 76, wasn't it?
Well, so yeah, 70. Yeah, they're 76.
Yes. So Essex got a little bit of work to do before they get on level terms, and then see where we're at tomorrow. But it seems highly unlikely that a result will occur. But you never know.
Nick Brown will want to get a few runs as well. He scratched around a bit for his 11 yesterday.
Hume from the Hayes close end bowls. That's off the pads into the leg side. Half an appeal, but pitched quite a way outside the leg stump. And there is no. It's still a beautiful evening, but as Guy was saying, it's probably going to get quite cold tonight once the sun goes down. With that breeze.
It's really annoying. I'm really looking forward to this north wind disappearing from the east of the country. As apparently in the southwest, because it's going round in a circle. They're having lovely weather down there, and by the time it's come round down our way,
It's cold.
cold.
Hume bowls to Brown, beaten outside the off stump, drew the bat inside the line, but dare I say, he played the shot first of all.
I think he did. It was a lovely piece of bowling by Hume. Played for the South Africa under-19 team before switching to Ireland.
And Hume turns to come in again. Bowls to Brown. That's full outside the off stump, left alone. I'm a bit hazy of the rules these days. So I thought the rule used to be that providing you got connections in inverted commas, and you haven't played for a full test playing.
That's changed.
That's changed, is it? Okay.
Yeah. You can now change. I think there's a 5-year gap or something like that. But that you can play for one country and play for another. We've got. Is it in this match?
As it's just pushed out towards backward point, and Brown gets off the mark with a single.
No, the Ireland's opener PJ Moore has played Test and ODIs for Zimbabwe, but then at some point decided to make the switch and became an Ireland player in 2022. So I think it's like rugby union as well, where we're also seeing this, that a lot of the Ireland players who, as in ISLAND, who go and play for New Zealand and Australia are switching back after a break and going to play for Samoa and Fiji.
Right on cue, Paul's back in the commentary box as Hume bowls to the right-handed Rymel, and that's left alone outside the off stump. So that's the end of the over. Do you want to stick around, Guy, or do you?
I can't remember whose turn it is.
It's me. Oh, sorry, I meant, do you want to stick around for another over, or?
Yeah, I'll stick around for another
Yeah.
over. Is that all right? Yes, I will stick around for one more over.
Lost some time due to the changeover after all.
And it will be Fionn Hand who will be bowling after his slight disappointment at missing out on a first class 50 with the bat, left high and dry on 47. He will now have a chance to continue the good work that he showed. And interesting that he's been thrown the new ball. In the first innings it was Craig Young who opened with Graham Hume, but on this occasion Fionn Hand, who bowled very tidily in the first innings, who was being given the job. brisk run into the wicket. A bit of width though, but the attempted shot by Brown didn't really time it. Practices the shot on several occasions in an effort to try and get his timing back, which was a little awry in the first innings as well. Couldn't quite get going as he would have liked. He was in for quite a long time, but it was the second wicket down for 11 when he'd made 11 and the score was 48. Oh, and that's an absolute peach. It takes off just short of a length. I think he did manage to drop his hands, Brown, but that really was a lovely delivery across him. And in an era where a lot of right arm seamers bowl round the wicket to left-handed batters, it's a good example of what you can do if you bowl across them. Get by going over the wicket, which is what Fionn Hand is doing at the moment, and that spits as well. And Cook has to wear, Brown has to wear that on the glove, which will have stung a bit. Gloves are good these days, but that would have wrapped the glove. So a couple of interesting deliveries that Brown has survived.
Oh, sorry. Thought I turned off my mic.
I do that all the time. In once again, and that is on leg side, and lovely shot by the popular Nick Brown, the one senior member of the Essex team who is playing in this match and has a good vocal fan club in the ground with us. And he moves on to 3. Rymel's only faced the 1 ball so far. Brown will feel better for that one, getting the ball off the middle of the bat. And on this occasion, just up on his toes, plays it defensively out into the covers. I've got 1 more ball, and then I shall be handing over to Paul Newton. Very kindly gave me a bonus over.
He's got a big heart, that man.
He has, he has. No matter what people say. Final ball of the over, and that's played nicely out into the covers. Again, it's a dot ball. Decent first over, that from Fionn Hand, but it is survived nicely by Nick Brown, who even takes a couple of runs, and after 2 overs, Essex are 3 without loss. Rymel just faced the 1 ball yet to get off the mark. Brown on 3. They're still 73 runs behind.
Thanks, Guy. I'll be back in about half an hour's time. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see what direction this game's going in. At the moment, though, you'd just suspect that Essex will just keep batting and, I don't know, maybe have a bowl later on tomorrow afternoon. Just to get some miles in some of the players' legs. Obviously, they've got some Irish players on their side as well that might want an extra bowl too. So, Rymel on strike. And it's going to be Hume from the Hayes close end. He's in now, bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump. 4 slips in, a backward point, a cover, a mid off, mid on, and a fine leg somewhere down away to my left hand side. And welcome back, Paul Newton.
Thank you very much indeed, Dave. Yes, in the end, a side that looked as if they could well be following on at midday ended up with a first innings lead of 76, as Ireland comfortably passed Essex's 343 with 419, and the deeper Essex got into the Ireland batting order, the better the batsmen seemed to become.
Hume in. Ball edged. Oh, is it caught? Slip. It's caught. Oh, it's chopped at first. If it was parried up in the air from 4 slip, it looped agonisingly up, and a decent effort from the fielder at first slip. Got a hand to it, but couldn't quite grapple it in. And Rymel gets away with that one. He gets a run too. Essex are 4 for no loss.
Well, Rymel could do with an innings, and he certainly has got away with a life there. So it'd be very nice. I saw him make a quite breathtaking 100 here in the 50 over match against Yorkshire a couple of years ago, 2021. Didn't really replicate it last season. It'd be lovely to see him play such an innings this time.
Hume into the left-handed Brown. Oh, he's turned around as well. That's about the third time in this innings Brown's been beaten outside the off stump, and there's no run.
They've got some decent cricketers, Ireland. Whether decent enough to give England a game next week remains to be seen. But as the days unravelled, my original fears that they look rather lightweight have dissipated quite rapidly, and I think, well, he looks good, or I wasn't expecting him. And you know, even 8 and 9 looked formidable, McBride and Hand, and this bloke looks as if he's takes some facing.
Up to the stumps, Hume bowls to Brown. That's flipped off the pads down towards a deep fine leg for for 4. Went a lot squarer than I thought, that one. And it beat the diver, the fielder, who was very fine at fine leg. 4 to the total, 7 to Brown. Essex are 8 for no loss.
Yeah, he's a very well built man, Hume. You can sense that, well, he'd go down very well in a rugby side for a start, and I'd be amazed if he hadn't played rugby at quite a decent level. But he obviously loves his cricket, and you know, he's a big, strong man with plenty of potential.
Hume up to stumps again, and again he beats Brown outside the off stump.
Beautifully bowled.
Yeah, hand on heads moment for the Island players. It's good over this from Hume. Testing Brown, and almost got the wicket of Rymel.
And, you know, he's had to bowl at right hand and left hand, and looked equally difficult to survive in both departments. This is beautiful bowling, and you know, England may not have it all their own way. I mean, we saw what happened last time the two sides met, and England were rocked over for less than 3 figures, so you know, they better watch out.
Hume right arm over to the left-handed Brown. Brown, that's down the leg side. There's an appeal for a catch, but from up here it looks an absolute mile away from the bat. Anyway, end of the over. Essex are 8 for no loss.
Yes, I like him. Hume, who obviously is suited by the slight downslope here at the Hayes Close end, but he doesn't take an overlong run up. It's tremendous strength in his shoulders, and he can make the ball talk. That was some over, and this guy Fionn Hand bowled a pretty decent over in his only previous over, so plenty for Essex to think about here, and an uncomfortable last hour, I think.
You'll notice that I've took the danger seat, so you won't get caught up in all the cables again.
Yes, I did. I appreciate that. My goodness me, I don't know how I ever got into the mess, but I just couldn't get out. Anyway, Brown has 7, Rymel 1. Essex trailing by 76 first dig, are 8 for no wicket in the second, as Fionn Hand runs up the slight slope from the river end, bowls, and that's left alone by Rymel outside off stump, a line of 4 slips, just as Essex had earlier.
Oh, that's been a pretty decent start from both Hand and Hume.
Certainly has. The 2 H's with 4-letter surnames. As Hand is in bowls, and that goes through outside off stump, and there is no run there. And yes, I'm just grateful actually, as I said, with 4-letter surnames, Hume can be spelt with an L, Hulme, but thankfully this one isn't. And Hand only really off a pretty short run up. Trundles up, bowls to Rymel. Rymel takes the right hand off the bat, stabs it to the ground with the left hand. No run.
Still a few people about in the stands, which is good to see.
Yeah, the audience has sort of been almost entirely members, and they're staying to the end. This is well outside off stump and demands no shot, doesn't get one either as it goes through to Tucker.
It's a beautiful day. What's tomorrow supposed to be like? Similar?
Yeah, more of the same apparently. Monday I know is, though fine, there's sort of no rain in the forecast for the next fortnight,
wow.
Other than sort of the very north of Scotland sort of thing. But it will turn cooler again by Monday, according to the forecast. Hands in bowls, and that one is outside off stump. goes through to the keeper.
I'm going to the, I don't know what day it is. I'm going to the World Test Championship one of the days. It's the Thursday. I don't know whether that's day 1 or day 2. But I'm hoping the weather will hold.
Yes, I think it probably will. That's outside off stump. Where is it? Edgbaston or?
No, Oval.
Right. And is that next week? Or?
Well, I'm going on the 8th, so that's the week after next, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, it should be interesting. Australia versus India. Should be a pretty decent crowd as well, I would have thought. India being there.
Yeah, very much so.
A few Aussies are obviously already over for the Ashes, which I think starts the week after, doesn't it?
Yes, I think that's right. And, well, I imagine to the Aussies, it's the latter series, the one that they're particularly keen to win.
So, Hume to continue from the Hayes close end. Just waiting for Brown to settle on his bat. He's there now. Just the 3 slips in for Brown now. Over the wicket comes the right-handed Hume. Oh, beats him outside the edge. He's done that 4 or 5 times already in this innings. And Brown just hanging in there at the moment, playing down the line of that off stump and just hoping that the ball is wide enough to not take the edge of the bat. 8 for no loss, Essex, 5th over of their second innings. Still trail by 68. Ireland's first innings score. So a lot of work to do. Mid-off cover and backward point all start walking in as Hume bowls, and that's just played off the hip by Brown down towards deep backward square leg for a single. 9 for no loss, and Brown goes on to 8. Ryan, we're just doing a bit of gardening.
Already with a life for Rymel. Catch to 4th slip, which was spooned up and almost caught on the rebound at first slip, but not quite.
Yeah, it was an excellent effort from the fielder at first slip. Hume into the right-handed Rymel, right arm over, and that's defended into the offside, and there's no run. 4 slips in for Rymel though, only the 3 for Brown. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and fine leg.
We've got 11 overs after this one to be completed today, and Essex will be mightily relieved if they can make it to the close without losing a wicket. Probably settle for losing 1, I would think.
Hume up to the stumps, bowls, and Rymel cuts away. That's a great stop at cover. No, has it gone for 4? I lost track of the ball. No, it has gone for 4. It's a diving attempt at cover, but it's raced away to the boundary. That's actually a nice bit of timing from Rymel. Not the worst ball either.
He is like so many young players, he's got the shots. They nearly all have. Question is, can he avoid the difficult ones? There's such a difference. You get 100 if the luck's with you one day, but equally you can go on a run of a dozen innings without getting anywhere near a 50.
Slight adjustment in the field. Cover's coming a little bit squarer by about 5 yards. As Hume comes running in, bowls to Rymel, and that's an easy leave outside the off stump. Well wide of off stump, that one.
You often find when you get a bowler who bowls us absolutely spiffing over, 1 over, that every ball is challenging right and left-hander alike, and obviously we're talking about Hume here. Now that was the previous over that he bowled, absolutely superb, and of course should have had the catch. This one, he's never quite landed the ball in the right place so far.
Okay, so we can do on this one. Got 2. No, that's the last ball of the over as Hume bowls. Oh, that takes an edge along the ground, backward point, but a better delivery, turned the batsman round, but Rymel with soft hands just manages to guide the ball towards backward point for no run. End of the over, 13 for no loss, 5 to Rymel and 8 to Brown.
So, a little bit of an easier over for Essex to negotiate than the previous one from Hume. 11 overs now remain, and Essex are currently 63 behind, 13 for no wicket, Brown 8, Rymel 5. And Brown, the one senior player in this Essex lineup, the only man trusted with the key. And he is captaining side and now settles over his bat. So here comes Fionn Hand. 3 slipped crouch bowls and good lead from Brown. That one was short enough, wide enough, but I agree with something that Guy was saying earlier, that quite refreshing to see a right arm over bowler not switched around the wicket because he's bowling to a left-hander. I think very often when the ball's new, it's good to slant the ball across and look for the edges. Here comes Hand again off this very economical run-up. Bowls, and that is edged, and it's 4 runs. I don't think it was a catch. It looked to me to just land between second and third slip and absolutely fly away to the boundary, but it's a false shot and a moral victory for the bowler. 17 for no wicket, just about to see the replay. And my impression was it didn't quite carry. What did you think, David?
No, I think I'm with you on that one.
Well, we normally get the replay by now, but we haven't seen it at all. Hand, meanwhile, is about to bowl again. But Brown certainly beaten by that delivery. Typically of cricket, sometimes you get beaten by a ball from which you score 4 runs. Here's Hand again. Bowls to Brown. Brown has clipped this beautifully off the pads to the square leg boundary. He's a big, powerful man, Nick Brown, and if he ever does get hold of something, it's likely to have the full carry to go, I don't mean for 6, but to go all the way to the boundary. It's about 80 yards when the bowling's right arm to a left-hander from the river end, and 21 for no wicket. Well, we saw the replay of that one. We didn't see the one where the ball landed just, I think, out of the reach of second and third slip. Maybe if I saw it again, I'd think that potentially there might have been a chance. And as we hear a motorbike moaning in the background, it's Hand in, bowls to Brown. No timing here. I think he thought he might well get his third 4 in 3 deliveries, but he just tried to hit it too hard, didn't time it, goes to mid-off, no run.
Deficit down to 55. Still a lot of work to do though.
And in again, bowls to Brown. Played to mid-on. Yes, I mean, you can never tell with cricket, but I think probably the pitch will have the final word in this match. For one thing, 3 days doesn't give you a lot of wriggle room. And for another, you know, although whatever the ball's new, there really is something in it for the bowlers. But I think ultimately it becomes a bit of a batsman's paradise.
Yeah, it's tended to happen that way at the county ground this
Yeah,
season.
quite right. And Hand to complete the over. That's contained 2 boundaries, and this might be a third because Brown has rocked back. It was nice and inviting and short, and he's played his way very nicely to the third man boundary, getting it wide of third slip. So a productive over for Nick Brown in particular and Essex in general. 25 for no wicket, 12 off the over, all of them to Nick Brown, who moves along to 20, and Josh Rymel has 5.
Yep. I'll give him the benefit of doubt there. Through the bat at it.
Yes,
Put the ball over the
absolutely.
slip.
Yeah. No, I think that was fair game. And it's the old story, you know, if you go for it, don't hold anything back, you know. You'll almost certainly get it over the slips if you get any. And he got quite a bit of bat on it. It wasn't just an edge at all.
Hume to continue from the Hayes close end. 4 slips in for Rymel. So it's going to be right arm over to the right-handed Rymel. Hume coming down the slope now, and he bowls, and Rymel just guides it out into the offside, and it's fielded at backward point, and there's no run.
Very stylish player, Josh Rymel. But he's at that awkward point in anyone's career where he's done well enough to show that he's got a lot of talent, but he has now to grasp the nettle and see if he can really try and gain a place in the Essex side. I'm sure he will play in the 50 overs competition.
Hume down the slope, up to the stumps, bowls. That's left alone by Rymel. Comfortable leave again, wide of off stump. So, first ever first class wicket for Noah Thane, first ever 5-wicket haul in a first class match for Jamal Richards. The Robin Das 100 and what did he get?
132.
132. So a bit of a successful one for the youngsters. Hume bowls. That one keeps low.
Did you just get a note of Richard's figures? 5.
I didn't. No, I didn't. Oh, Guy was writing them down.
Oh, I'll ask him later when he comes back on. Yep.
It's okay. I can check them for you. Don't worry.
But, you know, although he didn't always bowl well today, Jamal Richards, but we know he's a lot of promise. Thank you very much indeed. In fact, we'll give you all the bowling figures from the Ireland and England.
Hume in, oh, that bounces on a length. There was actually nothing Rymel could do about that. Just hope that the ball didn't flick a glove or the bat, and it didn't. Went through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Beauty of a delivery.
So, in the 419 all-out, Mark Adair, 18 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 64. Jamal Richards, 19 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 96 on his first class debut. Ishan Kelly impressed me actually, 6 overs for 19. I'd like to have seen more of him. Curtis Camphor, 1 for 45 in 10.5.
Hume winding up again. And he moves in now and he bowls, and that's defended into the offside. There's no run.
Matt Foster, 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 52. George Dockrell, 18 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 86. And another guy impressed me was Noah Thane, 8 overs, no maiden, 1 for 44. His 1 wicket did owe quite a lot to luck, as Andy McBride, who played thoroughly well for his 67, went to pull a ball just outside leg stump to the leg side fence, and it took an under edge and slowly rolled into the stumps.
Hume bowls. That's is an edge. It's guided edge by Rymel down towards backward point, and there's no run.
But yeah, Essex will be pleased that several of their youngsters have had a taste of first-class cricket, and 2 or 3 of them, obviously Robin Das yesterday, 132, and of course he is one of the more senior junior academy prospects because he has played in a couple of years of the 50 over competition. But there's certainly every indication that the Essex Academy, which has served the club so well for decades now, is continuing so to do.
And that was the end of the over. Essex 25 for no loss. Deficit is 51.
And getting a bowling change at the river end. Tom Mays replaces Fian Hand. And Tom Mays will bowl initially to the left-handed Brown. Slip cordon down to 3. So up from the river end, the shadows now getting ever longer, as you would expect. Mays is in bowls, and Brown single to deep square leg. And one of those agreed singles you might as well describe it with all the time in the world for it to be completed. Graham Gooch was the absolute master of timing his waddle on these occasions, so he just arrived at the bowler's end as the throw belatedly came in. And that run takes Essex along to 26 for no wicket. Brown has the vast majority of them at 21.
Shadows starting to stretch out along the pitch as the sun starts to die.
Mays bowls, and that's well outside off stump, and
It's almost a wide, that.
that's right, it was a misdirected delivery requiring no shot, and getting no shot indeed from Josh Rymel. So both these days have had plenty of entertaining cricket. It's been, you know, some of these games can really be, you're left saying, was there any point to it? Well, I think there has been here. I think Ireland will be pretty pleased with the number of their players who've either had a good bowl or a good bat. And that's another poorly directed delivery a long way outside off stump. And equally, Essex benefiting from 2 or 3 very decent Irish players who've been left out of the official Irish 11 for this, or Ireland 11 for this match, but nevertheless Ireland quite rightly wanted to get all their 15 players with a game under the belt. But some of the Essex locals, notably Das yesterday and Richards today, with 132 and 5 for 96 respectively, have shown what they can do as Mays bowls. Good delivery, well played by Rymel coming forward, and from what we've seen of the over so far of the ones that the batsman had to play at, Mays looks, and far too early to judge him definitively, but he looks a little bit up and down at the moment, I'd say, Dave.
Yep.
And I'd have been rather inclined, I think, to give Fionn Hand. I know he took a bit of punishment in his most recent over, but he troubled the batsman a little bit before then. I'd have given him another couple. Not least because you don't want a bowler to end on a bit of a down note, as this one keeps a bit low, but it's good foot movement from Rymel coming forward to cover it. Dot ball. And we now have 26 for none on the board in 7.5, and at the end of this over there will be 8 overs remaining.
Yep, not long now.
And I think same as yesterday, 16 overs were bowled in the Ireland innings after Essex's 343. Essex will have faced 16 by the end of the day. And Mays bowls and strays onto leg stump, but Rymel at the moment focused on trying to make sure he's still there for the morning. Just rather misses out maybe and plays it to mid-on for no run, but he won't be too worried about that. 21 to Brown, 5 to Rymel, no extras, and indeed in the whole of that 343 that Essex made yesterday, there were remarkably few, just 5 overs, and 4 of them were leg byes, which you can't really do anything about. There was just 1 no ball, and that's a terrific performance actually to keep the extras down to such a minimum, and that may not serve Ireland badly if they can replicate that in next week's test.
Yeah, well, certainly not compared to Essex. Essex had 10 no balls in their innings.
Too many.
Yeah. Hume continuing from the Hayes close end. Sorry, Paul.
No, not at all.
3 slips in for Brown, mid-off cover, backward point, fine leg, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. Oh, that's outside the off stump. Is that edge? It is.
Yeah.
Yes, Brown goes for 21. He's deserved that as Hume bowled superbly at Brown, especially beat him outside the off stump on a number of occasions. This time, though, he draws Brown into a stroke, and Brown nicks it behind. So Essex lose their first wicket. It's 26 for 1. Brown goes caught behind for 21, and the deficit is still 50.
Yeah, not a good match for Nick Brown. Although he hit those 3 boundaries in an over, but he only made 11 first dig, 21 this, and he won't be too worried about it. He's had his good moments in the county championship this year, but I think he'd have been looking to get rather more than he has done.
I've got off the bowling of Graham Hume for 21.
good to see that after his injury, which we fear cost him his 100, that Lorcan Tucker has, after doubtless a couple of hours treatment in the dressing room, has emerged to wicket keep here, and one would imagine, I mean, Ireland would be very upset if he had an injury that kept him out of the test. It looks as if he should be fit.
Yeah, good to see. It was quite remarkable the way he went down, just seemingly innocuous because he was wasn't a lavish stroke he was playing.
Well, we think, as he got a short pitch riser and attempted to uppercut it, but he didn't show any sign of an injury after that until he kind of rehearsed the shot again after the ball had been fielded by the wicketkeeper, and then suddenly, in having that sort of repechage of the shot, he did something there that must just have really, well, we know that he was in total agony for a while. Anyway, man coming to the middle, should be confident, Robin Das, but the way Hume's bowling, he'll need to play well to keep him out.
5 balls left in the over. Hume up to the stumps, and he bowls to Das, who defends into the offside, and there is no run.
Played that with a nice air of time in hand. Robin Das wasn't a ball that particularly threatened his wicket, but it was decent, but he played it with confidence, and he should, even if he gets out next ball, should take some very happy memories of his maiden first-class 100 here.
4 slips waiting as Hume comes down the slope. Up to stumps, pulled away to the leg side. Doesn't get all of it, Das, but over the fielder at mid-on. And they're going to come back for 2. In fact, they'll go for 3. Ball's not going to get to the boundary. And Das off the mark. 3 to him. Essex at 29 for 1, but signal of intent.
Yes, I would rather he hadn't played that shot, if I were honest with you, simply on the basis he's only just faced 1 ball, and he didn't get all of it, as you rightly said, and it's the sort of thing you feel an absolute chump if you hole out, you know, which could have happened and would have done if my wicket had happened to be deeper. Now, fair play, he would say, well, I'd looked at the field and wouldn't have played the shot if there'd been a deeper fieldsman. But anyway, it's a sign that his confidence is there, and we wish him nothing but the best.
3 balls left in the over. Hume, who's been the pick of the Irish bowlers so far this evening. He's up to the stumps now, bowls, and Das just covers up defensively, guides the ball down towards backward point, and there's no run.
Even when he's bowling sort of stock deliveries, you still hesitate to take liberties against Hume, but every now and then he bowls an absolute jaffer. And clearly England, they better play him with the utmost care, I think. I don't think the Baz ball approach need be applied in the first few overs. Or if it is, it could lead to wickets.
Hume in again, bowls, and edged, gone. Second slip. Hume has been bowling superbly, and he gets his 2nd wicket of this early evening. There's a regulation take at 2nd slip, but Das, after a dazzling first innings, his 2nd innings is all but a brief.
Rymel.
Oh, sorry, it's Rymel edged. My apologies, Rymel edging to 2nd slip. So Rymel goes for 5.
Yeah, it's a shame. I like Josh Rymel because I was so impressed with his innings, not last year, but 2 years ago in the 50-over competition. Looked a real prospect for the future. Hasn't quite been able to back that up of late in the time that's gone since it's Balburney with the catch. But he hadn't actually looked comfortable, had he, at any stage out there. There was just one lovely, beautifully timed shot through the covers for 4, but apart from that, he seemed to have got a little bit bogged down. Fair play at this end of the day, going with 16 overs to go. Mind you, that in itself is it works out at more than an hour's cricket, but he just didn't really play with a degree of authority at all.
5, and the incoming batsman, Curtis Campbell.
So Campher coming in for Essex, one of the Irish contingent playing for Essex in this match. So Hume, what should be the final ball of the over. Excellent. Love to see a good slip cordon like this. Five men in the slip cordon. They're sensing blood here tonight. Hume in bowls as Camphor comes forward, well outside his crease, defends into the offside. And that is the end of the over and the end of my stint today. 29 for 2, and I'll leave you in the capable hands of Paul and Guy.
Great pleasure as ever to see you, Dave. Thanks very much indeed. And apologies for the long wait you had while I extricated myself from... In fact, I didn't. It was down to Guy. In the end, he had to send for the emergency services to get me out of a hole where I got my leg hopelessly bound up in some wires. But thanks very much to David Brett. Always a pleasure to have David with us. And he's seen a good day's cricket. 29 for 2. Essex struggling. Worth remembering Ireland lost 2 wickets by the close yesterday. But Graham Hume has really bowled outstandingly well.
Yes, he has a good record in this match. He bowled well without much luck in the first innings, so perhaps it is coming his way now. Tom Mays bowling from the river end, and first delivery is outside off stump. It's a easy leave as far as Robin Das is concerned. It'll be interesting to see how Das copes with the position he finds himself in after that glorious first innings 100. It's a tough act to follow. He's got a difficult last few 7 overs to survive, but he plays that nicely, and just as he did at the start of his first innings, happy to play defensively, as he does on this occasion to Tom May's delivery, which just came in at him a touch, but...
Yeah, he did show with the way he played the second delivery that he's also not going to bat simply to be there in the morning. And he's, interestingly, his arrival at the crease in both innings has been with the score on 29.
Ah, his lucky number. Well, it's number 22 bowling to him, Tom Mays, and that is just guided to point. So many of his runs in the first innings he timed so beautifully through the gap between the slips and point. I think he must have hit at least half a dozen boundaries, maybe more, just with that shot, which he's practicing now.
Yes, he's after a sort of slow start. He wasn't one of the more impressive of those academy players, if I could get the word out, in the 50 over competition in the last couple of years, but he eventually made a half century, and now he's shown that he's really beginning to sprout wings.
As in come Mays again, and that's short, and he is on it like a rocket, but he doesn't really middle it, and in fact a little bit lucky. Was there a half chance there? I couldn't quite see. There was a fielder who was in the way of that shot, and I'm wondering if Das survived a possible catch on that occasion. He practices the shot. They did go through for 2, but there was a man set for there in mid-wicket.
Yes, and as I said, after he played, I won't quite say a similar shot, but another one that was in the air into the leg side, perhaps he should play himself in a bit more first.
Particularly for that shot. And that is pitched up, and that is driven gently back to mid-on in a defensive way. Nicely played, nicely timed.
Yes, when you were talking about his shot into the offside a moment or two ago, it's a far less risky shot, provided you don't sort of edge it through to the slip cordon, but he hasn't been doing that. Whereas the sort of lofted shot into the leg side, when you've only just come in and the ball is still new, is potentially, I think, fraught with danger.
Yes, we've seen that with several players who've found the bounce early on in their innings difficult to judge. Not on this occasion though. That's pulled around nicely. Again, he's not afraid of taking on the shot, as Paul mentioned. On this occasion though, it was much more controlled, round to fine leg. He pinches the strike as well as he moves on to 6, so Camphor will have to wait patiently for his go here. 32 for 2 though, Essex, and in an interesting position this particular match. Ireland still have the lead, Essex have lost both openers, but have their centurion from the first innings at the crease, and an Irishman who wants to score runs to see whether he can bludgeon his way into the starting 11 on Thursday against England.
Even Paul Sterling, if you think of his pull shots, okay, a couple of times he did get one absolutely spot on, but there were 2 or 3 occasions when the timing wasn't there. Of course, it was how he was out in the end. Caught it shortish mid-wicket, and so certainly food for thought there, I would hope, for Robin Das, who's just about to face the next over from Hume, and he comes in from the Hayes close end. That's a lovely shot. Now you're talking, matey. That's absolutely brilliant. He let the ball come onto him and just timed it exquisitely through the covers, just as you were describing, Guy, from the first innings. And it's like he's never been away. 36 for 2, and he now has 10.
It was over-pitched, but the thing that impressed me in his first innings is how quickly he spots the length of the ball, and he was onto that like a flash, and it was a beautiful shot through the covers.
Certainly
All
was
timing.
sumptuous. What will Hume have to say in reply? He's bowled thoroughly well here with both wickets. He comes in now, bowls to Das, a good leave. It was a long way outside off stump, so it wouldn't have taken him long to make his mind up on that one. But yeah, really you feel that the remaining, how much have we got? 5.4 overs tonight and the first hour tomorrow are going to determine what the chances are of a result in this game. If Essex sort of anything worse than 3 or 4 down at the end of that first hour tomorrow, then Ireland, you would think, are going to be in with a serious chance of winning. But if not, then I think the game is almost bound to be a draw, short of a declaration, and people don't make them very often nowadays. That goes through outside off stump, because by the time Ireland get to bat again, the time of day will be much better for batting. The ball will, if everything we've seen so far is anything to go by, will have ceased to move around.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think the 2 results that are on the table are Ireland win and draw. Essex would do remarkably well to put themselves in a position where they'll be able to bowl out Ireland again in, what, a session and a half tomorrow.
Next ball is driven, and that's 4 more. And Robin Das, well, I don't think it'd be all that long if he were to survive much longer before a man was put back on the boundary out there, because it's just 4 runs every time, it seems to me. I wasn't lucky enough to be here yesterday, but I've seen enough of him today to understand how he could come to turn a game that had been sort of chugging along fairly slowly into one where it was racing along. 40 for 2 on the board. He already has 14 to his name.
Yeah, he is I've so enjoyed having the opportunity to watch a player who normally you wouldn't get the chance to see unless you looked at a particular smaller ground.
That's a leave outside off stump, and as I was saying to David a few minutes ago, Hume has bowled a couple of absolutely fantastic overs in this game, but as is true with a lot of bowlers, they bowl an over that's virtually unplayable, the next over is very playable, you know, and so far in this one, Das has been able to leave 3 of them altogether and hit 2 of the others for 4 as Hume is in and bowls, and that's another one he can leave. And so that, if all you'd seen of Graham Hume's bowling was that over,
last over,
yeah, you'd say, oh, I wouldn't mind facing him. But if you saw the overs where he's got his 2 wickets, you'd say, I'd like to be at the non-strikers end when he's on. It's the beauty of cricket, you know, it doesn't run along on exactly the same lines all the time. 40 for 2, and that means that Essex are now 36 behind.
But it is going to be interesting. You compare Graham Hume to, say, Ollie Robinson, who is the amount of loose balls is negligible.
Yeah.
He is bang after. I'm not mentioning Jimmy Anderson purely because he's unlikely to play against Ireland, but this is what Ireland have to look for, because if they're not on the money all the time, England, the way they're playing at the moment, could make life very difficult indeed for them.
Well, Robinson, of course, is a terrific bowler and a major find. You just worry that he was seen wearing a protective boot.
Yes,
on his left ankle.
but he has had the scan, and that's all fine.
Well, that's good news. I wouldn't play him in the Ireland game. I want to rest him.
Interesting to see who they do play then in that game. It's Anderson they're trying to wrap in cotton wool. Robinson they'll almost certainly have to wrap. I heard you talking earlier, actually, with David, and both of you. Chris Wokes was the name that jumped out as a possibility, and a man who bowls very well in English conditions, and be interesting to see if he gets a call up for that one in that one Test match. Unlikely to be the Ashes as well.
Yeah, he's an amazing record in England and no record at all elsewhere.
Well, yes, it's interesting. It's what we were talking about earlier about pace, and that was just kept a little bit low, actually. Dug out slightly, but dug out well by Camphor, and in the end he managed to get bat on ball.
But and the reason I say what I say, it's with no disrespect to Ireland at all, but first of all, when you've so recently been seen in a protective boot, clearly you are troubled by it, even if the scanner's shown that it's not serious at this stage. But I want him to have 2 or 3 weeks before the Ashes, rather than risk him putting himself out of the series. He's going to be so important against Australia.
He really is, and that is tucked away nicely off the back foot. He rocked back and cut that away. It wasn't that short, but it was beautifully played by Camphor. That will settle any possible nerves he has as he gets off the mark in the nicest possible way.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the features of today's play, and I imagine it was probably true yesterday, is that there's been a lot of good cricket played. You can get quite a lot of runs scored, but it doesn't mean necessarily that the batting was particularly impressive. But we've, some of those later order Ireland batsmen. Oh, that shot that we particularly highlighted from Andy McBride.
Absolutely.
Where it wasn't in the MCC coaching manual, but
that's right.
How on earth was that finished? Beautifully, majestically played through mid-wicket for 4.
Absolutely right. The short arm jab. Yes, no, it really was magnificent. And this is, that is going to be close. But the fingers stay in the pockets. Certainly Camphor was beaten on that occasion. And I'd be interested to see that again. Maybe he did get himself just outside the line. And maybe the LBW, your LBW command is going to be for every Ireland player, regardless of who they're playing for. In fact, actually, looking at that again, I think the umpire got that right. I think it might have been sloping down leg, possibly.
Yes, that's one thing. He wasn't outside off stump when it's hit him, but it might have bounced over the top.
And height as well.
Yep,
absolutely
exactly,
right.
yeah.
This one is much more comfortably played off the bowling of Mays by Camphor, and he'll be happy with that. But again, if the Ireland coaches are saying be a bit careful with the LBs to the umpires, presumably that is also for the Irish players playing for Essex.
Yes, exactly. So there may have been a bit of that about it. I'm quite happy, if it's the same for both sides. We've got a rather strange object in the outfield at the moment.
We'll discuss that in a minute. As Camphor sees the ball pitched up on this occasion from Mays, but he can only find the fielder at mid-off. There is no run.
And the applause is for a man in a high vis who's come and retrieved the offending, I don't know how to describe it really, it's almost like a gilded toilet seat, only made of plastic, that's been sort of...
I'm wondering if it's a slightly burst balloon.
Well, yes, there is that about it, but anyway, it didn't, needless to say, it didn't belong to the man who's retrieved it, but as long as it's out of harm's way, who's to mind? And 44 for 2 up on the board, and we now are down to just 4 overs left of the day's allowance of 90 overs in this particular match, not 96, not 100. And Robin Das, who faced none of the previous over, with Curtis Camphor moving on to 4 in that over, the lovely shot through the covers. Now Das is on strike to Graham Hume. And he gets down, he's hit this one away through extra cover. And in fact, it's stopped at cover, and the view is slightly masked by Fionn Hand. Thank you very much. And Fionn Hand has come on to replace Hume at the ace close end. Thank you for pointing that out.
I've been doing it all day, so that's why I...
Yep. So score remaining 44 for 2. Initially I thought it had gone through for 4, but the fieldsman did stop it in the infield. And this one is driven down to long on, a slight misfield, which enables them to take an albeit slightly hurried second run there. So 2 to Robin Das will take him along to 16.46 for 2, and 30 behind now, Essex.
Well, he continues to look remarkably comfortable at the crease. I love his routine. He has a routine. He looks at the bat. He makes sure that his hands are in the right place. His hands are virtually on top of the blade. He holds the bat very low down on the handle, but every ball he goes through the same routine.
Hand bowls to him. This is well left, outside off stump. And, it's a situation where I don't think Das plays according to situations that much, so I think he's quite happy. If he sees a ball and he thinks, well, this is what I normally do to a ball like this, I think he'll probably still play the same shot, and if he's trying to hit it for 6, he probably will. And I actually quite like that in a player. It's the opposite of boring, as hand bowled to Jaffa. Superb delivery there that turned Das right the way round, had squared him up completely and left him groping at thin air as it goes through to Lorcan Tucker, who we're delighted to see able to wicket keep here despite the hand injury that really cost him 100 this afternoon. He was on the 97 and absolutely cruising his way to the target when he sustained a hand injury and lobbed the next ball that he actually faced straight to Josh Rymel at point. As Das is going to go for a quick single here. See what I mean? I mean, it would have looked very foolish if he'd been run out, but in fairness to him, he's won that by a good 4 or 5 lengths in racing terms.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
47 for 2 up on the board now with that single, and he has 17. What it does say about Das is he's fearless.
Yep, and that came across in the first innings. He just looked as if he was playing in his own little world.
And next delivery, that's edged and taken that slipper. No, in fact it's been spilt. The fieldsman initially looks as if he got it in his hands. I think he had, but it's spilt out, and he gets a consoling pat from his colleagues there. But that is an escape for Camphor there, put down on 4, and score remaining at the end of that over 3 to go now. 47 for 2, but it should have been for 3.
It certainly should, and I don't think he'll get a consoling hug from the bowler, because he had it in his hands. It was low down to his right, but he had it,
Yeah.
and then somehow it came out. The poor bowler thought that he still had the ball in his hand and was doing the albatross swoop around the ground to celebrate.
Tell you what would have happened there, Guy, if a certain Simon Harmer had been at second slip. He'd
Yes.
have taken it with his,
Huge
coal
hands.
scuttle hands.
I know.
Because actually, when it passed second slip, it was a good 18 inches off the ground. In fairness to the fieldsman who put it down, it then dipped very sharply indeed, even though he should have caught it.
It wasn't it wasn't a complete gimme, as this is now helped round. Has he been strangled down the leg side? No, he hasn't. It comes off the thigh pad. You can usually tell from the bowler whether there was any interest, and Tom Mays had none whatsoever that there had been any bat on that.
But it's another example of how Das just doesn't alter his game because we're in the gloaming of a superb day's cricket, actually. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Well, he fits into the new way of playing the red ball game, doesn't
Yeah.
he? That's exactly the lesson that McCullum and Stokes are trying to instill higher up the food chain. As Mays is in again, and Das just plays that very nicely. Middle of the bat to the point fielder. There won't be a run, but you'll like the way that he's seeing the ball at the moment.
Yeah, where I'm very pleased for him, as I was explaining a few minutes ago, when he first sort of emerged, he didn't come across as one of the more likely prospects to sort of be good enough to make a real living in the game, but there's every chance he might be, actually, and we wish him every success in that endeavour.
Yes, it's funny how players come at different times sometimes, and that is helped round to the corner. There is a man at deep fine leg, so they'll only have the 1 run. And also, so much of it is, yes, raw natural talent is an enormous part of the ability to become a top player, but so is the mind. And if the mind is strong, even if you're not the world's greatest when you're 13, 14, if you keep going, keep learning and keep having that inner confidence, you will and can get there, and that seems to be what is happening.
We can almost call it the Labouchane mentality.
Exactly so, nicely put. The Labouchane syndrome, as that is short and flicked away, but not really middled, and it scuttles along the ground to fine leg, and there will just be a single. So May's banging it in at the moment, and neither batter are actually able to fully middle the ball with the opportunities he has presented to them, so he'll take some heart from it. How many overs do we have left now? Just two overs and 2 balls.
That's right, yep. Coming to the end of, as I say, I think, as was true yesterday, I think the spectators have more than had their money's worth, and of course it helps to have such wonderful weather.
Doesn't it just? Sitting outside in this is rather splendid. Slightly slower ball, and Das is on that like a rocket. It was short and a slightly slower ball, and has been swung away between mid-wicket and long on for 4. I thought for a moment it might have been a 6, but it's just the speed at which he picks the length.
I think he thinks there's another 20 overs yet.
Yes, he's certainly not playing for the morning at the moment. If it is there, it is going. And Das is once again showing to the Essex fans who have turned up here that they might have something of a star in the making. See whether he goes on from this match. And that is short and loopy and very wide, and actually quite lucky not to be called a wide, because I'm not sure in which reality Das would have actually been able to hit that ball, but the bowler gets away with it. And the score at the end of the over, 53 for 2, the 50 coming up with that boundary from Robin Das, and 2 overs left to go, 53 for 2 and still 23 behind.
Yes, I'm glad that Das hasn't got so carried away that he chased that last delivery. I've seen people out to that type of ball, and I'd be one of them, I have to say. And I'm still haven't forgiven myself once in a match where I was an opening bat, hit the first ball for 4, and then got stupidly carried away.
Yeah.
I chased the ball exactly of that description and just feathered it through to the wicket keeper. And we were playing on the Norfolk coast somewhere. This was from Colchester, where
so it was a long journey.
Yeah, about 80 miles, and I thought, you utter clot, you've come all this way, you've wasted a good afternoon's betting,
yes,
and ended up, nowhere near a betting shop, and you're out second ball. I still remember it with great bitterness to this day. Anyway, we're into the last over, not of the day, but specifically to be bowled from the Hayes close end, and it's being bowled by Fionn Hand, and the first ball goes out to backward point from the blade of Curtis Camphor, who has 5. Robin Das, has to be said, a very spectacular 22, spectacular in the cameo sense, and 53 for 2 means Essex are currently minus 23.
A little bit of a word between the man who has finished a very good spell, Hume, and the man who took over, Fionn Hand.
Hand comes in, bowls and turned to mid-wicket for a single. Camphor moves along to 6, 54 for 2. One of the most striking differences between the two sides, we saw how strong the Ireland side was the lower you got into
yes,
their order today, whereas the opposite was true of the Essex innings. There they were at about 280 for 5, and in the end they're all out for 343. Now, it doesn't mean the same thing would necessarily happen a second time. In fact, they were 282 for 4, so it was quite a slump in the end, whereas I don't think Ireland are ever going to get shot through in that way in the later numbers. As Hand is in, bowls, and here Das has turned round and clobbered it away to the fine leg boundary for 4. Again, he didn't fully get hold of that, but did so sufficiently to pick up 4 runs, rolled the wrist, so it was perfectly safe. Ball down leg side, 58 for 2, 26 to Das.
And he had to play that fine because there was a man set out for exactly that shot, but he managed to rotate quickly enough to keep the ball, as I say, very fine down to fine leg rather than out to the back of square leg, and 4 more runs, and nicely placed.
Well, I would like to think he's posted himself as someone There isn't another championship game very soon, but when there is, might get into the team as he's pulled the next ball away, didn't get hold of it really, didn't time it, goes out to Mays in the mid-wicket region. They get a single, and 27 to dash 59 for 2.
Yes, it'd be interesting to see if and where they can squeeze him into the team, but he can't do much more than if he carries on like this, than to say, come on, I think I'm worth a break, then score 100 in your first class match and then follow it up with a decent second innings as well.
Yeah. Camphor on strike now, places defensively into the covers. There's no run there. The score is 59 for 2. Essex is 17 behind. 2 that have gone. Nick Brown caught Tucker, bowled Hume 21. Josh Rymel caught Balburney, bowled the excellent Hume for 5 wickets at 26 and 29. At that stage, we were sort of thinking, well, if this gets worse, Essex are going to struggle, even with allowing for the fact they've got 4 members of the Irish squad in their team, but they're going to struggle to come out of this game alive. So we were saying that the rest of tonight's play, there were 8 overs left at the time I was saying that, and then the first hour tomorrow are going to sort of decide whether it's a draw if Essex do reasonably well in that period, or defeat if they don't. Here is the next delivery, well down leg side, good take by the keeper Tucker, and that is the end of the penultimate over of the day. So 59 for 2 with the impressive Das on 27 and Camphor on 6. But if the first innings is anything to go by, this and the next 2 or 3 wickets are very, very key for Essex.
I think they've actually decided that because it's past, we're not going to have the final over, and the day is over. And I think Curtis Camphor will be slightly disappointed. The man with the Test match 100, he'd like to get as much batting in as possible. But it does seem as if we are closing for the day. The 2 batters are walking off pretty purposefully, it must be said. Got the match summary up, and we've watched Ireland fight back brilliantly today. They were in all sorts of bother at 65 for 5, but eventually managed to rack up 419 thanks to Sterling's 107, Tucker's 97. There were also good innings as well from Andrew McBride and from Fionn Hand, so it was a great recovery, but I'll leave my esteemed colleague Paul to give you the story of the day.
Thank you very much, Guy. And well, a very enjoyable day, let it be said. 38 for 2 at the start, became 65 for 5 in precious little time in the first hour of play. At that stage you wondered what the save the follow-on mark might be. I think we decided in the end it would have been 194, but in next to no time, long before we reached the tea interval, Ireland had fought back so well in the shape of a terrific partnership of 175 for the 6th wicket between Paul Sterling, who went on to make 107, and in terms of making 100, the desperately unlucky Lorcan Tucker out for 97 because he'd sustained almost an inconceivable hand injury to his left hand, which it looks as if he's made a total recovery from now. It's been wicket keeping out there, showing no ill effects, but he just tamely lobbed the ball to Josh Rymel at point that he would never have got out to in other circumstances, and he really was unlucky. However, the story didn't end there, because in came Andy McBride, to make a really rumbustious 67, and just when one thought, well, surely now that's it, not a bit of it. A man who came in and looked the most defensively organised batsman you'd ever seen for about 20 minutes, and then proceeded to play like a maestro, and that was Fionn Hand, and he's built like the side of a house, and he was stranded on 47 not out, but that was excellent. The success story for Essex was the bowling of Jamal Richards with 5 for 96, impressed us all, and he did last year in the 50 over competition. It's his first class game, very well done to him. Didn't bowl superbly, but what he did bowl is very well when he got the wickets. He's got a bit to learn about not giving too much away in the bits in between, but he's an athlete, he can bat as well. Great to have him on the staff, and very well done to him for his 5 for 96. Then we saw excellent new ball bowling from Graham Hume to get rid of the Essex openers, Brown for 21 and Rymel for 5, but we also saw the absolutely fearless Robin Dash come in and say, no, I'm not happy with 132, you know, let's get going again. He's 27 not out. He's the proverbial cheeky champion, a very, very good batsman with it. Some glorious shots. 6 to the more reserved Camphor, and Essex will resume tomorrow. 8 wickets left, 17 runs behind. It's been wonderful to have you with us, Guy. Guy Swindles and myself, Paul Newton, will be joined by Victoria Polly tomorrow. We look forward to your company at 11 o'clock.